I tamed the most ferocious beasts and carved my legend into the very fabric of the world. But in the end, I was betrayed, my power stolen, my life snuffed out by the very people I protected. And now, 25 days until the college entrance exam, my eyes snapped open, wide with a cold primal fury that didn't belong in this weak adolescent body. I was back in this suffocating classroom, surrounded by the frantic scribbling of terrified students. This wasn't reincarnation, this was a nightmare. For centuries, my world, Blue Star, has been a feeding ground. Interdimensional rifts vomit forth creatures that defy sanity, abominations that can topple civilizations with a single breath. To fight back, humanity unlocked its own potential, injecting beast genes to awaken monstrous talents within. This created a new world order where martial strength is the only currency that matters. In this brutal reality, everything else is worthless. Only power stands above all. A piercing headache flooded my mind as foreign memories assaulted me. I was no longer the supreme hunter. I was Yi He, a pathetic high school student whose life was a textbook tragedy. The whispers of the insects around me confirmed it. A girl with more makeup than sense sneered at me from her desk. "Why don't you drop out of school and go home, loser?" It seems the original owner of this body was the class punching bag, a convenient target for everyone's frustrations. So this is the life I've inherited. How utterly pathetic. Just then the teacher cleared his throat, his voice cutting through the noise. "For those of you who never took it seriously before," he said, adjusting his glasses, "I hope you have something to pray to." The boy next to me seemed utterly clueless, a blissful idiot in a world of predators. But as for me, a cold, familiar smile touched my lips. "I will clean up this mess." We were herded into the gene injection hall. The air was thick with the desperate hopes of children dreaming of power. In front of us were vials of the gene awakening serum, a cocktail of primal monster genes. The teacher explained that after injection, our bodies would absorb a random gene, unlocking our future. The process began, a needle piercing flesh. One by one, my classmates began to convulse, their bodies spasming as raw power surged through them. Finally, it was my turn. I felt the cold prick in my neck as the serum entered my bloodstream. And then, nothing. The teacher looked at me, completely baffled. The girl from before erupted in laughter. "Haha, he didn't awaken anything at all." She leaned in close, her voice dripping with scorn. "This suits you. Just go home and wait to die." But as her useless words filled the air, a new sensation ignited within me. A cataclysmic force, ancient and terrifying, roared to life in my soul. The air cracked, and a wave of pure, unadulterated pressure exploded from my body, sending everyone flying. The girl who had been mocking me seconds before could only stare in shock, her face pale with terror. Even the so-called top student of the class felt the suffocating aura and looked on in disbelief. This wasn't a simple beast gene. A screen only I could see blazed in my mind, displaying a power far beyond their comprehension. The A-rank template of a flame lord. This was the gift the universe had given me for my second chance. The fools around me were left stammering, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. I simply stepped over their pathetic, groveling forms. "I told you to move," I said, my voice devoid of emotion. "You didn't listen." An announcement echoed through the hall, ordering all awakened students to the testing building. It was time to quantify the gifts we'd been given. I watched as the others stepped up, their results flashing on the screens. A third-tier spine bug, a top-tier ice demon dragon, impressive for children. Even the top female student awakened a rare stage 4 bloodline, a creature capable of leveling a city. Her power was enough to make her the top scorer of the entire province. I considered my own A-class template, a classification entirely different from their numbered stages. Then my name was called. Next, from class 7, Yi He. The aura I had released moments ago hadn't been forgotten, and every eye in the hall was now fixed on me. I strode towards the testing machine, their pathetic adoration washing over me like a gentle breeze. The crowd was buzzing, expecting a miracle from the class loser. I stepped into the machine, and my results appeared on the main screen. The room fell silent, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Martial Disciple Stage 3, Beast Bloodline, Unknown. They thought my earlier display was a fluke, a cheap trick. But I knew the truth. The machine couldn't measure my power because it wasn't a bloodline. It was an infinite monster template. As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw monster templates. A wide predatory grin stretched across my face. In a world where everyone is a beast, I won't just be a monster. But first, I had to deal with the mundane, like this short-sighted teacher at Ansheng High School. He looked at me with disdain, questioning my desire to study at home for the college entrance exam. "You've awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak," he droned on, sealing my fate with his pathetic judgment. He couldn't possibly comprehend the power stirring within me, so I gave him what he wanted to see, a desperate student, eyes wide with false sincerity. The old fool bought the act completely, pathetically warning me that I'd be back next year to repeat the grade. He had no idea I would never set foot in that useless institution again. I walked to the Ansheng Warrior Center, my mind already calculating my next move. My parents' tragic accident had left me with over $1 million in capital. The price of their lives would be the fuel for my rise. Forget warrior training. That path is for commoners who trade sweat for meager gains. My path was far more efficient, enhancing my monster template with cold hard cash. My analysis of the system had revealed a critical secret. The Tamora template's compatibility had jumped from 1% to 3%, a boost gained from the genetic awakening serum I was forced to take. The conclusion was obvious. I could buy my way to godhood. As I walked through the entrance, the Mad Flame Demora template fully awakened its unique sensory ability. The life magnetic field washed over me, and I could feel the bloodlines of every warrior in this building, their power burning like cheap furnaces compared to the inferno gestating within me. The instincts of the Demora, the king of beasts, flooded my mind, a primal insatiable hunger to conquer all life on the planet. For now I could only suppress this desire, a king disguised as a rookie. My senses were so new, so overwhelming, that I inadvertently focused on a woman nearby. She called me out, but her tone softened when she realized I was a newly awakened warrior, struggling with my power. I saw not a person but an opportunity. "I'm here to buy genetic medicine," I stated, playing the part of a lost kid. She was surprised, explaining that most warriors wait until they hit a bottleneck before using such expensive items. She told me a beginner-grade potion costs around 400,000, a staggering price that would drain most of my funds. Seeing my feigned look of shock, she offered me her business card. A 4th-rank martial artist named Huang He Li, a veteran's referral, meant a discount. Her usefulness was now quantified. I gave her a grateful smile. A simple trick for a simple mind. "See you around," she said, oblivious to the predator she had just aided. With her card, I began my spending spree. First the warrior hospital for the gene potions, then the weapon shop for a blade. My entire inheritance was converted into raw power in a matter of hours. Back in a private training room, I began the transformation. The first injection sent waves of energy coursing through me, and my system lit up with notifications. My compatibility with the Mad Flame Demora template ticked up to 4%, and my overall stats jumped to an armed rank of 7. What takes others 3 years of grueling labor, I achieved in minutes. My body was already adapting, the effects of each subsequent potion diminishing slightly. It didn't matter. If this cheat couldn't crush the so-called geniuses, it would be a pathetic cheat indeed. My next destination was obvious, a secret realm. These rifts were ranked from E to S, with the higher ranks containing apocalyptic-level beasts. I chose Anchang number 3, an E-level realm that had been picked clean over the years, leaving only weak beasts for rookies. The place was nearly deserted, a perfect hunting ground for me to test my new power in private. I signed the death waiver without a second thought. The only one dying today would be anything foolish enough to stand in my way. A fitting graveyard for the weak, and a perfect training ground for me. The corpse demon bug lunged, its chitinous armor clattering uselessly against the ground. I had of course already committed the monster encyclopedia to memory. Its steel-like shell was a farce compared to the soft vulnerable armor on its abdomen. A simple feint and a blast of martial energy was all it took to put the creature on the defensive. I gathered my Dantian energy, focusing it into my palms for a rudimentary, but effective, attack. The hyper beam erupted from my hands, slamming into the beast with concussive force. But the creature was more resilient than its tier 2 status suggested, firing a projectile of hardened saliva from its mandibles. This body's martial arts were insufficient. With its pathetically low energy reserves, I could only exert half my true strength, and this expensive suit was already damaged. It was time to stop playing games. I activated the one true cheat I possessed, the Mad Demola Emperor Demon's Bloodline. My empowerment stats skyrocketed from a measly 15 to a respectable 21. The bug froze, its primitive instincts finally sensing the predator that stood before it. I became a phantom, a blur of motion, as I closed the distance between us in an instant. My arm, now a demonic claw, tore through its carapace like wet paper, its acidic blood splashing harmlessly against my newfound power. With my overall physique now at 21 points, I crushed the tier 2 bug without effort, the excess heat from my transformation venting from my body like a jet engine. The exertion left me ravenously hungry, and the cheap sword I'd bought was now a corroded piece of scrap from the monster's venom. But then a sweet tempting fragrance filled the air, drawing my attention. It was the monster's magic core, a vibrant green-grade crystal pulsing with energy. My hunger was overwhelming, my instinct screaming for sustenance. Who cares about identifying it? I devoured it on the spot. A jolt of pure energy coursed through me as the system notified me of my progress. My compatibility with the Emperor Demon template had increased. I couldn't help but laugh. I'd spent a fortune on genetic potions for a mere 1% increase. Yet this single core was worth 3 or 4 of them. Turning my frustration into fuel, I decided to hunt through the night. I unleashed my life field, a pulse of energy that revealed every living creature within my vicinity. By the next afternoon, my compatibility had reached 9%, and my bag was heavy with green magic cores. The clerk at the Martial Artist Guild could barely believe her eyes when I dumped 20 of them on her counter. The 200,000 credits I received were pocket change, but it was a start. With only 9 days left until the college entrance exam, I needed to accelerate my growth, so I bought my way into a D-class secret realm. The team I was joining was a man short, and their captain, Lin He, looked me over with blatant skepticism. "You're the martial disciple level 9, Dadslaw." One of them sneered, mocking the absurd codename I'd been forced to use. I gave a simple nod, explaining it was a necessary precaution to avoid legal trouble, since a student like me wasn't qualified for a D-class realm. The captain sighed. "Our team will let you observe and learn, but don't hold us back." I simply replied, "No problem." Their arrogance was a shield I would gladly use. Surprisingly, they were professional enough to clarify roles before we entered, a level of competence I hadn't expected. The vehicle plunged through the portal, emerging into a vast desert world under a dying sun, our tracker pointing toward an oasis in the distance. The driver seemed surprised, noting that the last time he was here, it was a rainforest. Just then, a pack of earth demon rats swarmed our vehicle, their claws screeching against the metal. "Hood, take care of them," the captain ordered curtly. The man known as Hood leaped onto the truck's roof, his hands armed with vicious-looking claws. He dispatched the creatures with brutal efficiency, his weapons piercing their skulls with ease. As we drove off, the bodies of the rats exploded behind us. Eliminated, he said flatly. I watched from my seat, unimpressed but analytical, infusing martial energy into throwing darts to act as timed explosives, a ruthless if unrefined technique. We finally arrived within walking distance of the oasis. The captain, Lin He, ordered us out, explaining that the monster guarding the blood jade flower was highly sensitive to sound. He began assigning tasks, traps, suppressive fire, and a lure. He then turned to me, pointing a thumb over his shoulder. Dadzla, you just watch, he commanded. A stun grenade soared through the air, exploding with a flash and releasing high-level monster pheromones to draw out our target. The ground trembled violently as a Tier 2 earth dragon burst from the sand, roaring in fury. The captain readied his massive blade, preparing for what he believed would be a challenging fight. He gripped the hilt, his face a mask of concentration. Another of his men, a brutish thug, just licked his knife, cackling with anticipation. The insects I was forced to travel with celebrated killing one pathetic earth dragon, a feat that barely registered as a warm-up for me. With its hide pierced and its lifeblood spilling onto the desolate ground, they cheered as if they'd conquered a kingdom. Their so-called Captain Lin shouted orders, puffing out his chest with pathetic pride. Let's keep moving forward, he commanded, utterly oblivious to the true dangers of this place. His arrogance was rewarded almost instantly as a far larger predator descended from the sky, its shadow a harbinger of their doom. The ground shook as the massive claws slammed down where their leader had just been standing. But I was already moving, stepping between the beast and these worthless humans. With a single thought, I unleashed a fraction of my true power, a pillar of pure energy erupting from the earth beneath the monster. The surviving humans could only stare, their minds too small to comprehend what they were seeing. They surrounded me, babbling praise and thanks for saving their miserable lives, as if their gratitude meant anything to me. I ignored their chatter and plucked the glowing soul essence from the beast's corpse, the only thing of value here. They marveled at the prize, chattering about how it could improve their template, a concept so primitive I almost laughed. Their wounded captain, Lin, began to speak, recounting their close call with a completely unearned sense of accomplishment. That's when the betrayal I'd sensed from the beginning finally manifested. One of his own men, Hu De, drove a blade clean through his back, a predictable outcome for the weak and trusting. A hulking brute named Hu Peng emerged from the shadows, his purpose as transparent as his greed. The pathetic fools finally understood. They were being robbed by a bottom feeder who preyed on dungeon explorers, and their own teammate was the viper in their midst. The dying captain, poisoned and betrayed, finally connected the dots, realizing how their location had been leaked. It was a simple trick, information hidden in a dart, something a child could have figured out. The traitor, Hu De, grabbed me, his breath reeking of cheap confidence, as he mocked my age, thinking a threat would make me cower. I just stared back, my calm enraging the little man as he shoved me towards his boss. My eyes glowed, a silent warning they were too stupid to heed. I clenched my fist, gathering the energy I'd need to clean up this mess. The boss found my lack of fear interesting and ordered his lackey to take my head. Hu De eagerly complied, sending a flurry of flaming blades my way, a flashy but ultimately useless attack. I moved through the gaps in his technique as if he were standing still, appearing behind him before he even realized his attack had failed. He reappeared above me, shouting the name of his technique like an amateur, bringing his heel down in a clumsy strike. It was the perfect opportunity to test a new skill I'd recently acquired. I caught his ankle with one hand and discharged a focused blast of energy with the other, sending him flying. His boss, Huo Peng, finally showed a sliver of intelligence, mistaking my power for a gene technique from some great family. I let a phantom of my true form flicker behind me, a dark dragon of pure energy. Family? I'm from the Demon Ra clan, I said, the name a lie, but one that would plant a seed of terror in his simple mind. He roared, transforming into some kind of grotesque bear-human hybrid, bellowing that the gap between us was too great. He charged, yelling about his peak shaker technique, a display of brute force, without a hint of finesse. I didn't even bother to dodge, instead sending a precise beam of energy to shatter his leg, his scream of agony a pleasant sound. He collapsed, trying to crush me under his massive weight in a final desperate move. My atomic breath easily melted through his hide, a power far beyond what a second-tier martial artist could ever hope to withstand. As he flailed uselessly, pounding the empty ground, I stepped forward. You done? I asked, my voice devoid of emotion. Now it's my turn. He looked up at me, his face a perfect picture of fear and disbelief. I gathered my energy, my fist becoming a vortex of blue, destructive light. Core fused, mountain-crushing fist, I announced, not for his benefit, but for my own satisfaction. The resulting explosion erased him from existence. He was left a broken, scorched ruin on the cracked earth, while his former companions could only stammer in awe. In his final moments, the pathetic creature tried to curse me, babbling about justice and punishment. I looked down at the dying filth, my eyes glowing with cold, absolute power. People just keep piling up, I stated flatly. Who even are you supposed to be? The announcer's voice blared through the stadium, detailing the rules for this grand circus they called the college entrance examination. 3 days of auditions and matches, a theatrical performance to weed out the weak while the elites watched from their high seats. They displayed a grand tournament bracket, calling these children the future of humanity, a pathetic and hollow sentiment. The fool on the podium screamed for the games to begin, and the arenas roared to life with a clash of mediocrity. Over in Arena 6, a minor panic was setting in. It seems one of the contestants, myself, hadn't arrived yet. The examiner, a man with a petty grudge, was already preparing to declare my forfeiture, a smug look on his face. He had planned a little show, hoping my opponent's pathetic fire lizard gene would humiliate me, but the main actor hadn't bothered to show up for his meaningless script. The crowd, ever the mindless sheep, joined in the mockery, calling me a coward who should be sweeping streets instead of aspiring for greatness. Just as the timer was about to expire, a sudden pressure silenced the entire stadium, with an old man in the stands being the first to sense the enormous aura descending from above. I made my entrance not by walking through a gate, but by falling from the sky, wrapped in the brilliant blue flame of my own power. The girl in the arena just stared, her mind too slow to comprehend what was happening. Before she could even form a coherent thought, the ground buckled under the force of my landing. One clean upward kick was all it took to end her dream. I landed with a feigned sigh of relief, as if I'd almost been late, while she crumpled to the floor, unconscious. A quick glance at my status confirmed the effects of the blood jade fruit. My monster template was now savage, a fitting descriptor. With the first annoyance out of the way, I could simply watch as the tournament bracket updated with my name. My next match was announced, some whelp named Long Dao. He met the exact same fate, one kick, and he was airborne, spitting blood before he even hit the ground. The easily impressed crowd started chanting about a one-kick Superman. How utterly predictable. The announcer, struggling to keep up, declared I had won all 3 matches and advanced to the next round. Immediately, the vultures descended, as recruiters from third-rate universities swarmed me, begging for my attention like starving dogs. I let them grovel for a moment before shattering their hopes with my true goal, Padu University. Their faces soured instantly, calling me arrogant and warning that I'd come crawling back after I inevitably failed. Let them talk, warriors speak with strength, and I'll let my first-place victory be my response. Their skepticism drew the attention of the examination officials, who approached me to re-evaluate my martial arts level, their tone thick with suspicion. Their little scanner confirmed their worst fears. 9th level, a truth that made them stammer about impossible growth, so I fed them a convenient story about a secret realm and a broken genetic lock. They scrambled away, terrified and confused, muttering about reporting my existence to their superiors. So now I'm an important observation target, while other children watch their families cheer for them on live streams. I have no one, an orphan forgotten by the world, but their pity is the last thing I need. The announcer called my name for the first match of the promotion round, and I stepped into the arena once more. My opponent was Luo Swan, a supposed genius with a rare beast bloodline. I offered him the first move, a small mercy before his utter annihilation. He laughed, blinded by his own arrogance, and powered up his so-called bloodline. A pathetic flicker of teal energy surrounded his body as he prepared his ultimate move. He lunged, shouting the name of his attack, Lightning Claw, as if announcing it would make it any more effective. I met his attack with my own transformed hand, catching his pathetic claws with ease and shattering the bones within his arm. I lifted him into the air by his mangled limb, his confidence utterly broken. A single downward strike sent him crashing into the stage, shattering the very ground beneath him. As the dust settled, the referee declared my victory once again. The crowd murmured in shock, wondering how their celebrated champion, Luo Swan, was rendered unconscious in a single moment. Their pathetic system screens struggled to analyze my power, concluding only that the gap between me and these insects was just too huge. The fools in the stands started chanting, their tiny minds latching onto a simple moniker to comprehend what they were seeing. I glanced back once as the medics hauled his broken body away on a stretcher, a fitting end for anyone who stands in my path. Across the hall, another one of the top seeds watched me, his eyes burning with a pathetic mix of rivalry and determination. I'll deal with him in the finals. My display had already sent ripples through the system, with the admissions office of Huadu University scrambling to gather every piece of information they could find on me. While they panicked, the next advancement match began, a battle between 2 of the tournament's so-called beauties. The first was Kai Xiaoling, the self-proclaimed queen of her high school, radiating an arrogance that begged to be broken. Her opponent was Lu Qingzhu, dubbed the unattainable flower, whose cold demeanor was far more interesting. The referee blew his whistle, signaling the start of another pointless preliminary. Kai Xiaoling lunged forward immediately, taunting her opponent while Lu Qingzhu calmly prepared to counter with her family's martial arts. Lu Qingzhu's movements were fluid, deflecting the clumsy assault while Kai Xiaoling grew visibly frustrated, demanding she get serious. The queen then activated a speed technique, the Howling Gale step, desperately trying to land a single blow. But she fell right into Lu Qingzhu's trap, ensnared by swirling air currents just before a finger strike of immense power was unleashed. The spectators gasped, shocked that a mere student could master a Xuanhuang-level technique, a feat they considered worthy of direct admission. Cornered, Kai Xiaoling revealed her trump card, awakening the bloodline of the Shadowclaw Tiger King. The crowd, ever so fickle, immediately began praising her limitless future, impressed by this borrowed feral power. Lu Qingzhu, however, remained completely unimpressed, her expression making it clear that this display was over. The Tiger Girl roared, convinced her newfound power made her invincible, and lunged forward with a wild telegraph strike. Her attack was a blur of orange and black, a desperate show of force. But Lu Qingzhu met the feral charge with a graceful, phantom-like defensive art. The clash came down to a single exchange, a crippling kick against the focus point of the primordial chaos jade finger. Their martial energies collided, erupting in a blinding flash that engulfed the entire arena. As the dust began to settle, the crowd saw Kai Xiaoling standing standing alone and assumed she was victorious. She stood there for a moment, a triumphant smirk plastered on her face. But then her eyes widened in disbelief as the reality of her situation finally set in. The tiger girl collapsed, her energy completely spent, while Lu Qingdru stood over her, the true victor by overwhelming technical skill. With the preliminaries concluded, the draw for the top 8 began, and I was called to the stage. I drew my token, placing me in Group A. A mountain of muscle named Shen Guan approached, noting we'd be facing each other soon. He pointed to the screen, where another fighter named Lu Oshi was dismantling someone from my school without effort. His principal asked how Lu Oshi compared to me, and Shen Guan just smirked with unearned confidence. He then turned to me, his voice laced with arrogance, and declared me the only real threat here, claiming he could sense a dormant volcano inside me. Finally, the announcer called our match, and it was my turn to step into the arena. I stood opposite Shen Guan, watching him posture and flex, a pathetic final display before I erased him from this tournament. How primitive. He seems to believe my power is some parlor trick, a way to attack cells directly. It's not a trick, it's a fundamental law of nature, and he is violating it by continuing to exist in my presence. His response is to erect a barrier of martial energy, a flimsy shield against the inevitable decay my nuclear radiation imposes. He looks at me, a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes, finally realizing he is not facing a man, but a force of nature. Then the fear is replaced by foolish pride as he boasts about the martial arts passed down through his pathetic family line. He calls forth a phantom snake, preparing a technique he calls deer peak. The attack is surprisingly fast, a desperate lunge from a cornered animal. He actually managed to land a blow, sending me skidding across the arena floor as I cough up a bit of blood. He looms over me, a temporary victor in a battle he cannot possibly win, while the worthless spectators watch with bated breath. He presses his advantage with a so-called bear crash, screaming that I can't run. I catch his fist, and his eyes widen when he realizes his martial energy-infused attack did nothing. He babbles that he can inject his energy into my body, locking my power and rendering me helpless. He follows through with a strike that sends me flying, believing he's crippled me. He summons the spirit of a tiger, pouncing to finish what he started, then an eagle because apparently he's a walking zoo of fading martial traditions. You cannot win against me, he shouts, his voice cracking with a confidence he doesn't truly possess. His final desperate attack explodes with a brilliant flash of light. He stands there laughing, basking in what he believes is his moment of triumph. The medical staff even starts preparing a stretcher, so certain are they of my defeat. But through the settling dust, my eyes glow with cold promise. The smoke clears, revealing me completely unscathed as my true aura erupts. You are indeed strong, Shen Guan, I concede, my voice flat. Now allow me to show you what a real bloodline looks like, as I unleash the third stage, the Demora Awakening. The examiner stares in disbelief, recognizing the embodiment of a magical beast, a power that transcends this pathetic examination entirely. To think my bloodline awakening is at such an overwhelming level, even I find it mildly impressive. The monitoring equipment across the facility screams in protest, the nuclear radiation values going off the charts. The examiners hastily erect a barrier around the arena, not to protect him, but to contain the sheer force leaking from my body. The head proctor whispers that my creature form is unknown to this world, and he is absolutely correct. Shen Guan's nose starts bleeding again, his flimsy shield buckling under the pressure, as he realizes he can't possibly outlast me. In a final act of defiance, he awakens his own bloodline, a golden star ape demon. He roars, lunging forward with a pathetic snake strike, a mismatched combination of his new form and old useless techniques. Our fists meet, his martial art clashing against my raw, unadulterated power. I answer with my annihilating arresting fist, a technique designed for one purpose, erasure. He stares at his mangled bloody hand, his arm nearly shattered from the impact, all his bravado finally gone. I stand over his broken form, the victor. You are outstanding, Shen Guan, I say, my voice a cold whisper in the silent arena. But unfortunately, this cannot change the outcome. On one side, a hulking beast born of a prestigious bloodline. On the other, an anomaly they couldn't even classify. Even the old fool moderating the match could feel it, stammering that my strength was simply unfathomable, and that he could no longer suppress my martial energy. He desperately screams a warning for the big man not to be distracted. The brute responds with what he calls a formless snake strike, a clumsy, flailing attack that barely deserved my attention. He bares his fangs, his face contorting into a feral mask, a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. He tries to circle around me, a basic tactic to attack from the rear, but his movements are laughably slow. Then comes his grand finale, a massive stomp from his enlarged foot, meant to crush me into the arena floor. The entire stage trembles from the sheer force of the impact. He clearly thought this would be the end of it. A predictable, brutish attack from a predictable, brutish creature. But as the dust settles, I'm still standing, completely untouched, my feet firmly planted in the cracked stone, as if I were an immovable mountain. His eyes widen in disbelief. He had played his part, now it was my turn. I released just a fraction of my true power, a torrent of azure energy that washed over him, and the entire exchange was over. The brute drops to his knees, his transformation receding as he raises his hands in defeat. Big brother Yi, I surrender. I could only stare, my own power still surging, ready for a real fight. To have it end like this was With a sigh of frustration, I exhale the excess energy, a plume of blue flame leaving my lips. The competition was over, and the mindless crowd roared my name, their feeble cheers echoing in the arena. Of course, the news of my victory spread like a virus, with pathetic memes and video clips flooding the network. Meanwhile, his sponsor, the chairman of Qingfeng Private High School, was having a meltdown. He screeched at the boy, calling him an ungrateful bastard and threatening him over the money invested in his failure. But Shen Guan, to his credit, finally showed a sliver of a spine. If I didn't admit defeat, I'd be crippled. He promised to repay the school, but made it clear he would never bow to a coward who was weaker than him. The chairman's face went pale. Power, it seems, is the only language these insects understand. And so the top 4 were decided, with my name sitting comfortably at the very top. The leaders of my own school were, of course, delirious with joy, already planning their promotions on the back of my success. During the drawing ceremony for the semi-finals, I picked my lot. First, again, across the room, the girl Lu Qingdru revealed her own draw. She also drew first. It was settled. Then, the first semi-final would be an internal battle between me and the so-called Goddess Lu of An City's #1 middle school. The spectators immediately began their worthless chatter, debating her royal martial arts and her 4th level Netherbird bloodline. They foolishly estimated that my own bloodline must also be 4th level, trying to fit me into a box their simple minds could comprehend. We entered the semi-finals venue, the roar of the crowd just a dull hum in the background. The referee gave the signal, his voice barely registering, as he yelled for the fight to begin. Before he even finished the sentence, I was already gone, appearing directly in front of her, in a silent flash. I leaned in close, my voice a low whisper against the noise of the arena. Then I let my aura flare, a crushing wave of dark energy and killing intent that silenced the entire stadium. She didn't flinch, her gaze steady as she met mine. "Eehee," she said, her voice laced with an infuriating confidence. "I hope you're strong enough." I flooded the arena with steam the moment the match began, a simple trick to blind the spectators and my opponent. The announcer, that loudmouthed fool, screams into his microphone, speculating if I've awakened some new power. Pathetic. But through the haze I see her silhouette, Lu Qingdru. Her martial arts are fluid, refined, a true genius. A direct confrontation would be inefficient. For all her talent, her combat IQ is her fatal flaw. The longer this fight drags on, the more she'll adapt, and the greater the disadvantage for me. Therefore, there is only one logical course of action. End this immediately with overwhelming force. I gather my energy, preparing my mountain-arresting fist. She senses the killing intent and takes a defensive stance, smirking as if she's predicted my move. She thinks I'm launching a straightforward attack. Her confidence is her undoing. She expects a clash of fists. Instead, I drop low, channeling my energy into a sweeping kick that shatters her stance and her composure. She actually thought I'd be that predictable. She stumbles back, realizing too late that my shout of fist was a deliberate misdirection. A classic feint, executed perfectly. And as her world tilts, I unleash the true pressure of my bloodline, the shadow of the beast within me. From the stands, I can hear the pathetic cries of her supporters. Cheating, they call it. As if morality has any place in a battle for survival. My trick has completely broken her rhythm. Her perfect form is gone, replaced by desperation. I give her no time to recover, hammering her with a relentless assault. She tries to push me back with a burst of energy, but I'm not letting her escape my grasp. Every escape attempt is met with another crushing blow, driving her closer and closer to the edge. Her eyes widen in terror as she finally sees the martial energy coating my claws. Yes, this is not just brute strength. A final decisive strike sends her flying across the stage, her elegant form tumbling through the air. I land before she does, a calm smile on my face. "Don't run away, classmate Lu," I call out, the mockery dripping from my voice. She looks up to see not a human, but a predator enjoying the hunt. There is no escape. I am already behind her. My fists become a blur, a storm of high-speed attacks she can barely fend off. She's thinking about her precious royal martial arts, her floating shadow defense. She has other techniques, offensive ones like the Hunyuan Jade Finger, but I'm giving her no opening, no breath, no chance to even think. She will fall off this stage. Her face is a mask of grim realization. My pressure is absolute. She knows she has no choice. So she resorts to her last-ditch effort, a trinket, a cursed feather. She intends to activate her trump card, a forced awakening I'm all too familiar with. A surge of dark energy erupts from her, Bach, Netherblood, a dangerous and unstable power. Purple wings of shadow and malice sprout from her back. She has awakened her magical beast bloodline, the Netherbird. Impressive, for a cornered animal. She looks at me, her eyes glowing with borrowed power, and warns me she cannot control her strength. A threat? I just laugh. "It's good that you've said that," I tell her, my own power beginning to truly stir. Because up until now, I have only exerted 50% of my strength. I suppose I can get serious now. She appears behind me in an instant, striking with her family's precious Hunyuan Jade Finger. A futile attempt to seize the initiative, but I was waiting for it. I turn, meeting her finger with my atomic blast fist. Blue lightning meets nether darkness. The stage cracks under the sheer force of our collision. The result is instantaneous. Her new power is nothing. She is thrown back like a ragdoll, screaming as my energy overwhelms hers. The shock on her face is exquisite. She truly believed her final trump card would be enough. But I remain unmoved, bathed in the surging aura of my own power. Her transformation was nothing more than a momentary distraction. And now I'll show her the difference between a fledgling bird and a true dragon. So begins the first semifinal of the college entrance examination. Though for my opponent, it is simply the end. She feels the fluctuation of my power, her eyes widening with a sliver of comprehension. This is just a fraction of my true form, a mere whisper of my true power, and already the arena cracks and splinters under the strain. The pathetic commentators note the energy gathering along my spine, analyzing me like some newly discovered insect. All of that power is channeled from my core, transmitted directly to my jaw, ready to be unleashed. I exhale, and a torrent of pure destruction erupts from my mouth. She raises a shield made of her so-called netherbirds, a desperate feudal gesture against the inevitable. A flicker of purple light shines in her eyes as she taps into some hidden reserve, a latent ability awakening. For a moment, her power flares, a brief spark of defiance against the storm I have summoned. She calls it feather deflection, a pathetically poetic name for delaying her demise by a few seconds. My attack is redirected, harmlessly scorching the sky as the crowd stares in disbelief. A woman in the stands gasps, her face a perfect mask of terror, and right on cue, the mayor of City, Huang Qing, appears to play the hero, erecting a golden barrier to protect his flock. He declares that the city's strongest champion will be born today, a prophecy I fully intend to fulfill. The announcer gushes, praising the mayor for saving the worthless spectators from a stray blast. But on the arena floor, a fresh pool of blood proves her little trick was not without its cost. She stands there, battered and torn, her wings in tatters but her body refusing to collapse. Her mind reels in disbelief, unable to process how I shattered her ultimate defense with a single casual strike. She sees the ghosts of her ancestors, their spectral banners, looming over her, demanding a victory she can never achieve. Her mother's voice echoes in her memory, a cruel reminder of the suffocating weight of her family's expectations. Finally, the truth settles in her heart like a shard of ice. She is tired, and I am simply too powerful. I stand motionless, allowing her a moment to savor the full depth of her despair. But then a foolish glimmer returns to her eyes as she thinks she spotted a flaw, an opening to exploit. She lunges forward, screaming at me to defeat her quickly, a desperate and transparent ploy. Her fist connects with my shoulder, and I don't even grant her the dignity of an evasion. The shock on her face is palpable as she realizes I simply allowed her to hit me. I look down at her, my expression utterly placid. Classmate Qingzhu, I ask, where has your fighting spirit gone? A cold light burns in my eyes as I finally focus on her. Have you even truly looked me in the face? For the first time, she sees the sheer, bottomless abyss that separates our power levels. With a final desperate roar, she grabs my collar, screaming that she'll win this fairly, as if such concepts still matter. She wants me to be serious. Very well. I grab her by the head and introduce her face to the unforgiving stone of the arena floor. She screams at me not to hit a girl in the face, a laughable complaint from someone who just tried to kill me. That's more like it, I say with a cold smile, watching as she ignites her own life force in a final suicidal gambit. She finally unleashes her magical beast's true form, transforming into the very thing I wanted to crush from the start. Feathers of pure energy scattered as she unfurled her wings, a pathetic attempt to appear divine. So you've finally revealed the true form of your magical beast, I stated, a cold smile touching my lips as my own power began to stir. Now things are actually getting interesting. If she wanted to play with her true form, then I would indulge her. My own body erupted in a torrent of blue flame as the Demura template activated. This was my nuclear light combat body, a perfect fusion of hard Qigong and raw destructive energy. Let's have a good fight, I said, the words a hollow promise as I launched myself forward. She met my gaze, her expression hardening as she readied her attack. A vortex of slicing energy she called hurricane tearing erupted from her blade, a storm designed to shred anything in its path. Amusing. I met her storm of blades with nothing but my fist, unleashing an explosive fist technique that shattered her pitiful attack on impact. The shockwave sent her stumbling back, her eyes wide with disbelief. She retaliated with a primal scream, a concussive blast of energy erupting from her mouth. How utterly predictable. The blast slammed into me, a wave of force that would have atomized a normal man. But my combat body didn't even register it as a threat. Do you think you're the only one who can scream? I asked, my voice cutting through the ringing in the air. It's the same old trick again. Abandoning all pretense of defense, she began gathering all of her remaining energy for one final desperate move. I will face you head on, she declared, as if that was a choice she was allowed to make. Fine, I'll grant you that much. I gathered my own power, a condensed sphere of atomic energy forming in my jaws as I prepared my atomic breath. She screamed, pouring every last drop of her bloodline ability into her attack. Netherworld bloodthorns, she shrieked, unleashing a volley of violet spears. The two forces collided, a cataclysmic impact that shook the entire stadium to its foundations. The officials panicked, realizing the sheer magnitude of the collision was something their pathetic barriers couldn't hope to contain. The mayor himself had to intervene, his face grim as he was forced to expend his own energy. He erected 3 divine leyline walls, a last-ditch effort to shield the worthless spectators. It was a futile gesture. The shockwave shattered his walls like glass. The crowd stared in silent terror at the plume of smoke, finally understanding the chasm between us and them. Even the mayor looked stunned, muttering about how he never could have imagined 2 candidates this strong appearing in a simple college entrance exam. When the dust began to settle, a single bloody hand was visible through the haze days, Lu Qingzhu was on her knees, battered and broken, the power of her magical beast completely exhausted, and yet her eyes still held a spark of defiance. Foolish to the very end. I took a single step forward, the ground cracking under my boot from the sheer pressure I was emitting. She stared up at me, her mind struggling to comprehend how my attack had devastated her while I remained completely unscathed. If you don't get rid of the nuclear radiation in your body, you will be crippled in the future, I informed her coolly. It wasn't a warning born from compassion, it was a simple statement of fact. Tears welled in her eyes. I didn't even want to fight with you to this extent, she whimpered. I crouched down, my gaze unwavering. Are you sure? When you were fighting just now, I could feel your desire for victory. Her inner turmoil was written all over her face. She hated to lose, and she had felt the thrill of battle, just for herself. I placed my hand on her shoulder, a faint blue light beginning to glow. You have too many distracting thoughts when you are fighting, I said, the energy flowing from my palm. That's why you lost. She gasped as she felt the radiation and injuries on her arm instantly heal. I stood up, turning away from her. But you are still the strongest opponent I have ever met. I glanced back slightly. Next time there's a chance, I really want to have the purest battle with you. Her face flushed, completely flustered by my words. So predictable. The smoke finally cleared completely, revealing me as the sole person left standing in the ruined arena. With the preliminary insects cleared out, the grand stage is finally set. The millions of parasites watching the livestream finally have their main event. The supposed dark horse against their golden boy, the apex of our generation. Nearly 50 million viewers, all waiting to see if the mongrel can actually dethrone the purebred. The announcer's voice booms, signaling the start of the final examination, and my opponent, Chuzhou, gestures with a pathetic imitation of chivalry. A smirk plays on my lips as I look at this child playing warrior. He makes his move, a flurry of motion they call the 7-star steps, trying to dazzle the audience with his speed. He closes the distance, shouting the name of his technique like some third-rate stage performer. His fist glows with condensed energy as he unleashes his atomic explosive fist. He was so focused on his grand attack that he failed to notice the obvious. He was just punching air, wasting his energy on my clones. He finally stops panting, the realization dawning on his face that he can't even touch me. Since I can't fight you in close combat, he declares, I'll exhaust you from a distance. A truly pitiful strategy. He calls upon his bloodline, a dramatic display of summoning his so-called ice dragon spirit. With a final roar, he unleashes his trump card, the icy pulse, hoping to overwhelm me with raw power. The entire field is consumed by his attack, a massive iceberg forming from his icy energy. He stands there sweating and breathing heavily, thinking the fight is over while the crowd roars its approval. But then a crack appears on his frozen monument. A burst of golden energy shatters his pathetic prison from within. The look of utter disbelief on his face is almost rewarding. He throws a few desperate shards of ice my way, but I brush them aside like dust. His power is a flickering candle against my inferno. Your ice dragon is nothing to me, I inform him, my own draconic power manifesting. The gap in our strength is simply too large. He trembles, sweat beading on his forehead, his confidence completely shattered. In a last desperate gamble, he announces his final move, one he was apparently saving for Lu Qingzhu. He pours every last drop of his energy into forming a blade of ice, a final radiant spectacle for the masses. An old man in the crowd recognizes the aura I'm emitting, whispering in awe about my sword intent. I don't need a grand gesture. A simple focus slash is more than enough to end this farce. His ultimate technique shatters into a million pieces, and a single drop of his blood floats in the air, a testament to his complete failure. When you get a better sword, I tell him, my voice dripping with cold pity, you might have a chance. His expression is one of utter desolation, his spirit as broken as his blade. He can only stammer, staring at the remnants of his power scattered on the ground. He looks up at me, a glimmer of pathetic hope in his eyes. How much of a chance will I have? I give him a slight smile. Well, maybe a little greater than becoming a successful simp. That's all it takes for his will to completely crumble, and his hand raises in defeat. The announcer declares my victory, my name echoing as the undisputed champion of the examination. The crowd erupts, the narrative already forming in their simple minds. The underdog from the bottom of the class is now the strongest in the city's history. They chant my name, yee-hee, yee-hee, a meaningless roar from a faceless mob. From my vantage point on the stage, they look like ants, raising their hands in worship to a god they cannot possibly comprehend. A reporter rushes to the stage, microphone in hand, ready to spin his tale about the new top scorer. He asks a carefully worded question, a subtle jab at my sudden rise to power, but I just see it as an invitation to perform. I begin my speech with false humility, thanking my teacher who is putting on a tearful performance for the cameras. I then give a nod to the headmaster, who immediately takes the bait and offers me a $2 million scholarship. My eyes gleam with feigned gratitude as I thank him for his wise leadership. Finally, I raise my fist and thank the only person responsible for this victory, myself. As if on cue, a new window appears in my vision, a reward from the system for achieving this milestone. The moment I step out, the vultures descend, their voices a grating symphony of idiocy. This is the price of victory, a swarm of parasites desperate for a sliver of my time. One of them shoves a phone in my face, asking me to judge some vapid contest of flesh, as if my opinion on such trivial matters holds any weight. I have no time to waste on these insects, so I push through the crowd, their pathetic pleas echoing behind me. I finally find refuge on an empty basketball court, the silence a welcome reprieve from the buzzing of the flies. Finally, a moment to process the system's rewards, a confirmation that my potential is not bound to a single path. But my thoughts are shattered by yet another voice, congratulating me on my victory. I turn ready to dismiss another reporter, but this one is different. He introduces himself as a man from Huadu, and his next words catch my complete attention. Genetic locks, he says, a term that freezes the air around us. My mind races. I know for a fact my power isn't from some innate human potential, but from the monster templates I absorb. He then probes deeper, asking about my father, a simple taxi driver. He pulls a file from his briefcase, questioning how such an ordinary man would know a term at the forefront of genetic research. A cold realization begins to dawn on me. My past is not as simple as I was led to believe. He offers me the file, a secret document Huadu has unlocked specifically for me. My fingers brush against the worn manila envelope, the weight of buried secrets palpable within. Inside are files on Prometheus, a defunct biological research institute whose scientists vanished into society. I look up at him, my voice dripping with sarcasm. So let me get this straight. You think my father was some secret super scientist, and I'm his little lab experiment? He tries to placate me, but I cut him off, my composure colder than ice. If I told you I am far calmer than you are right now, would you believe it? He speaks of protection, of being a key prospect, but I see it for what it is, a leash. Once he's finally gone, I can think clearly, tallying up my winnings from the tournament. The 2 million scholarship and bonus are useful tools, nothing more. The true prize is the chance to draw a new template ability, to add another weapon to my arsenal. The system responds to my will, and a maelstrom of raw purple energy erupts in front of me, the pressure immense. A guttural cry escapes my lips as I absorb the data stream, my body straining against the influx of power. The chaotic energy coalesces into a card, revealing the skeletal visage of a colossal monster, a D-rank template. I stand before the phantom of my new power, a towering beast that dwarfs my human form completely. The system displays its name, Supergiant Humanoid, with the abilities of giantification and ultra-heated steam, and a sudden, terrifying thought crosses my mind. If these templates can be superimposed, what happens when I combine this raw physical might with the absolute power of the Demora? The vision floods my senses, an unstoppable behemoth, a god of destruction. Meanwhile, a man they call Huolong ends a call, his voice deceptively calm as he cancels all his appointments. He sits in the darkness, the phone clattering to the floor as his knuckles turn white. His fury finally breaks its chains as he stomps his foot, shattering the concrete beneath him. The shockwave is a testament to his rage. He listens to a report from a subordinate in a hazmat suit, learning they never found his brother's body. All they found were trace amounts of nuclear radiation, and the screen before him shows the unmistakable silhouette of my Demora form. My younger brother, he sees this. I told you not to get involved. His eyes lock onto the screen displaying the winner of the college entrance exam. He leans in, a grotesque smile spreading across his face as he looks at my picture, a predator who has just found his prey. Back at the university, I'm about to head out when a delivery arrives. Just as I was planning to test my new template in the secret realm, another interruption appears. It's a letter of all things from Chuzhou, inviting me to a new C-rank realm that's just opened. I arrive at the designated location, Redwood Mountain, to find it already swarming with people. As expected, a new secret realm draws every scavenger and glory seeker in the city. A voice cuts through the crowd, and I see Chuzhou waving me over. The first thing he says is that I've gotten stronger. His senses are impressively keen. I tell him I merely invested my prize money into gene drugs to boost my template, then ask about his university plans. He states it plainly, Huadu University. It seems we're destined to be schoolmates, though I notice a strange melancholy in his eyes. Before I can question it, a violent tremor shakes the mountain as reality itself begins to tear apart. A colossal winged beast of pure dark energy emerges from the rift, its power eclipsing anything a C-rank realm should contain. She had no idea the real show was about to begin, as a colossal three-headed beast of pure lightning erupted into existence, guarding the entrance. In front of this gatekeeper, a pathetic crowd of so-called warriors gathered, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and greed. One particularly loud fool, with more muscle than brain, started rallying the others, screaming about tearing the monster apart to get into the secret realm. Like a tide of lemmings, they all charged forward, a chaotic swarm of blades and misplaced courage. The beast, for all its terrifying power, actually seemed to panic at the sheer number of insects flying at it. As expected, the early bird gets shot. The guardian monster was torn to shreds in seconds, its only purpose to serve as a mindless obstacle for these greedy hunters. With the gatekeeper gone, the entrance to the Redwood Mountain secret realm was open. As my team and I stepped through the portal, the air was already thick with the metallic stench of blood. I could feel it instantly, a wrongness in the air that these amateurs were completely oblivious to. From the Crimson Woods, a veritable tide of beasts erupted, their glowing eyes fixed on the fresh meat that had just walked into their ambush. The warriors, who thought they were the hunters, were now the prey, their screams echoing as the horde tore through their ranks. Some of them weren't completely useless, like this one who managed to manifest his ice-based bloodline ability. He swung his frozen blade, a desperate attempt to carve a path through the unending wave of monsters. Another one unleashed what he called an atomic explosive fist, a flashy but ultimately inefficient technique that vaporized a single beast. The blue-haired one, Chuzhou, thanked me for some warning I barely recall giving, then had the audacity to tell me none of these beasts were worth my time. He was right, of course, which is why I was standing in a field of melted flesh and bone, the result of me ending the fight myself. He looked at my work, his eyes wide with a pathetic pathetic mix of horror and awe at the sheer number of monsters I had slain. He even managed to correctly deduce my method, a large-scale nuclear radiation attack that dissolves the very cells of living things. The other survivors whispered amongst themselves, annoyed that the battle had ended so quickly and wondering which high-level warrior was responsible. Then their pathetic little minds put it together, remembering the rumors about the top scorer from the college entrance exams. Their brilliant strategy, it turned out, was to drive the monsters towards me and use me as a human shield. A signal flare shot into the sky, announcing the leader of the beast tide was dead and that the horde was retreating. Chuzhou looked over the battlefield, noting that of the thousands who entered, only about 800 remained. One of my temporary lackeys struggled with a massive bag of monster cores, asking how he was supposed to transport them all. I tossed him my storage ring, an artifact worth tens of millions, and watched him gawk at it like a child seeing a new toy. Just then another group of scavengers arrived, led by someone they called Boss Wu Sen. He approached me, introducing himself as the leader of the Silver Wolf martial arts group and feigning gratitude for my heroic performance. He then extended an offer to join his group, promising to sponsor my education with an S-level contract. My companions practically vibrated with excitement, calling it the opportunity of a lifetime. Before I could dismiss him, another annoyance arrived, a woman with a spectral tiger, representing a rival guild. She offered me a place in her group and a 15% stake in their resources, a far more direct if equally pointless offer. The fools around me looked like their hearts were about to burst from secondhand excitement. I finally cut them off, cleaning my ear with my pinky to show exactly how much their offers interested me. They tried to save face by offering friendship instead, a meaningless gesture I accepted with a cold handshake. Chuzhou had the nerve to ask if I'd use the same hand to dig out my earwax, so I just told him not to sweat the small stuff. With the pests gone, we agreed to get a better view from the treetops to make a real plan. I moved in a flash, leaving him staring at the empty space where I used to be, his mind too slow to even register my speed. From our new vantage point, we saw something that dwarfed the entire forest. A shadow moved against the clouds, a form so immense it defied belief. We were standing on the canopy of a forest, but we were looking up at a body that had to be thousands of meters high. He was terrified, but I just smiled. He saw an impossibly large monster, but I saw the truth of this realm. He stared at me, realizing my will was as unshakable as my power, and for a moment, he understood the gap between us. His eyes betrayed his thoughts. He wanted my monster cores, but my own senses were already reaching far beyond him. My life magnetic field swept across the landscape, detecting a strange empty void in the southeast, a vacuum where life should be. An old saying came to mind, where there's smoke and waves, the fish are more valuable. I pointed him toward the anomaly, a smirk playing on my lips. Go take a look. Let the pawn scout the board. The king will claim the prize when the time is right. The bizarre alien landscape did little to impress me, merely another secret realm to be conquered. Just as I was assessing the area, a new group of insects scurried into view, one of them calling out to their leader. The woman they call Yuli recognizes me, her surprise barely concealed as she gossips with her friend about my reputation as An City's top scorer. Her companion then asks about me, apparently impressed by my performance against the beast tide. Yuli lies through her teeth, claiming they only just arrived and sent 2 teammates to scout the lake. Suddenly, one of her so-called scouts erupts from the water, his face twisted in a manic glee as he screams about hitting the jackpot. The fool is babbling about a relic, a fortune waiting at the bottom of the lake for anyone greedy enough to take it. His comrades erupt in celebration, their minds already spending wealth they haven't earned. As I explained the significance of relics to Chuzhou, the loudmouth, Yu Yang, dares to accuse us of eavesdropping, his hand instinctively going to his weapon. Yuli is quick to de-escalate, reminding her hot-headed friend that we are the top 2 scorers from the entrance exam. She then has the audacity to invite us to join them, a transparent attempt to use my power to secure her prize. Yu Yang reluctantly agrees to my terms for splitting the spoils, warning me not to get any ideas, as if his pathetic threats held any weight. Without another word, we descend into the murky water, following the fools to their promised treasure. We emerge in a vast ice cavern, the supposed antechamber to the ruins they spoke of. Yu Yang frantically tries to contact his missing teammate, Li Wei, immediately assuming the man ran off with treasure for himself. I cut through their bickering, demanding to know if they'd bothered to scout for monsters. While Yu Yang foolishly insists the area is clear, the woman with glasses realizes the truth. Li Wei hasn't run away, he's been discarded. She wisely suggests a retreat, but Yu Yang, consumed by greed, explodes in a rage. He delivers a pathetic speech about glory and riches, shaming the others into following him deeper into the obvious trap. I let them take the lead, their bodies being the perfect tools to trigger whatever lies ahead. A flicker of purple energy pulses from the depths of the cave, confirming my suspicions. This entire setup feels wrong. Chuzhou whispers to me, pointing out the obvious flaws in their story. Their discovery was far too convenient, almost as if they were led here. He suggests we leave, but that would be far too boring. I silence him with a look. Their trap is my playground. We finally enter the main chamber, a grotesque nest of thick, writhing vines covering every surface. They find the skeletal remains of countless aquatic beasts and a drained monster core, the horrifying truth of this place finally dawning on them. Yuli turns on Yu Yang, demanding to know where the relic is, but her question is cut short by a scream. Her teammate points a trembling finger toward the ceiling. The desiccated corpse of their friend Li Wei hangs there like a grotesque marionette, ensnared by the pulsing vines. The looks of horror on their faces are almost amusing. Yu Yang collapses, his mind breaking as he screams about the missing relic and his dead teammate. He shrieks in terror as he feels the vines crawling up his own legs, his last coherent thought a warning for the others to run. It's too late. The parasitic vines erupt from his head, his body now just another puppet for the master of this cave. I sever the attacking tendrils with a wave of my hand, finally understanding the creature's tactic. It used its first victims as intelligent bait to lure in the rest of the herd. Deep within the nest, the monster's core pulses with malevolent energy, revealing that we have been lured directly into its hunting ground. The vines seal the tunnel behind us, blocking any chance of escape for these fools. Chudro identifies the beast as a second-level king-class ghost demon vine, and the others begin to panic, realizing they are hopelessly outmatched. As some new challenger suddenly appears screaming my name, I ignore him completely, my eyes fixed on the true threat. The cavern shakes as the newcomer unleashes a massive attack against the vine monster. I walked into the spiritual medicine appraisal center, the air thick with the greed of lesser men. They mutter about dog luck and how I must have stumbled into a fortune, their jealousy as pathetic as it is predictable. But this has nothing to do with luck. The low-grade magic cores are now useless to me, and it's time to convert them into capital. My true gains from the beast tide were far more valuable. 5 blue monster cores from 3rd-level beasts. And this, a 2nd-level king-type core from the demon ghost vine. A prize truly worthy of my efforts. The monster cores are sold, but before I can even find a buyer for the spiritual medicine, it seems one has found me instead. A rather ostentatious vehicle pulls up, clearly meant to intimidate. An old man introduces himself as Li Yutian, boss of Pinghe Pharmacy, already aware of my haul from Redwood Mountain. He offers to buy everything at market price, a surprisingly fair offer for an opportunist. My information was leaked by the appraisers, a predictable but irrelevant betrayal. If business comes to me, it simply saves me the effort of seeking it out. The deal is done, and my account now holds over 74 million yuan. But this is trivial. Money can't compare to a 10% increase in my personal strength, and the common genetic potions on the market are utterly worthless to me now. My template has a picky, insatiable appetite. It craves things like blood jade fruit and advanced genetic potions, goods I don't even have the qualifications to purchase. But there is another way to grow stronger. During the entrance exam, I relied entirely on the Demora template's power to crush my opponents, but my own combat skill, my martial arts, are pathetically underdeveloped compared to true masters. It's time to change that and acquire some domineering martial arts techniques. I know just the man to bribe for the right connections. Old Deng, I'm here to get some gold coins from you. I arrive at An City's #1 middle school, heading straight for the principal's office. The principal feigns surprise at my visit, but I play the part of the polite student, a role he seems eager to accept. I present him with a gift of medicinal wine, cloaking my request in the guise of traditional respect for an elder. His eyes light up at the sight of the rare ingredients, his greed making him predictable and easy to manipulate. With the hook set, I make my true request. I want to learn powerful martial arts, and I need his connections. He questions my impatience, suggesting I wait until university. I cut him off, my gaze conveying an intensity he can't ignore. Principal, I really want to improve. He finally relents, spouting some nonsense about educators helping special students. I shower him with hollow praise, and he laughs like a fool. The transaction is complete. The next day at noon, I get the call. He's made the arrangements. I thank him, toweling off after a workout. Which martial arts family? I ask. The Liu family. The very family of the girl I humiliated in the exam. How very interesting. I head to the outskirts of An City. On the way, I come across some local trash enjoying a joyride. The girl clings to him, impressed by his speed. How quaint. He boasts that he has something even more awesome. Pathetic. He glances in his mirror, and his face contorts with disbelief. The girl warns him not to get distracted, but it's too late. He screams in frustration, almost crashing, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. I pull up alongside them on a simple, shared bicycle. You dare to compete with me on a broken bicycle? He yells, his ego completely shattered. I don't bother with a reply. I just grip the handlebars and leave them choking on my dust. The girl is still cheering for her manly boyfriend, completely oblivious as I simply move on. A surge of power is all it takes. Their expressions shift from arrogance to pure, unadulterated shock. The wheels of a simple machine glow with a power they could never hope to achieve. See ya, little brother G, I think, a final dismissive thought for an insect. And then I'm gone. I disappear over the horizon in a flash of blue light. The idiot is left questioning reality itself. Are shared bicycles this fast now? His girlfriend is even more stunned, thinking my speed rivaled an airplane. I finally arrive at my destination. As expected of a martial arts family, the estate is magnificent, a monument to their wealth and power, but I can sense it. Several powerful life auras emanate from within the compound. Someone is coming out to greet me. It's Lu Qingdru. You are here, classmate Yihei. She greets me with a forced pleasantry, but her posture is tense. I lean in, a smirk on my face. Qingju, are you that unhappy to see me? She stammers a denial, quickly changing the subject to her mother. So, the matriarch wants to see me. This should be interesting. As we enter, the sound of heels clicking on the grand staircase draws my attention. She's making an entrance. I welcome you, Yihei. The head of the Liu family, Qin Lan, descends the stairs, her presence a clear attempt to assert dominance from the very first moment. My mind immediately flashes to the historical figure, Cao Cao, a man notorious for his particular tastes. And in that moment, seeing the mother and then the daughter, I finally understand the situation perfectly. While I was being ushered through their manicured gardens, I knew exactly what kind of conversation was happening inside their hallowed halls. A daughter, Lu Qingdru, would be standing before her mother, still stinging from her defeat at my hands. And the matriarch, Hyunlin Pruan, would be feigning a comforting expression, her mind already moving pieces on a board. She would praise Kingju's pathetic performance, telling her not to be nervous, all while a screen displayed my overwhelming victory for emphasis. She'd call me a dark horse to soothe her daughter's wounded pride, a convenient excuse for a loss she couldn't afford. Then would come the guilt, the recitation of their family's woes, a useless son with no talent, unfit to inherit their crumbling legacy. The entire weight of their future would be placed squarely on her daughter's shoulders, a burden designed to break her will. The mother would cup her face, her touch a cage, reminding her she was beautiful, but ultimately just a girl, a commodity to be traded. With their family masterless and their influence waning, she would lay her trap, claiming this was their only path away from ruin, her brilliant solution, to pair her precious daughter with me. She saw my simple background and thought it meant I was malleable, a powerful but ambitionless fool she could easily chain to her family's fate. She wouldn't demand an answer immediately, of course, she'd just tell Qingju to get along with me, a command masquerading as a gentle suggestion. And just like that, the stage was set for my arrival. I played my part perfectly, offering a polite greeting and a meaningless gift to the woman who believed she was about to become my puppet master. She didn't waste time with pleasantries, her sharp eyes assessing me as she brought up my request to see their martial arts. Her agreement was far too quick, a clear sign of the hook attached to this bait. I would be granted access to their precious martial arts pavilion, but for one day only. She dangled their ultimate prize before me, 3 legendary Swanwu martial arts. Convinced this was a test of my ability that would indent me to her, I lowered my head in feigned gratitude, thanking the Liu family, a carefully chosen phrase she immediately misinterpreted as a binding promise. The fool was already counting her victory, smugly believing she had secured my loyalty for the future. As Kingju led me into the depths of their vault, she couldn't even meet my eyes. I decided to amuse myself, closing the distance between us until she was trapped against the cold stone. She recoiled like a frightened animal, sputtering nonsense, as I laughed at her transparent panic. We soon arrived at a massive door, intricately carved and radiating a faint energy. She proudly explained it was Huali stone from a secret realm, impossible for anyone below the Swanwu master level to even scratch. "Can I punch it?" I asked, enjoying the flicker of contempt in her eyes as she silently agreed. She thought me a fool, right up until the moment my fist ignited with the blue lightning of the thunder god's wrath. The resulting explosion of energy was the same technique I used to defeat her, a pleasant reminder of her place. Yet my fist met no resistance. Instead of shattering, the stone absorbed my power, my entire arm sinking into the wall as if it were water. Qingju let out a relieved laugh, foolishly thinking she'd just witnessed my failure. Inside, she guided me through endless shelves of second-rate techniques, explaining the layout of their precious library. She pointed to a sealed room in the distance, condescendingly telling me I wouldn't be able to learn the Swanhuang arts in a single day. She even offered to pick out lesser techniques for me, as if I would ever settle for scraps. I followed her to the final vault, a door made of a rare black power stone they'd been collecting for generations. The doors hissed open, revealing 3 chambers, each holding the legacy of a master. She began explaining their philosophy, that the martial art chooses the artist, that one must feel its rhyme. My eyes locked onto one nameplate, the devil in the flesh. A grin spread across my face. "I am the heaven-sent chosen one of this martial art," I declared, and as if in agreement, the chamber began to glow with a malevolent red light. But when the door opened, there was no scroll, no ancient book. There was only a grotesque statue, a writhing monument of flesh and agony. My focus snapped back to the present, and I found myself sitting on the cold stone floor before a hideous broken idol. I finally understood. I had been pulled into the so-called world of martial rhyme, and this grotesque statue was its anchor. So the old man was right, this power isn't contained in scrolls, but infused into objects by long-dead masters. The girl had explained it herself, that only those who reached the peak could leave behind such a remnant of their will for future generations. Her companion, the boy, looked utterly lost, asking her how anyone could possibly learn from a block of stone. Her answer was as vague and useless as I expected. "Sense the martial rhyme," she said, leaving it to the whims of something as unreliable as fate. The boy's response was fittingly pathetic. Deciding it was preordained, he simply lay down to take a nap. His sister could only sigh, clearly accustomed to his foolishness. I, on the other hand, analyzed my situation. This was a spiritual world, and without my usual abilities, I was effectively a blank slate. My system confirmed it. My template was inactive, and I had returned to the state of a weak, ordinary person. Fortunately, the system also noted that my consciousness was in a special, protected space, and my core template was still intact. A booming voice shattered the silence as a spectral warrior materialized from the statue, declaring that only a real man could inherit his legacy. He demanded I prove my worth, his form a perfect, imposing replica of the idol he once inhabited. His grand trial was pathetically simple. I was to guard this broken temple through a thunderstorm, while 100 ghosts roamed free. He laid out his arrogant terms: succeed and I get his power, fail and the ghosts will devour my soul, a threat that was more amusing than intimidating. As if on cue, a drop of water fell from the crumbling ceiling, cold against my skin. Then it began to pour, and I felt the rain on my face. The trial's cheap attempt at setting a mood. The spirit grinned, certain that its little test was about to begin in earnest. As the storm raged, the temple filled with the shrieks of 100 red-eyed phantoms, and I calmly summoned a blade of pure energy. I tuned out their useless wailing, my focus becoming absolute. I moved through them like a phantom myself, my blade a blur of light that tore through their spectral forms without effort. The spirit watched from above, sneering that a mere martial artist who dared to challenge his ghosts was simply courting death. He even had the audacity to complain that he'd have to clean up my body himself. A truly laughable assumption. I effortlessly cut down another one of his pets, their incorporeal bodies dissolving before my blade. The spirit's arrogant expression finally cracked as he watched me carve a path through his so-called army. His voice was laced with disbelief as he finally stated the obvious. His ghosts couldn't even get close to me. Of course they couldn't. My system automatically protects my spiritual body, rendering their pathetic attacks completely inert. A cruel smile spread across my face as I realized the beautiful simplicity of the situation. With a single thought, I unleashed a wave of force that vaporized every last ghost in the temple instantly. The ancient warrior's face was a perfect portrait of shock, his grand trial utterly dismantled. He stammered, demanding to know how it was possible. I looked up at the pathetic ghost and gave him the most insulting answer I could think of. There is no other reason. I just study hard and practice diligently. He actually bought it, promising to pass on his inheritance, as if I were giving him a choice. The temple floor split apart, revealing a well glowing with crimson, malevolent energy. He explained that this well contained the essence of evil spirits he'd condensed over a lifetime, the source of a technique called the devil in the flesh. He called my personality unique, a pathetic attempt to understand a power so far beyond his comprehension. He then began a tedious monologue about his glory days as a hero who cleared an S-level realm with this very power. His story ended, as they all do, in weakness. His aging body failed, the evil spirits backfired, and he was forced to end his own life. Before he died, he cast his vengeful soul and this corrupted power into the statue, creating this very test. He warned me that the lingering spirits were still far too dangerous for any normal martial artist. His final challenge was to subdue them myself, to truly master the devil in the flesh and surpass him. Outside this spiritual prison, in some sterile observation room, the two women watched my progress. The younger one cried out to her mother in panic, completely oblivious to the incredible power I was about to seize. My physical body lay on the floor, convulsing as the raw crimson energy of the well began to flood my very being. The outside world and its pathetic observers faded away, completely irrelevant as I reached out to claim my prize. From their observation room, they watched my body on the monitor, little more than a lab rat in their eyes. The girl, Qingju, notes with concern that while I looked like I was having a pleasant dream a moment ago, I was now in convulsions. She tells her mother that I'm suddenly twitching, bleeding from my eyes and nose. The old woman calmly explains that the martial art I'm learning was a fluke discovery by her grandfather, a cursed and dangerous power. She goes on to say that even her own grandmaster was grievously injured, trying to learn it, rejected by the very power he sought to control. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight, she preaches, as if her tired platitudes mean anything to me. She believes I have simply chosen this ordeal, but her lecture is cut short by a sudden realization. While they were busy spectating, I had already conquered it completely. Her daughter looks on, almost disappointed by the lack of struggle, remarking that my ordeal wasn't as dramatic as her mother described. They can only stare in stunned silence, their impossible trial having been little more than a brief exercise for me. Inside my mind, I give a perfunctory thanks to the spiritual remnant who taught me the technique. The entity, a being of pure demonic power, was quite the instructor. It called me the most talented successor it had ever seen, burdening me with some ancient task to uncover the truth of the secret realms. Another tedious responsibility to add to my list, but I accept the power it offers all the same. The core concept of the technique floods my mind, imprisoning a demon within your own flesh and blood, turning your body into a weapon. Though my base attributes are unchanged, my combat power has effectively doubled now that I've mastered the Xuanhuang Atoll. Just as I finish integrating the power, my audience enters the room, asking the obvious. I offer a casual salute, confirming I've learned their unlearnable art. The mother is utterly dumbfounded, sputtering that even her genius daughter would need a week of constant effort to master it. She asks, in a trembling voice, if I truly learned it in just 1 hour. King Drew just stares, the definition of genius being rewritten in her mind as she watches me walk away. Their blatant disbelief is amusing, so I turn back with a smirk. Looks like you two don't believe me, so I'll give you a demonstration. I channel the power I gained from the martial rhyme world, manifesting the ferocious evil spirit. The energy erupts from my body, an enchantment of pure lethal force that howls with spectral rage. The mother herself notes the chilling aftershock and the ghost-like howl of the entity I now command. Qingju is frozen in place, her eyes wide with a cocktail of awe and terror. Her mother stumbles backward, completely overwhelmed and stammering my name in disbelief. Her husband has to catch her, chiding her for losing her composure so easily in front of a potential son-in-law. Qingju, ever the pragmatist, immediately offers me their other two family techniques. Her mother can only watch in horror as her daughter tries to give away the entire Liu family fortune. I politely decline for now. One of their arts is more than enough to digest at the moment. She tells Qingju to see me off, offering a car from the garage as a replacement for the shared bike I arrived on. I can see the cold calculation in her eyes. This isn't a gift, it's an investment she hopes will pay dividends. A car is too conspicuous, so I ask for a motorcycle instead. It's a simple enough request, and it seems to pique her interest. She agrees instantly, offering me the best machine from her troublesome son's son's personal collection. As fate would have it, that very son is just arriving home, complaining to himself about rumors of a live-in son-in-law. He scoffs, convinced no one is worthy of his perfect sister. He's still muttering about some annoying guy on a shared bike who startled his new girlfriend. His tirade is cut short as I blast past him on his own motorcycle, his sister holding on tight behind me. He stops dead, recognizing me as the man from the bike. A stray piece of gravel kicked up by my tire smacks him squarely in the face. And then the final, beautiful realization hits him. I'm stealing his sister on his own prized machine. I arrive back at my apartment, leaving the borrowed bike parked outside. It's time to eat, and my diet consists of something far more potent than regular food. The last monster core I consumed was rather bland, so this time I'll add some sauce. After consuming the blue crystal, my system panel confirms my physique has improved, granting me more points to allocate. My supergiant humanoid template is still too small for my ambitions. I need to be bigger, so I'll invest all my new points into the giant template immediately. Next on the menu is the golden monster core from the second level demon vine. As the energy floods my system, a warning appears. The plant-based genetics have triggered a potential mutation. Mutation is a gamble, a chance at a powerful new attribute, or a useless negative evolution. I can feel the unstable power churning inside me, a chaotic force awaiting my decision. Risk is a tool for the powerful, so without a moment's thought, I approve the mutation. The system congratulates me for unlocking an S- rank template. Nuclear, the sheer cosmic force of the upgrade courses through me, a torrent of raw, unrestrained power. Then the system reveals a hidden path, a 2% chance for my Savage Trace Demora template to evolve into the Star Universe Demora upon reaching 100% completion. Star Universe Demora, the name itself echoes with absolute power, a goal I now must achieve. But first I have to max out my current template, a task suddenly interrupted by a blinding flash outside my window. I look out at the city, my brow furrowed in annoyance. A terrorist attack perhaps? This world is full of irritating distractions. Distant sirens confirmed my suspicions. The local authorities were playing their part, sealing off the area like caged animals. Then came the distinct unwelcome click of my own front door lock being bypassed. They had entered my space, my sanctuary, an amateur's mistake. The previous owner of this body was a recluse, which meant this intrusion was no social call. I hadn't ordered anything, so this could only be trouble looking for a place to die. A woman in advanced combat armor stood in my living room, her subordinate asking if she knew who I was. Her technology was impressive, but ultimately irrelevant. She had the audacity to threaten me, rambling about hiding something and altering my memory as if I were some helpless civilian. With her hand on my shoulder, she warned me not to run, completely oblivious to the fact that she was the one who was trapped. I briefly considered the inconvenience of finding a new apartment. She looked confused by my silence, asking what I was talking about. I let a sliver of my aura leak out, just enough for her to feel the chill of her own impending doom. I'm saying, I stated calmly, you're already dead. It was Zhou Yi, one of my more zealous pawns, drawing their attention. He was putting on quite the show for the armored insects swarming the streets. He screamed about trading his life, activating some forbidden technique to maximize the chaos. His life force erupted in a torrent of red energy, a beautiful, violent, and ultimately useful distraction. But even in his final moments, he saw that his sacrifice wasn't enough to clear the board. My uninvited guest took this opportunity to escape the building. With his dying breath, my subordinate yelled out my name, confirming he'd secured the item before his demise. He tossed it into the sewers, a predictable but effective move. A job well done. These two fools scurried away into the dark alleyways, thinking they had escaped. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, believing the police were her only problem. Her companion noted with admiration that her nano armor was already repairing itself from the blast wave. I appeared behind them, my footsteps silent. You still haven't explained, I began, my voice cutting through the quiet, why you broke into my house. The man should have realized his fatal error the moment he chose my apartment at random, but some people are just slow. I let the energy build in my fists, a low blue glow illuminating the alley. For this disturbance, I said with a thin smile, I'll make sure to have some fun with you. He spun around, his face a mask of pure terror. How did you find us? He shrieked. The woman realized first, noting the faint traces of nuclear radiation I'd tagged her with. I cut their chatter short. If you have time to talk, you have time to fight. The man, desperate to prove his worth, lunged forward, boasting about his flesh-bound demon technique. His attack was a flurry of light and noise, utterly meaningless, a pathetic display of raw, uncontrolled energy. He could already feel the gap in our power, a desperate grimace twisting his face. My own aura flared, effortlessly swallowing his. I met his charge head-on, his technique shattered against my defenses like glass. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was thrown back, coughing up blood. I gave him no time to recover. I closed the distance in an instant, my fists a blur of motion. Each strike landed with the force of a meteor. The ground cracked and splintered beneath the force of my blows. His partner could only watch in horror at the brutal efficiency of my martial arts. She asked who my master was, as if a name would somehow save her. I paused my assault, planting my foot on her partner's chest. I'm a disciple of Emperor Guangla, I said, inventing a name on the spot. She'd never heard of him, of course. This city was nothing but a backwater, but her fallen comrade wasn't quite finished, warning me not to get cocky. His body began to contort, demonic energy pouring out of him. A last-ditch effort. How amusing. He transformed, his skin hardening into a monstrous spiky carapace. a truly hideous beast. He stood to his full height, roaring about being a 6th-tier martial artist. He called me a mere apprentice, deluded by his own pathetic power-up. He stomped the ground, shaking the alley. He charged, convinced this new form would be enough. He swung a clawed fist at my head. I simply raised my hand and caught it, his full momentum stopping dead. Now that's more like it, I smirked. Just then, the woman activated her suit's stealth function, trying to flank me while I was distracted. A predictable betrayal from a cornered rat. She fired a concentrated energy beam, aimed at my back. I simply shifted my position, pulling her monstrous partner directly into the line of fire. His impenetrable hide was seared by his own ally's attack. The resulting explosion sent him staggering. I vanished from the point of impact, leaving the two of them to deal with the consequences of their incompetence. The beast roared in fury, not at me, but at the useless fool who had shot him in the back. Their teamwork was truly pitiful. Realizing she was a liability, he turned his full attention back to me. "I'll have to handle it myself," he bellowed. I reappeared a few feet away, cracking my knuckles. Here we go. Our energies collided again, a far more powerful shockwave than before. His defense had indeed increased significantly. I had to admit I was mildly surprised. The entire abandoned city block was our arena, a fitting tomb for these insects. Her partner, a transformed brute, bellowed his challenge, his voice echoing with hollow confidence. He called himself an iron-crowned rhino, a rather pathetic title for what was essentially just a large, angry lump of muscle. I simply vanished from his line of sight, and the beast's primitive mind short-circuited with confusion. His head whipped around, eyes wide with a pathetic mix of shock and fear. He didn't have to look for long. A storm of raw power erupted from me, my very cells screaming as they broke their human limits. I let the evolution take over, my body twisting and expanding into a form more suitable for this extermination. He could only stare, paralyzed, as I towered over him, a monument to his poor life choices. The fool finally managed a question, his voice cracking under the pressure. He screamed, his bravado shattering into a million pieces of raw terror. He finally realized his mistake, babbling about demonic beasts and transformations, as if any label could save him now. I didn't give him the dignity of an answer, instead unleashing a volley of pure energy. The beams tore through him, a fitting punishment for his arrogance. Each blast was a lesson in the chasm between his power and mine. His pathetic form was simply erased from existence. The shockwave of my attack pulverized the concrete around us. He was nothing but dust in the wind. Now it was her turn. I charged an orb of condensed energy in my palm, a small sun of destruction. The system confirmed what I already felt, a complete transcendence beyond my prior limitations. From a nearby rooftop, the woman watched, her face pale with the dawning horror of her mistake. She finally understood that she hadn't cornered some rogue upstart. She had provoked a god. The realization that escape was impossible finally settled in her tiny brain. She chose to fight, a desperate and utterly predictable final act of defiance. She lunged, pulling a glowing wire from her nano armor. She boasted about its ability to cut alloys, as if conventional weapons meant anything to me now. "You still have human weaknesses," she declared, a fatal assumption. With a desperate scream, she lashed the wire across my throat, praying for a miracle. She landed, panting heavily, a sliver of hope in her eyes as she asked if she'd succeeded. Her armor was cracked, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but a triumphant smirk played on her lips. I let her savor the delusion for a moment before my body began to glow with blinding light. Her victory turned to ash in her mouth as she uttered a single word, "Monster." The look of absolute soul-crushing terror on her face was almost satisfying. Her world dissolved into a brilliant, unforgiving blue. That endless light was the last thing she ever saw. Smoke billowed from the crater where she and the building once stood. Reverting to my human form, I walked through the haze. I found her partner, Zhou Yi, still breathing, buried in the rubble. I looked down at the broken man and told him plainly, "It's your turn." He stared up at me, blood and terror mixing in his eyes. He spat the word monster as if it were an insult, but I simply corrected his worldview. Those who kill must always be prepared to be killed themselves. It's the simplest rule of this world. A sudden explosion of energy erupted from a nearby alleyway as he triggered a self-destruct sequence. In his final moments, he decided to drag me down with him, a truly pathetic last resort. With his dying breath, he revealed that the woman had hidden something called the golden gene in my room, a prize that would have me hunted for the rest of my days. He cackled, thinking he'd cursed me to an eternity of running, promising to wait for me in hell. I silenced his pointless monologue with a single, crushing blow. The sirens were approaching. I needed to dispose of the evidence. I glanced back at the gaping hole in the skyscraper and had to admit I might have gone a bit too far this time. Back in the quiet of my apartment, I dealt with the mundane fallout. I sat on the floor, my knuckles still bloody, and calmly messaged my Aunt Chin. I assured her I was fine, just laying low before university started, playing the part of the well-behaved kid she knew. It was a good thing I gave her a heads up. A signature-level nuclear blast tends to attract police attention. With the authorities placated, I turned my attention to the real problem. So this was the golden gene they died for. I held the canister, recognizing the insignia almost immediately. It was the symbol of Laser Bird, a biotech giant, a name I'd seen in files Huadu had given me. The pieces clicked into place, these two fools stole this from a major corporation and got hunted down for it. And in his final act of spite, Zhou Yi had tried to make his problem my problem. The blast had torn a hole through my wall, making the apartment uninhabitable. A woman I'd never seen before was standing there, a ladle in her hand and a curious look on her face. Another complication. Wonderful. The system designated this place as a B-class secret realm, the inner region of Swan Lake, a secluded island chain, a place where weaklings hunt for scraps and call it a career. One of these hunters, a woman with misplaced confidence, asks her companion about their haul. He stands over the corpse of a wolf, gloating about making a small profit. Pathetic. Suddenly, one of their subordinates shouts out in alarm, her face a mask of confusion and fear. A strange energy begins to permeate the air, a sign that their insignificant lives are about to end. The very fabric of the realm tears apart, a violent red energy crackling across the sky. The so-called hunters can only look on in terror, their primitive minds unable to process the scale of the threat. A horde of twisted abominations begins to pour from the rift, their collective roar a promise of carnage. They are a tide of nightmares, creatures of bone and shadow, driven by a singular malevolent will. A colossal dragon emerges from the swirling chaos, its spine a series of razor-sharp ridges. Its massive form eclipses the sky, casting a shadow of absolute despair over the island. An entire army of these monstrosities follows in its wake, a legion of teeth and claws. In the distance, a throne of jagged rock stands waiting for its master. From the deepest darkness of the rift, a pair of crimson eyes glares out with predatory intensity. Purple lightning erupts as the true sovereign of this tide finally reveals itself. It is a behemoth of fur and spikes, perched atop a mountain of bleached skulls. The system identifies the threat, a fifth-tier sovereign-class beast, the blood-eyed Sinwolf, leading a massive beast tide. The fool who was just celebrating his profit now screams a desperate warning into his comms. He wails that his city can't possibly survive this, pathetically begging for grandmasters to intervene. The man cries about the unfairness of a high-tier monster appearing in a low-tier zone, as if his complaints matter. The Sinwolf's massive red eye stares down at him, devoid of anything but contempt. A sphere of pure destructive energy begins to form in front of its maw, a silent judgment. It unleashes the blast, a focused beam of purple energy that rips through the air. The ground itself rumbles and fractures under the sheer force of the attack. The very islands of the realm are torn from their foundations and flung into the sky. The last survivors flee in terror, screaming into their radios about the emergency at Swan Lake. The woman from before is now just another panicked voice, begging for reinforcements that will never come. A crimson slash cuts her transmission short. All that's left is her severed hand and a radio crackling with the silence of death. The Sinwolf stands triumphant, crackling with an aura of absolute power. It lets out a roar that echoes through the plains, a declaration of its arrival. Its maw opens into a terrifying grin, filled with teeth like daggers. With a silent command, the entire horde charges forward. A dimensional rift tears open in the sky, a swirling vortex of purple energy. The beast tide pours through the gate, descending upon the unsuspecting world below. The impact of their arrival is like an earthquake. Their collective howl announces their arrival to the city's inhabitants. Below, the clueless civilians gawk at the sky, their mundane lives about to be violently interrupted. The news spreads through the city like a plague. A massive beast tide is coming. ETA 20 minutes. Armored soldiers mobilize in the streets, a futile attempt to impose order on the coming chaos. The government issues a desperate call to arms, begging all martial artists to report to the front lines. At the city station, a grim announcement declares that only children and students will be evacuated. The station fills with the sounds of wailing infants being pried from their parents' arms. A voice declares that the children must survive because they are the future, a pathetic platitude for the doomed. In his office, the city's mayor asks his assistant about reinforcements. Already knowing the answer, she confirms his fears. Beast tides are erupting nationwide. Every city is overwhelmed, and no one is coming. He presses, asking if the capital of Huadu can spare even one grandmaster, but their high rankers are already deployed elsewhere. He slams his hands on his desk, a show of frustration for an audience of one. With a look of grim resolve, he declares that they will have to defend the city themselves. How noble. While the city was consumed by its predictable panic, I was busy with more important matters. I was observing the progress of my student, Bai Yufeng, as he charged me. He channeled his pathetic energy into a punch, aimed directly at my face. I met his fist with an open palm, the blue energy of his attack dissipating against my own. The force of the block sent him staggering backward, his technique still clumsy. Not bad, I commented, a slight smirk on my face. You took that punch. He explains he started learning the black tortoise style a month ago, admitting he's still unpolished. He then asks if I've gotten weaker, only to realize his own foolishness. It is I who has become freakishly strong. As I was about to impart some actual wisdom, his focus was broken. He informs me that the citywide beast tide alert has just been triggered. An evacuation alert flashes on his phone, ordering him to safety. He asks if I'm planning to run. I find his question amusing. You're the one with talent, I reply. You should run. A manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes wide with a lust for battle. If you're staying, he says, there's only one thing to do. He clenches his fists, the answer obvious even for a simpleton like him. Fight. Elsewhere, in a mansion far from the front lines, a girl named Yanju pleads with her mother to let her join the defense. Her mother coldly asks about her odds of survival, as if her daughter is nothing more than an asset to be managed. Yanju argues that the city's 50,000 fighters are no match for the tide, that they are like boats in a tsunami. The mother just smiles, completely unfazed, her expression a mask of aristocratic indifference. She delivers a chilling ultimatum. Your life doesn't belong to you alone, it belongs to this family. Yeonju is left speechless, her idealism clashing with her mother's brutal pragmatism. The matriarch remains on her throne-like chair, utterly unmoved. A servant quietly closes the grand doors, shutting out the pleas of a city on the brink of collapse. "Aunt Hong," the woman says, lighting a cigarette with a steady hand. "We're leaving An City." The servant, however, brings up an interesting loose end. "What about that boy, Yi-hee?" The woman's purple eyes narrow for a fraction of a second. "Even in her retreat she thinks of me. Humanity's best and brightest, their vanguard, were already at each other's throats before a single beast appeared, one imbecile screaming about his intact limbs being a sign of superiority. Nearby, a pair of old fools reminisced about the last time they were here 20 years ago, one of them chuckling about how his friend lost a leg in that slaughter. Pathetic sentimentality, even as the one-legged veteran clutched the hilt of his sword, a relic of a battle he barely survived. With a final pointless roar, they charged forward into the gloom. The shadows that met them were swift and utterly silent. Their screams were cut short by the wet sound of tearing flesh. Outside the portal, the military had set up what they believed was an impenetrable fortress. They called it the city's final line of defense, a pathetic collection of steel and ordnance. The mayor's plan was as foolish as it was predictable. Send 60% of his strongest fighters on a suicide mission for intel. He stood there trying to project an aura of command, a man sending thousands to their deaths from the comfort of his command post. His final order was a cruel joke: make it out alive to report back. Of course they didn't, as evidenced by the one survivor who crawled back, groaning in agony. He collapsed just inside the defensive line, his lifeblood pooling on the cold concrete. The man barely reached the mayor before his strength gave out completely. In his trembling, blood-soaked hand, he clutched a single USB drive, the data they paid for with their lives. The mayor, feigning concern, demanded to know where the rest of his disposable assets were. The soldier's last words were a choked whisper, confirming the utter failure of their strategy. "They're all dead." The dying man's face was a mask of pure terror, his mind broken by what he'd witnessed. He screamed that the beast tide had left nothing, not even bodies, his eyes reflecting the monstrous entity that hunted them. With his last breath, he warned them of a blood-eyed black ape, a creature that used strategy and cunning to set a trap for them all. From the portal, a dark, jagged stone projectile began to form, a clear sign the monsters were done playing games. It tore through the dimensional tier, aimed directly at the city. The portal swirled with dark energy as the first piece of their artillery was launched. The mayor could only watch, his face a mask of useless shock. The massive stone spike slammed into a skyscraper with devastating force. He screamed a warning, as if his voice could stop the tons of falling debris. His eyes widened, as he finally understood the true target. The projectile wasn't aimed at the tower, but at the ground beneath it, where they'd foolishly laid their minefields. A chain reaction of explosions tore through their half-finished defenses, a perfectly executed strategic strike. The entire foundation of their defensive line was vaporized in an instant. "It's an attack from the secret realm," the mayor shrieked, ordering his men to return fire into the abyss. His forces unleashed a volley of pathetic firepower against an unseen enemy. He finally grasped the terrifying truth as another explosion rocked the battlefield. "Since when do monsters use tactics like humans?" he muttered, his confidence finally shattering. He stood there, a broken man in a tailored suit, completely outmaneuvered. All he could do was curse at the sky, screaming at the damn beasts. But the monsters were just getting started. As a second wave of projectiles began to emerge from the portal, the number had increased tenfold, a promise of total annihilation. The sky darkened as the stone artillery rained down upon the city's defenders. The explosion sent shrapnel flying in every direction. From the smoke and chaos, a clawed hand reached out for a lone soldier. The ground itself seemed to erupt as the first wave of true horrors burst forth. A multi-headed beast roared, announcing the beginning of the slaughter. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before its jaws snapped shut around him. Flying monstrosities swarmed the skies, their numbers blotting out the clouds. The artillery spikes continued to hammer the rear lines, tearing through soldiers and equipment with impunity. The mayor desperately ordered his mages to intercept the projectiles before they landed. Their fireballs met the stone spikes in a series of brilliant, but ultimately futile, explosions. Another boom echoed as more of his precious defenses were turned to dust. A colossal beast, something far beyond a mere soldier, began to crawl its way out of the rift. Its commander, watching from within the realm, knew humanity's pathetic resistance was about to break. And there he was, the blood-eyed black ape, grinning with an intelligence that mocked every human on the field. It raised a massive fist, roaring a command for its soldiers to trample everything in their path. A giant albino ape, one of its lieutenants, smashed its way onto the battlefield. It charged headfirst into the sea of soldiers, a living battering ram. The tanks fired relentlessly, their shells exploding against its thick hide to no effect. The beast didn't even slow down. It casually grabbed a soldier out of the air, preparing to crush him like an insect. Another tank shell exploded harmlessly against its chest. The ensuing blast only seemed to annoy the creature. After today, I wondered if this city would even exist anymore. I stood on the edge of a rooftop, looking down at the chaos they had wrought. This farce had gone on long enough. I've grown attached to this place, and I won't let a pack of overgrown animals destroy the life I've built here. My body began to shift as the Devourer armor materialized around me. Sharp obsidian plates covered my form, hungry for battle. With a grin, I let the power flow through me, my eyes glowing with predatory light. The armor snapped into place with a satisfying crack. It was time to remind them what true fear felt like. I landed in the middle of the street street, smoke rising from the point of impact. With a single contemptuous kick, I obliterated 5 of the lesser beasts, their bodies disintegrating into mist. Some arrogant girl immediately started running her mouth, mocking the so-called number 1 at third high for showing off with low-tier kills. The boy she was insulting, Xiao Xiaoling, could only stare at her, utterly dumbfounded by her audacity. Just then, another child prodigy appeared, casually holding the blue core of a third-tier beast he'd apparently soloed. "Didn't think I'd run into you guys," he said, clearly unimpressed with the situation. He looked down at us, his expression cold and detached. Xiao Xiaoling tried to justify their presence, claiming they couldn't run while their parents were fighting on the front lines. His brave speech was cut short as he yelled a warning. A destroyed military vehicle was hurtling through the air, aimed directly at their little group. The sky is thick with the buzzing of insectoid beasts, and the fools on the ground are screaming about a tank falling from the sky. It's pathetic. They're so distracted by a single piece of falling scrap metal that they don't even notice the real threat. I deflect a pathetic mechanical claw with a casual flick of my wrist, the impact barely registering. Another one lunges, and I meet it with a single precise strike that blows its entire chassis to pieces. One of the survivors, a girl with ridiculous pigtails, stares with her mouth hanging open, as if she's just witnessed a miracle. Her companion mistakes a lumbering ape for a lord-class beast, his voice trembling with a comical mix of fear and awe. Someone with a slightly better grasp of reality corrects him, but the terror in their eyes is identical. The beast raises its foot to crush them, a slow and predictable act of brute force. The so-called expert can only stare up in paralyzed horror. An elite, he whimpers, finally identifying the creature that's about to turn him into paste. The ape unleashes a torrent of energy from its maw, a desperate attempt to incinerate everything in its path. The blast tears through the street, a spectacular display of wasted power. I step in front of them, blocking the beam with my bare hand as it splits harmlessly around me. Before the smoke even clears, I'm standing on the beast's head, its life already extinguished. "Time for dental care," I sneer, as the creature's dying mind belatedly registers my presence. With one hand, I wrench its massive jaw open. The stench of devoured humans is nauseating. It's time for a proper rinse. I gather a sphere of pure destructive energy in my palm. Then I shove it down its throat, unleashing a cleansing light that erupts from within. The survivors finally recognize me, their fear momentarily replaced by a flicker of pathetic hope. They murmur amongst themselves, foolishly believing that my presence alone guarantees their survival. I turn my back on them, not bothering to learn their names. "Pengzhou, I'm leaving this zone to you," I command, launching myself into the sky without waiting for a response. "I'll go reinforce the other fronts." I release my aura, letting my powers surge as I ascend over the burning city. From this vantage point, I can sense the chaos, the fear, and the concentrations of filth below. My senses scan the battlefield, locking onto the largest cluster of beasts. Found them. A pathetic squad of soldiers is wasting ammunition on a spike-covered behemoth. Their captain orders them to use bayonets, a truly desperate and idiotic command. They charge forward, a wave of insignificant insects trying to sting a mountain. Their bodies are tossed aside and impaled. A predictable and meaningless end. One of them screams that they can no longer hold the line, an obvious conclusion. The captain, however, insists they keep fighting. He manages a single useless stab against its thick hide. "We're soldiers. We buy time for the civilians to escape," he shouts, embracing his pointless death. Just as he's about to be crushed, my shadows erupt from the ground, tearing the lesser beasts apart. My martial artists, my loyal puppets, swarm the behemoth, their dark energy striking as one. I dive from the heavens like a bolt of judgment. My blade lands squarely on its skull, the impact shattering bone and armor. The colossal creature collapses, its reign of terror ended in a single moment. Before the dust settles, another elite appears, a multi-headed hound snarling with hunger. I raise my blade, channeling my energy into a single perfect arc of destruction. Divine Cleave. The resulting blast vaporizes the beast and everything around it, carving a crater into the city street as I move on. On the other battlefronts, the more competent hunters are holding their own. They notice the tide of monsters has shifted, suddenly moving as one. One of them realizes the truth. The beasts aren't reinforcing another position. They are swarming me. The man clenches his jaw, realizing they can't let me be overrun. "Go! Snipe the monsters!" he yells, ordering his team to support me. "Protect our top scorer." It finally impacts the city's pathetic defensive barrier, which cracks and splinters like cheap glass. Some fool on the wall screams a belated warning about a Lord-class beast, as if that matters. His comrades panic, scrambling to protect some designated VIP, their faces twisted in abject terror. Their shouts are a meaningless symphony of false hope and desperation. Talk of pride and humanity is just noise before the inevitable. From my vantage point, I can see the entire pathetic defense, men shouting orders and praying for reinforcements that won't be enough. Another beast, a hulking armored brute, throws its useless body against the city's last line of defense. It smashes headfirst into the glowing runes of the Earthvane seal, a barrier that only delays the unavoidable. The entire city is caged by this shimmering, failing ward. This seal is a temporary measure, a child's blanket against the dark. To end this, I must personally eliminate the sovereign leading this tide. so I move, a blur of motion that the lesser beasts can't even perceive. One of the rabid hounds manages to lunge in my general direction, a fatal mistake. With a simple hand seal, I gather the ambient energy of the world into my palm. A single focused blast of light obliterates its limb before it can even register the attack. My eyes scan the battlefield, searching for the true source of this infestation, and then it reveals itself, a gargantuan serpent, its body a living mountain of scaled muscle. I identify it instantly, the mountain-crushing python, a 4th-tier lord in the sovereign's personal mount, which means the coward is finally getting nervous. I levitate above the chaos, entirely unimpressed by its size. I slam my palm downward, channeling my will into the very ground beneath us. With a roar of grinding earth, my mountain-crushing dominator hammer rips entire city blocks from their foundations, turning them into colossal fists of concrete and steel. The python simply watches, its 6 glowing eyes tracking the incoming assault. The makeshift hammers slam into its body, a barrage that would pulverize any lesser creature. It hisses, its voice dripping with arrogance. "You think I don't know your specialty is earth attacks? I'm using it for a reason." The serpent seems to believe it has outsmarted me, unleashing a vortex of energy as it declares I've fallen for its bait. How amusing, it thinks its little serpent surge can possibly match me. I answer with my own technique, a focused tremor I call the outer peak earthquake strike. My attack strikes true, erupting from its spine in a geyser of black blood as its jaw hangs open in a silent scream. The very space around us seems to shatter from the force of the impact. Then, as planned, the ground beneath it erupts in a forest of razor-sharp spikes. The entire district becomes my prison, impaling the beast from below and trapping it completely. Had you fully entered the city, you might have been a threat, I state coldly, but showing only your head, you were simply asking for slaughter. With its movement sealed, I descend upon it like a reaper. I manifest my Asura arms, a flurry of fists burning with golden energy. Each blow is a miniature sun, hammering against its scales, with enough force to shatter mountains. I can see the shock and agony reflected in its many eyes as its prideful defense crumbles. The barrage is relentless, a storm of destruction it has no hope of weathering. As a last resort, it grows stone spikes from its own hide, a respectable ability for a king species, but utterly futile. I pause my assault, observing its pathetic final gambit, but then something unexpected. A shadow detaches itself from one of the freshly grown spikes behind me. My eyes narrow, an ambush. A heavy blow strikes my back, laced with a power far beyond that of the serpent. "Foolish human," a deep voice growls, resonating with primal rage. "What do you think you're doing to my mount?" The true sovereign finally shows his face, the blood-eyed ape. It smirks, revealing its trick, hiding inside the stone spike. It was a simple deception. The ape's crimson eyes burn with contempt as it looms over me. "Now let me crush your skull and show you how insignificant humans truly are." It raises a colossal fist, wreathed in dark energy. The blow descends, aimed at turning me into nothing more than a bloody smear on the pavement. The colossal beast, this self-proclaimed god of destruction, surveyed my ruined city and mistook the silence for victory. It actually believed its own monologue, boasting that with no strong martial artist left, it could slaughter the remaining insects at its leisure. I almost pitied its ignorance. I let it feel a sliver of hope, a flash of false superiority as I gathered my energy. A storm of golden blades erupted from my hands, a spectacle designed to hold its attention. The attack soared towards it, a brilliant dragon of light meant to look like a desperate final stand. The beast laughed, its voice grating across the ruins, calling my resistance meaningless, and this massacre a game for its amusement. It spoke of the delight it took in seeing humanity's strongest wear expressions of despair, a truly pathetic motivation for a creature of its supposed power. My golden dragon slammed into it, a beautiful but hollow display of force. The shards of light washed over its monstrous form, all part of the grand deception. Predictably, the beast dismissed the attack with contempt, calling it fast but far too weak. It retaliated with a wave of dark energy, a brutish, obvious move that tore a fissure through the street, and had the audacity to call my attack too slow. The creature continued its tantrum, leveling what was left of my city with a beam of violet energy. It screamed at me to kneel, an order I had never followed in my life and certainly wouldn't start now. It lunged, its grotesque face inches from mine, its breath a foul stench of death and arrogance. The blast of energy struck me head-on, a direct hit that should have vaporized any man. The beast paused, its primitive brain trying to process what it was seeing. I stood in the center of the crater, my clothes tattered but my body untouched, and I met its gaze with cold indifference. "Why aren't you afraid?" it stammered, its confidence finally cracking. "Fear is a luxury I discarded long ago." "You think you're clever," I stated, my voice cutting through the silence, "but you're just an arrogant beast." It was then that the beast finally felt the trap I had laid, a blood-forbiddance technique humming to life beneath its feet. "You lured me into a formation you laid out in advance." It shrieked, the panic in its voice a sweet, bitter sound. The ground beneath it erupted into a vortex of sealing energy, dragging the flailing creature down into the earth. The world became a swirling prison of rock and power, pulling the monster into its designated tomb. Even as it was being buried alive, it still managed to spout threats, promising to escape and tear humanity to shreds. So naive, human, it spat, still clinging to the delusion that this was a fight it could win. I let it have its final words. They were meaningless. This was never a backup plan, it was the only plan. I tore open my shirt not for a show of power, but to reveal the final instrument of this war. This is a hymn to courage, a final defiant roar from a species that refuses to simply die. As the beast struggled, I explained the simple, elegant mechanics of its demise. At the start of this war, I said calmly, I buried this city's one and only strategic nuclear warhead beneath this battlefield. Its eyes widened as I pointed to my own chest. The trigger is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates. It roared, a pathetic sound of denial. You're bluffing. You think I'd fall for this? Bluffing is for those who have other options. I am Huang Qing, mayor of this city, I declared, my voice echoing with the weight of my final duty. I never planned to walk away from this. My oath to my people flashed before my eyes, a promise I made to offer my body, my life for their future. I suppose I've finally done enough. With a final silent command, I stopped my own heart. The light that followed wasn't divine. It was the cold, hard physics of annihilation, beginning from within me. The ground cracked, and a sun rose from the heart of my city. A final, terrible dawn. The world turned white as the beast and I were consumed by the blast. Its screams silenced forever. The mushroom cloud ascended, a monument of fire and fury, exterminating the threat once and for all. A single automated message was sent to all survivors, my final report to the world. Miles away, the soldiers I had ordered to evacuate watched the sky burn, tears streaming down their faces. They stood at attention, offering a final salute not to a mayor, but to a weapon that had just been fired. The remaining martial artists, scattered across the safe zones, simply stared in somber silence. A towering mushroom cloud rose, like a gravestone from the earth. Its very essence is torn asunder, the raw energy vaporizing muscle, an organ in a blinding flash. I watch as the blast incinerates it down to its blackened spine, a momentary monument to its own foolishness. From the smoldering skeleton, a grotesque maw opens wide, a silent scream of pure agony. But this thing is resilient, I'll give it that. A disgusting purple light begins to pulse around its remains. It wails as a new form coalesces from the dissipating heat, a pathetic display of survival instincts. Tendons of dark energy knit its spine back together, piece by excruciating piece. Its hands reform, skeletal fingers twitching as they draw power from the very air. A skull, wreathed in violet flame, stares into the abyss with empty sockets as its new body takes shape. Within the deep crater of its own making, a single malevolent eye ignites with pathetic fury. Its reconstruction completes, flesh and sinew crudely wrapping around its new frame. The creature roars in indignation. I was nearly taken out by that lowly human. Its tiny rage-filled eye glares at the ruins of the city it failed to conquer. I'll slaughter every last person in this city, it bellows, as if its threats hold any weight. I'll torture every human to the most brutal way imaginable, a truly unoriginal promise. It turns to leave, muttering about returning to its sin domain to recover its strength and exact its petty revenge. Where do you think you're going? I ask, my voice cutting through the dust and ruin as I block its path. It freezes, its single eye widening in something that almost looks like fear. I descend from the sky, my draconic armor materializing around me, crackling with azure energy. This human, I remember him, it stammers, finally grasping the futility of its situation. He's one of the greatest threats, a terrifying prodigy. I land softly before it, the ground barely registering my weight. I've found you at last. It's a shame I was a little too late. I raise a clawed hand, channeling raw power into my fist. I call upon the Radiant Energy Fist, a technique far too elegant for this filth. The blow connects with the force of a meteor. It's sent flying, a trail of blue energy marking its trajectory. It's a simple, efficient strike to remind it of its place. My eyes burn with cold light as I watch it struggle to its feet. Foolish human genius, it snarls, mistaking my presence for arrogance. Instead of staying in your hiding, you arrogantly stand before me. It actually thinks this is an opportunity. This is the perfect chance to kill you. A faint smirk plays on my lips, hidden behind my visor. If you ran, my mini nuke probably wouldn't be able to catch you. I state calmly, but since you're so eager to die, here, it can only roar, you damn human. As I begin to gather my real power, my draconic maw opens, a storm of lightning gathering within. I unleash a torrent of pure destructive energy, a cleansing fire to erase this mistake. The world is consumed by the blinding blue of my assault. There is no escape from this judgment. From a hidden bunker, I observe the detonation through a drone's eyes, a perfectly controlled blast. My power is precise, a surgical strike of overwhelming force. The resulting shockwave washes over the ruined city, a testament to my might. The few survivors below can only stare in disbelief. What's happening over there? Was that another trap set by Mayor Huang Qing? One of them whispers in awe. That man really did think of everything. They have no idea. The smoke clears, revealing the charred, barely standing form of the beast. It's still alive, but its power is a pale imitation of what it was moments ago. The monster looks up, its red eyes filled with terror as I descend. Crystalline armor erupts from my body, jagged plates of blue ice covering my form. My body shifts and grows, becoming something far more primal. I become the armored titan. The creature trembles. You're more beastly than me. Even most king-rank beasts don't carry an aura like yours. My form dwarfs its own, a predator looking down upon its prey. I'm not like you bald chimps, I growl, my voice a low rumble. My claws extend, each one a razor-sharp shard of energized crystal. I move in an instant, the ground cracking under the force of my charge. The sheer pressure of my approach sends debris flying. It tries to scurry away, but it's like a snail trying to outrun a thunderbolt. I raise a hand and a forest of crystal spikes erupts from the ground, blocking its path. It's no use to run. Little monkey, I taunt, my voice echoing from my crystalline maw. Damn it, don't underestimate a sovereign. It shrieks, gathering the last of its pathetic energy. It fires a blast of desperate violet power. The attack shatters against my armor, a meaningless firecracker against a mountain, a pathetic final stand. The impact barely slows my advance. It calls itself a sovereign, yet it crumbles before true power. I look down at my arm. Its final attack managed to leave a few cracks in the armor. Impressive for an insect. My physique in Titan mode is off the charts, yet it managed to deal some superficial damage. I clench my fist and the crystalline armor instantly regenerates, the cracks sealing with a faint blue glow. But it wasn't enough, I murmur, watching its hope die. The monster stares in disbelief. I used my full force on the last strike. You've already healed it? Its will finally shatters. No, I can't beat this genius. A singular, repeating thought echoes in its mind as it turns to flee. I can't win. I can't win. It scrambles away, a panicked animal running from the slaughterhouse. But I am already there, waiting for it in my human form, my eyes glowing with cold light. You filthy beast, I say, my voice dangerously quiet. You don't deserve to stain the memory of Mayor Huang. I raise my hand, gathering light for the final blow. My ultimate technique, Radiant Pulse Strike. A pillar of pure white hot energy descends from the heavens, aimed directly at the creature. The light engulfs it, a holy fire that scours away its very existence. There is no scream, only the silent, complete annihilation of its being. Its form dissolves into nothingness, not even ash remaining. To feign death is to admit fear, and this creature was terrified after our little exchange. It seems overlord-level beasts possess a crude ability to conceal their presence, a detail that proved fatal for Mayor Huang. Had I pinpointed its location sooner, that man's death could have been avoided. But now, even with its life force fading, I can still feel the faint tremor of its existence beneath the earth. There's nowhere left for it to run. I unleashed a torrent of energy, scouring the very bedrock to drag the coward out of its hole. The ground itself split apart as the beam tore through stone and dirt, a fitting grave for a beast that dared to challenge me. The wretched thing was just meters from its goal, some sin domain, foolishly blaming the mayor's trap for its failure. It failed because it was weak. This is the price for defiling Mayor Huang, I announced to the dying creature. I'll make you wish you were dead. It had the audacity to tell me not to push my luck. In a final predictable act of desperation, it began to overload its own magic core. It vowed to burn its last reserves of energy just to drag me to hell with it. A truly pitiful threat, it screamed its defiance, a meaningless gesture before the inevitable. As its final attack descended, I simply raised a forest of ice crystals from the ground to meet it. My power met its pathetic excuse for an ultimate move, and shattered it into nothing. The shockwave tore through its body, ripping it apart atom by atom. Its essence disintegrated into a fine black dust. The backlash from its self-destruction left a minor scratch on my arm, a trivial price for its extermination. Its last remnants drifted down like ash, a desperate attack, I'll grant it that, but ultimately insignificant. I opened my maw, preparing to devour what was left of its corrupted soul. Its miserable existence was about to end. Suddenly, a childish song echoed in my mind, followed by a spike of intense pain. This wasn't the monkey's doing. Another player has entered the field. Countless spectral hands erupted from the ground, not for me, but to seize the dissipating soul of the beast. The interference grew more direct as the grotesque limbs began sprouting directly from my joints. These parasitic hands wrapped around my body, attempting to lock me in place. A foolish gambit. I let my internal temperature skyrocket, blue flames erupting from my skin. This filth would be incinerated. Taste the burn of flames at 1,000 degrees. I snarled into the void. The monkey's soul was nearly at some sort of ethereal entrance, its last hope for escape. It glanced back, and its fading consciousness registered pure terror. My flaming form tore through the grasping hands, as if they were cobwebs. I was closing the distance instantly. The spectral limbs recoiled, their master screaming in panic for them to run. They recognized a true predator. The hands swarmed around a shadowy figure, trying to shield it from my wrath. What the hell is that thing? The hidden coward stammered, its composure breaking completely. It stared at my power, its mind filled with a simple, horrifying truth. If it were to face my true form, it would be on its knees in the first second. The city was a graveyard, a monument to my victory and exhaustion. As my vision blurred, I felt the last of my strength give out, a faint memory of gathering the power for the final blow, echoing in my mind. I had focused every particle of ambient nuclear energy into a single, blinding point of annihilation. The giant anthropomorphic beast never stood a chance, but as its physical form disintegrated, its final thoughts screamed directly into my mind. It was an agony that threatened to shatter my consciousness, a psychic shriek from a dying god. I saw its pathetic fear in the moments before oblivion, its shadowy form consumed by the very power it sought to control. Even as it died, its arrogance was astounding, daring to question my actions as if it were some grand judge. You killed so many people, and now you just want to leave? It had the audacity to ask me. Its words were nothing but the buzzing of an insect before it's crushed underfoot. You are dreaming, I roared, my voice tearing through its pathetic attempt at a final stand. I summoned the last of my power, lightning crackling between my outstretched hands. This wasn't a fight anymore. anymore. This was an execution. The creature's desperate bone armor shattered like glass against the raw, untamed energy I unleashed. I poured every ounce of my will into its complete and utter erasure from existence. With a final surge, I shoved the volatile core of energy straight into its heart. A little something we call a nuke, I sneered, as the self-destruct sequence I'd woven into its body began to overload. The look of pure, unadulterated terror on its face as it finally understood was exquisite. Its empty eye sockets stared into the blinding light of its own demise. A column of pure energy erupted, cleansing the secret realm of its filth. The shockwave tore across the dimension, a violent and beautiful end to a tiresome battle. Outside, the lesser fools who survived could only watch the light show, foolishly hoping their mayor had somehow succeeded. They can have their hero. All that mattered to me was that the beast was annihilated, and the rift it guarded was sealed. The city's remaining fighters began the tedious work of mopping up the stragglers. Their reports would call it a victory, but a costly one, with nearly 80% of their soldiers dead or wounded. A trivial price for their own incompetence. I sat alone, stained with their blood and my own, completely indifferent. I returned to the epicenter, the Swan Lake's secret realm, now a gaping crater, a testament to my power. The strain was too much. Having spent every last drop of energy, I finally collapsed into unconsciousness. Sitting up, I surveyed my handiwork, wondering just how long I'd been out. The place was saturated with residual nuclear radiation, and my body had absorbed it like a sponge, slowly recharging my depleted reserves. That fool Mayor Huang had thrown his life away to lure the beast into the blast zone. His sacrifice was a convenient, if pathetic, footnote in my victory. It gave me the perfect home field advantage to obliterate the Blood-Eye Ape before its master could arrive to save it. My infinite monster template is powerful, but this victory was a calculated risk. It was a combination of luck, timing, and my own overwhelming will. But this realm is now a dead land, useless for my growth. I need more power, and I need it now. My next objective is to find high-grade plant element magic cores. I must awaken my Cosmic Emperor template. Its potential is far greater than my martial arts, and I will master both sides of my power. I stood and faced the horizon, a new path laid out before me. 1 month later, they had already erected a statue for their fallen mayor, a meaningless gesture. I watched the fools take pictures of their bronze hero, a monument to a man whose only purpose was to die for my plan. I sat on a bench nearby, scrolling through the news on my phone. The situation was deteriorating. 18 cities attacked across the nation, 12 completely lost. The National Martial Organization had dispatched their elite to investigate an S-class secret realm, a place of unusual power. The beast tide was abnormal, drawing the attention of their so-called nation guardian, Fu Hongsheng. He entered the Forbidden City alone, managing to pull out only 2 surviving grandmasters before the entire zone was lost. Even a warrior of his caliber was confirmed missing, presumed dead. The weakness of this world's protectors is astounding. I can't afford to wait any longer. I dialed a number. "Aunt Kin," I said coolly, "I have a favor to ask." Her voice was a purr of amusement and power. "Oh? Do you want to learn the 2 remaining cosmic martial arts of the Liu family?" she teased. She always enjoyed these little games of control, dangling power like a prize. I cut through the pretense. "A different request. I need your help acquiring high-quality plant element magic cores. Blue grade, even purple Lord class if possible." There was a pause. "Plant-type cores are rare, and Lord class, you have grand ambitions. What can you offer me in return?" I laid out my proposition. At Huadu University's freshman exam, there is a secret realm trial. I will team with Liu Qingju and ensure her success. She was skeptical, her tone dripping with condescension. "You underestimate the prodigies from the other provinces. You've outperformed Qingju in sparring, but you're still short of the top geniuses," she continued. I just smiled. "And yet, Aunt Qin, you've entrusted the Liu family's entire resurgence to me, haven't you?" I pressed my advantage. "If Qingju and I don't secure first place, I'll sign an IOU. I will serve the Liu family for the rest of my life, in any capacity you wish." I could practically hear her smile through the phone. "Serve me, is that right?" she mused, savoring the words. Before I could even dismount, a swarm of insects buzzed around me, their faces alight with a pathetic, fleeting adoration. They clamored for autographs and my contact information, desperate for a sliver of the power they could never comprehend, but I had no time for such trivialities. Inside, a bandaged wreck of a man named Shujo was laughing, mocking me from his sickbed. He gestured to the useless gifts my so-called fans had thrust upon me, his voice dripping with envy. From another bed, a different fool waved, calling out my name with an irritating familiarity. He had to remind me of his name, Liu Swan, the first stepping stone I crushed in my promotion match. The look in his eyes was a satisfying mix of terror and impotent rage, and he demanded I stop pitying him. He then revealed his stump of a leg, babbling about regeneration surgery or a prosthetic, as if technology could ever bridge the chasm between us. I offered some hollow words of admiration for his sacrifice, a meaningless gesture for a broken man. My phone began to vibrate incessantly, a constant annoyance from a world that refused to leave me be. It was my principal Deng, screaming about some big shot from Huadu University that I'd apparently blocked. I feigned compliance, his empty authority amusing me more than anything else. The call from the university was just as I expected, an offer of early admission, a special train arranged just for me. It seemed everyone wanted a piece of my potential, with both Huadu and Imperial Capital fighting for my attention, while the other so-called geniuses in the room also received their calls. But before I indulged their little recruitment games, I had my own preparations to make. A few days later, I stood at the edge of the Swan Lake nuclear blast site, a wasteland brimming with the kind of power I craved. The fallout had blotted out the sun, creating a sanctuary of perpetual darkness, perfect for my evolution. I plunged into the irradiated water, feeling the raw energy surge through my veins. My body contorted, bone and muscle twisting as my monster form awakened in the toxic depths. The system confirmed my evolution was underway, my infinite monster template absorbing the ambient radiation. This nuclear graveyard, combined with the sync increase from my last battle, accelerated my growth at an exponential rate. My training was complete for now. It was time to leave this place. I released a parting blast of energy, a final destructive farewell to my temporary sanctuary. The announcement for the train to Huadu echoed through An City Station. Standing on the platform, I was a world away from the boy who first arrived here. Another so-called martial artist on the platform froze, his senses screaming at him as he recognized my presence. A wave of my aura washed over the station, a casual flex of power. The fool instinctively dropped into a defensive stance, his body trembling under the sheer pressure. I had made it just in time, my arrival mistaken for that of a high-tier beast by the ignorant masses. The observant one finally spoke, acknowledging that my strength had grown yet again. I took one last look at the city skyline before turning away. This place was merely a point of origin, a footnote in my journey that I would never look back on. The train waited, a silver serpent ready to carry me to the next hunting ground. I stepped aboard, a predator entering a new enclosure, and saw the other top scorer from An City already waiting. I walked past him without a word, my gaze fixed on the path ahead. He had the audacity to lecture me about being more serious, his naivety almost comical. He prattled on about the train's defenses and the Grandmaster level experts hiding among the passengers, but I had already scanned them all with my life sense. Just as I calculated that only 5 of these elites could withstand more than 3 of my attacks, a piercing alarm suddenly ripped through the carriage. The blaring alarm was an irritating distraction from an otherwise peaceful nap. The herd of so-called prodigies around me devolved into a panicked frenzy, their whispers filled with pathetic theories about drills and the nation's political state. One of the fools even had the audacity to question whether they should follow the evacuation order. My companion, Chuzhou, looked over at me, clearly expecting some profound insight. So annoying, I muttered, the vibrations of some distant commotion rattling the floor. I had been training for days and all I wanted was a moment of peace. But then again, a little chaos could be amusing. A faint smirk crossed my face. Let's go, I said, my boredom finally giving way to a flicker of interest. Let's see what's going on. The compartment door burst open with a loud bang. Outside, the world was a blur as the high-speed train continued its doomed journey. A voice cried out in terror, asking about the chaos up ahead. Just then, a blood-soaked student stumbled through the doorway, collapsing against the frame. He babbled about enemies who had taken over the first 3 compartments, using some kind of special domain to isolate the battle. His face was a mask of pure terror as he described the horrifying things chasing everyone inside. He introduced himself as Zhou Jingxian, a freshman, and claimed the warrior teachers sent to protect us were all dead or grievously wounded. The other students, paralyzed by fear, could only stare. I watched the scene unfold, unimpressed by this predictable display of weakness. Chuzhou and I remained seated, observing the rabble. Naturally, a hero in training had to make his appearance, questioning the messenger's story. He demanded proof, his voice dripping with arrogance and suspicion. My friend is a top freshman, the idiot declared, implying this bloodied survivor was a coward for escaping while his powerful friend had not. His so-called friend, a hulking brute named Yan Zhengsheng, stood there with a smug look on his face. I don't believe you made it out, but he did not, he roared, his tiny brain incapable of grasping the concept of overwhelming force. The sheep in the compartment bleated their agreement, their mob mentality easily swayed. The muscle-bound fool puffed out his chest and declared he was heading to the front. He took a theatrical step forward, ready for his grand performance. The terrified survivor, Zhou Jingxian, scrambled to stop him, pleading with the imbecile not to walk to his death. He turned to the crowd, begging them not to follow this simpleton's lead. Then his eyes landed on me, a flicker of recognition in his panicked gaze. You're Yi, right? My perception flared for a moment. I could sense a strange anomaly in this student's life field. That's me, I replied. My curiosity finally piqued. How do you know? He told me of a girl, Lu Qingzhu, who had shown him my photograph. Her last instruction was to find me and under no circumstances allow me to go to the front. He seemed bewildered by her message himself. She took a heavy slash, he stammered, his voice breaking. Protecting me. The memory was clearly fresh. A vision of her being cut down by some dark power. The boy finally broke, tears streaming down his blood-stained face. Yan Zhengsheng scoffed, mocking him for failing to stop the others, and now trying to carry out some girl's dying wish. She's not even dead yet, and you're already talking about her dying wish, he sneered with pathetic bravado. Chuzhou glanced at me. You're still going? Of course I am. I promised her parents, I stated, my resolve hardening. The boy, Zhou Jingxian, threw himself in my path, a desperate attempt to stop me. No, I won't let you through, he cried. It was a pitiful, futile gesture. Chuzhou looked down at him in disgust. With your pathetic look, how'd you even get into Huadu? With a flick of his wrist, Chuzhou's energy flared to life. I'm trying to save you, the boy screamed, baffled by our aggression. Someone as refined as Qingzhu couldn't possibly know 2 brutes like you, Chuzhou retorted, his patience clearly gone. I had heard enough. Enough nonsense, I said, my voice cutting through the noise. I stepped forward, my own energy washing over the compartment. The sheer pressure brought the boy to his knees, as he finally understood he was hopelessly out of his league. I tossed him a small pill. Sorry, this blood essence pill's for you. We're in a rush. With that, Chuzhou and I walked past him toward the front. Don't go, it's dangerous, he whispered weakly, his warning lost to the wind. Ahead of us was a shimmering purple distortion in the air, right where the door to compartment 3 should be. I approached the unstable gateway, a vortex of raw energy. My feet stopped just short of the threshold. I grabbed a piece of luggage someone had abandoned in their panic. A simple test should suffice. I hurled the suitcase directly into the portal's center. It vanished without a sound, without a ripple. My life field couldn't detect any energy signature from inside. It was a perfect void. Those other freshmen, the ones so eager to prove themselves, had already blindly charged in here. Amateurs. I stepped through the shimmering veil. The world twisted around me. The spatial transition was jarring, a dizzying plunge through nothingness. I felt a strange pull, and for a moment, the world was just a blur of blinding purple light. When my senses returned, I found myself alone. Strange, I thought. We came in together, but now Chuzhou's gone. It seems this domain separates its intruders. A light shimmered in the distance. I decided to head for it first. I walked towards the exit, my steps echoing in the strange silence. I emerged into a surreal nightmare, a shattered cityscape floating in an endless dark void. Twisted skyscrapers hung at impossible angles, debris drifting like silent ghosts. I tried to scan the area with my life field, but it was completely unresponsive, suppressed by the very nature of this place, so my more advanced techniques were sealed. It didn't matter, the old method still works. I gathered raw energy into my hand, channeling it into a brutal physical force. I slammed my fist into the ground, sending a shockwave of pure power across the platform. The force ripped through the broken pavement, a crude but effective way to map my surroundings. Don't try to play ghost games with me, I growled into the silence. Whoever was hiding in the shadows was about to learn a very painful lesson. The light erupted from my hand. The blast tore through the desolate landscape, a roaring wave of destruction. I leaped onto a higher ledge, pouring even more power into the attack. Explode for me, I roared, and the entire dimension shuddered under the weight of my command. The explosion I triggered to announce my arrival was perhaps a bit much, but subtlety was never my strong suit. From inside their pathetic little hideout, the insects wonder what's happening. Their faces a perfect blend of ignorance and fear. One of them even mistakes my calculated demolition for a flashy entrance, as if I'm here to perform for them. I land softly on the rooftop, the dust settling around me like a shroud. I can see her through the shattered window, a solitary silhouette against the cold sky. Her eyes widen slightly as she finally recognizes my presence. She weakly asks why I've come, as if the answer isn't obvious. The tremors beneath my feet tell me my arrival hasn't gone unnoticed. It seems I've attracted not just the allies I intended to find, but the trash that needs taking out as well. Then right on cue, the first piece of garbage presents itself. It's a hulking brute in a ridiculous pig mask, its eyes glowing with unearned confidence. Still wearing a pig head? I ask, letting my energy crackle around my fist. Fitting. He squeals in anger, promising to rip my headpiece off, completely missing the fact that I'm not the one hiding behind a mask. The pig charges, brandishing a crude blood-stained knife like a child's toy. I leap over his clumsy attack, the motion effortless. My counter kick connects with his chest, infused with enough force to level this entire rooftop. A blinding explosion of energy engulfs him completely. To my mild surprise, he took my nuclear punch head-on and is somehow still standing. He emerges from the smoke, his flesh having stopped my blade cold. My healing is fast, isn't it? He gloats. I can block you with my muscles alone. He even has the audacity to analyze my power, noting that my weapon ignores conventional defenses. Enough of this foolishness. I grab the mask and say, let me take a closer look. I channel my energy directly through his skull. The blast erupts from within, a grotesque light show just for me. He calls it a phlegm attack, as I tear the disgusting headpiece from his face. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd rip it off, and now his headless corpse is dissolving at my feet. But as the mask crumbles in my hand, I notice something hidden inside. I pull out a small, intricately carved jade pendant. So this is a Huadu trial, a simple game of hunting monsters for loot. The pendant is pulsing with a martial aura, a temporary enhancement from a far stronger master. Without it, these pawns are nothing. The rules of the game are simple then. Hunt down these masked pretenders and take their pendants. A battle royale, they call it. A slaughterhouse, I correct. My own aura begins to stir, eager for the hunt. And just like that, the next volunteer for Oblivion appears on a nearby roof. I truly despise ambushes, which means I'll make this one's death particularly memorable. I move just enough to let his volley of crossbow bolts miss. Each one slams into the concrete with explosive force, clearly not ordinary projectiles. He launches another wave high into the air, a pathetic attempt to pin me down with a rain of death. They descend upon me from all angles. You think you can kill me like this? I say to the empty air, allowing the bolts to pierce my body and pin me in place. Let him enjoy his fleeting moment of victory. With a mere flex of will, my body erupts in a torrent of crimson and blue energy, vaporizing the bolts instantly. The raw power surges outwards, a promise of the agony to come. I gather the energy, compressing it into a dense sphere of pure destruction. This is what happens when you anger me. I unleash the beam, and it screams across the gap, striking the building he stood upon. The entire structure is engulfed in the blast, a fitting pyre for a coward. The sound of its collapse is deeply satisfying. The building crumbles to nothing but a pile of smoldering rubble. Now I think I'll find what's left of the man who tried to turn me into a kebab. Another masked figure lands before me, this one wearing the head of a rabbit and wielding a spear, so we're collecting the whole zodiac. I face this new challenger, sensing a different kind of energy from him. He vanishes in a blur of motion, far faster than the pig. Reappearing behind me, he coils his body for a strike. He lunges, his spear aimed directly at my spine, but instead of stabbing, he flows into a graceful, deadly spinning kick. The blow connects, a flicker of genuine force behind it. I feel a trickle of blood. This one actually knows martial arts. He follows up immediately, the point of his spear driving straight for my eye. Ice wall. I command, my tone laced with annoyance. A thick barrier of jagged ice erupts from the ground, blocking his path. He's actually managed to crack my ice wall. Impressive for an insect. The entire barrier shatters into 1,000 pieces, the force of the impact resonating around us. The shockwave from my attack sends a nearby skyscraper toppling to the ground. My target, a pathetic creature in a rabbit mask, is pinned helplessly within a cage of my own making. Suddenly, Yihe's voice cuts through the air, trying to claim my kill. He descends from the sky like some grandstanding hero, completely oblivious to his own irrelevance. The cornered rabbit makes a desperate, predictable lunge with its spear. It lets out a furious roar, a final futile display of aggression. Yihe meets the charge with a flurry of strikes, his blade a blur of motion. The rabbit barely manages to parry with its staff, the impact rattling its bones. But Yihe is faster, slipping past its guard and landing a solid blow. The creature can only stare in disbelief as its defenses prove utterly useless. But all of this is just a sideshow. My real attack has been waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. Finally caught you, I murmur, as the jaws of my shadow dragon materialize around my prey. There is no struggle as its entire body is consumed by the spectral beast. The only sound is a silent, blinding flash of light as its existence is erased. From a safe distance, a group of lesser students gossip about the noise, completely unaware of the power they're witnessing. They arrogantly assume I must already be dead, judging me by their own pathetic standards. I hear them call me arrogant, a frog in a well, while they sit cowering in the ruins. They list off the names of other top scorers, convinced true power could only come from their esteemed cities. The woman among them foolishly speculates that I must be one of these so-called champions. Her companion scoffs, insisting that a prodigy from a place like Wadu is nothing more than a regional champion, worlds apart from true elites. Their pointless debate is cut short as a stray beam of energy from my attack vaporizes the wall of their hideout. One of the insects shrieks in terror, mistaking my power for some advanced piece of technology. A railgun. His friend snaps back, unable to comprehend what he's just seen. Far away, two more competent players watch the column of light ascend into the sky. Unlike the others, their eyes hold a glimmer of understanding, and perhaps a hint of fear. One of them correctly assesses that this technique is far too refined for the masked thugs. It belongs to a freshman. His partner is introduced, a man named Ouyang-ze. The scene flashes to one of their own recent, bloody kills. A masked fighter screams as he is brutally dispatched. Ouyang-ze wonders which of the Huadu freshmen could possibly wield such devastating power. He then reveals a collection of jade pendants, the true objective of this little game. He begins to take inventory, listing the other powerful freshmen and the zodiac pendants they've acquired. He knows exactly who the key players are in this trial. Then his thoughts turn to the one beast they all seem to fear. He calls it a one-touch death existence, a boss that cannot be confronted directly. His analysis returns to me, concluding that the user of the blue beams must already possess several pendants. His hooded companion states the obvious. The final round has begun. From now on, the only way to win is to take the pendants from others. He clutches one of the pendants, his intent perfectly clear. Meanwhile, I stand over the corpse of my latest victim. As Yihe approaches, I explain to him that I'd already taken a pig-shaped pendant from another masked fool. This trial is about collecting them all. He asks if we're gonna start actively hunting them down. Not just them, I reply, my eyes scanning the rooftops. Another one shot a hidden arrow at me. He made a mistake. I can track him with the very energy he used to attack me. It's time to go. We move through the skeletal remains of the city. We arrive at a clearing littered with the signs of a recent violent battle. I place my hand on the scorched earth. The ground is still warm. They didn't get far. I extend my senses, casting a net of awareness across the immediate area. And there they are, hiding in plain sight. My blade forms in an instant, humming with frigid power. I prepare to strike, aiming not at a person, but at a patch of empty space. A massive spear of ice erupts from the ground, shattering the air itself. A woman shimmers into view, her invisibility cloak failing, her face frozen in absolute shock that she was ever detected. I watched her pitiful attempt to escape, raising a casual hand to erect a jagged wall of ice that blocked her path completely. She responds by igniting her flame demon battle body, a flashy but ultimately useless gene technique. Her fist wreathed in pathetic flames, hurtles forward in a desperate punch. Just as she attacks, her partner finally drops his shoddy camouflage, mocking how easily he found her. This new one, Shin Chen, acts as if he's in control, completely oblivious to the predator he's just stumbled upon. They were planning on ambushing others, boasting about taking out some masked fool and claiming this territory as their own hunting ground. He lights a cigarette, the very picture of arrogance, completely unaware of how short his life is about to be. Oh really? I murmur, deciding it's time to interrupt their little celebration. Before she can even process my presence, my hand is already around her neck, lifting her from the ground. Even her clone was discovered. She at least realizes this isn't some random amateur she's dealing with. Her partner just smirks, acting as if my attack was expected, as if this pathetic display was all part of his boring little plan. He crushes the cigarette under his foot, a cheap gesture to signal it's his turn now. His body grotesquely expands, bloating up like some kind of poisoned toad. From his mouth, he spews a massive cloud of thick dark smoke. Trying to obscure my vision, the smoke coalesces into a swarm of shadowy figures, a cheap trick meant to overwhelm with numbers. The initial force of the attack pushes me back, a minor inconvenience at best. Don't even think about running, the woman taunts, foolishly believing they have me cornered. She unfurls a massive fan, preparing her own attack while her partner's minions swarm me. With a dramatic flourish, she calls upon the wind. Razor-sharp gusts tear through the smoke clones, a coordinated assault designed to disorient and overwhelm. It's a visually impressive, yet ultimately hollow, display of teamwork. As if on cue, her partner follows up, declaring it's not over yet. He gathers a massive amount of energy, promising to heat things up for me. Their techniques culminate in a massive fiery explosion, designed to incinerate me completely. They believe their teamwork is flawless, their power absolute. He laughs, utterly convinced that their combined strength was more than enough to finish me. I cut his pathetic celebration short. What the hell are you laughing at? With a simple clap of my hands, I generate a shockwave of pure energy. The force instantly negates their fiery cloud, extinguishing it as if it were a mere candle flame. His face contorts in disbelief, his tiny brain unable to comprehend how I dismantled his ultimate attack with such pathetic ease. He barely has time to register his failure before my fist is already in his face. The barrier-breaking king fist connects, shattering not just his confidence, but his entire physical form. He's launched across the street like a piece of trash being discarded. His body crashes into the rubble, a testament to the absolute gap in our power. The woman stares, finally understanding the truth. They are stuck at the martial apprentice level, trapped by a membrane they can't break. She looks at me in pure terror, realizing my physical stats are something from a completely different reality. She was so focused on the punch that she completely forgot about the frost user she was dealing with initially. The ice has already begun to crawl up her legs, freezing her in place. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes she's now facing two of me, my clone and my true self. The will to fight drains from her face. She knows there is zero chance of winning. A desperate attempt to shatter the ice encasing her feet fails miserably. Trapped and powerless, she looks up at me with the eyes of cornered prey. Her survival instinct finally screams at her to run, a thought she should have had much earlier. But escape was never an option. My clone's hand closes around her ankle with an iron grip. Her expression is one of pure terror as I drag her back down to the ground. I slam her into the pavement, a punctuation mark on her failed escape. But simply defeating these insects isn't enough for the trouble they've caused. It's time to show them what a true cosmic martial art looks like. Suddenly, multiple illusory versions of her appear, swirling around in a chaotic dance born from her own breaking mind. They are phantoms of her terror, a side effect of the technique I'm using on her. I watch her mind begin to fray at the edges, and I can't help but smile. Trying to escape? I ask, though I already know the answer. I finally unleash my true aura, activating the physical body demon realm. Tendrils of pure demonic energy erupt from my body, twisting the very air around us. She screams, unable to move as the shadows envelop her. The shadows latch onto her and her phantoms, dragging them into a nightmare of my own creation. She's pulled into the abyss, her consciousness being devoured by the demon realm. What the hell are these things? She cries out, as her world dissolves into darkness. I give her a final cruel smile, savoring her despair. The woman on the ground finally understands her place, dropping the jade pendants as she begs for her life. I take the trinkets from her. The rules of this trial state I must collect all 12 to win, a tedious but necessary task. She then tries to play strategist, suggesting I hunt down the so-called top freshmen, Wu Yangzhe and Yan Zhengxiang, hoping they'll do her dirty work for her. Her pathetic scheme to have us kill each other is so transparent I almost feel insulted. While these insects buzz about, I'm already observing the ruins they call a battlefield. The two she mentioned, Wu Yangzhe and Yan Zhengxiang, scurry through the desolate streets like the rats they are. Their frantic search leads them directly to my handiwork, a fresh corpse lying in a pool of its own blood. They finally recognize the mangled face of their supposed ally, Xin Chen. He should have known better than to be out alone. The moment I crushed Lan Yusi, his fate was sealed, and the fear I saw in his eyes told me he knew it. He saw my silhouette descending from the darkness, blade already thirsting for blood. The last thing he ever witnessed was the crimson glow of my dragon eyes, a sight that paralyzes lesser men. He correctly identified me as the dragon just before his world went dark. A brief flash in a car's side mirror was the only warning he received. Then, there was only the sound of steel parting flesh, and the shadow of my true form looming over his pathetic end. I retrieved his pendants and walked away, leaving his cooling body as a message for the others. These two fools, Aoyangze and his friend, analyzed the slash wound with a dawning horror. They correctly deduced that only I, the one they call Dragon Mask, possessed the power for such a clean, decisive kill. One of them recounts the story of how I dismantled 20 of their underlings in the parking lot, a memory that is clearly still haunting him. The other finally grasps the reality of the situation, that this isn't a game, and the blood is very, very real. They stand over the corpse, trying to piece together a strategy now that their friend's pendant is in my possession. They theorize that my free freedom to move is tied to the defeat of the other masked players, a small piece of the truth. Their conclusion is that as the final boss, I will now hunt them down, forcing them to gather the remaining pendants before I do. To that end, the spiky-haired one, Yangze, decides on a desperate gamble, awakening his bloodline. Golden wings of light erupt from his back, a gaudy, useless display. His grand plan is to send out a signal, a beacon to attract the other survivors so they can face me together. He unleashes a blinding pillar of energy into the sky, not realizing he's just painted a massive target on himself for my convenience. Elsewhere in this dead city, another piece of prey hides in the shadows. She recalls seeing me execute her teacher, another casualty who stood in my way. She clutches her phone, staring at a picture of some fool she wants to protect from me. She feels powerless, hoping that this brute she knows might stand a chance. A truly laughable thought. But her hiding spot is not as clever as she thinks. She suddenly realizes she's been discovered. Knowing she can't fight or flee, she decides on a desperate ploy, lure her pursuer somewhere else. From his vantage point in the sky, Yangze spots her immediately. He recognizes her as Lu Qingzhu, and his eyes gleam with greed at the sight of her ox pendant. He watches her run, heading toward the very parking lot where I dispatched his followers. The fool laughs to himself, thinking she's trying to lure him into my trap, not realizing I've already left that location. He has no idea that she isn't the one setting the trap, I am, and he's flying right into it. This winged insect actually thought he had me cornered, shouting that I couldn't escape. He just floated there, a preening fool completely oblivious to the fact that his life was already forfeit. And then I allowed him to hear my voice. The recognition that dawned in his eyes was pathetic, a flicker of terror replacing his bravado. He saw my true form materialize from the shadows, a sight his mind could barely comprehend. A dragon mask, he stammered, his foolish theory that I was hunting someone else crumbling into dust. He clutched at the trinkets around his neck, his mind snapping under the pressure. Wait, he thought, if the dragon's target is the pendant bearer, he actually believed his collection of 4 pendants made him a priority target. He even had the audacity to think my pursuit of him was arrogant. A fatal miscalculation on my part, so I showed him a sliver of what true power looks like, my aura blotting out the sky. His eyes widened in sheer horror as he finally grasped the chasm between us. He was just a speck, an insignificant bug in my world. I began to summon my avatar, a beast of pure shadow and malice. This fool just realized I've dragged him into my personal domain, a place where escape is only possible by defeating me. The sweat dripping down his face told me everything I needed to know about his chances. My avatar didn't wait for his pointless despair to settle in. It lunged forward, hungry to erase him from existence. My avatar's blades sliced through the air, carving arcs of purple energy that tore his pathetic wings to ribbons. He tried to shield himself, but it was like trying to stop a tidal wave with paper. The creature I commanded raised its spectral sword for the final blow. His end was swift and absolute. With that distraction dealt with, I turned my attention to the city below. One of my subordinates was engaged in a rather noisy confrontation. Apparently, his opponent was so desperate for attention he used the global announcement system to provoke everyone in the area. I stood by and watched the insect's final moments. My subordinate, Sin Chen, had asked to handle this one himself to test his strength. He moved with a cold precision, his blade a blur of silver light. His opponent, a brute named Z, was all raw power and bluster, backed by the phantom of a tiger. The fool was caught completely off guard by Xin Chen's speed. "You think you've got me?" he spat, mistaking skill for arrogance. Xin Chen simply replied with his technique, Ice Sword. Shards of ice erupted from the ground, encasing the brute in a frozen tomb, but he shattered the ice with a roar, as if breaking a simple trap was some grand achievement. "Where are you running?" he bellowed, too stupid to realize my subordinate was merely repositioning. Xin Chen parried a wild swing, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. He was momentarily pushed back, but his expression remained impassive. He recalibrated, his focus narrowing, as he prepared his next move. He became one with his blade, a state of perfect concentration. A torrent of ice erupted from his sword, forming the head of a massive predatory dragon. The ice dragon slammed into the brute's tiger spirit, shattering the phantom construct. The tiger spirit roared its defiance one last time before being extinguished. The two fighters clashed in a storm of elemental fury. My subordinate's ice dragon coiled around its prey, constricting with overwhelming force. Their battle was a chaotic dance of power, but the outcome was already certain. I watched from a distance, utterly bored by the display. Z, realizing he was about to lose, sent out a desperate plea for help through his aura. Xin Chen easily deflected another clumsy attack. The coward tried to disengage, spouting a pathetic excuse about having urgent business elsewhere. "After all that noise," I said, my voice cutting him short, "did I say you could leave?" I launched myself forward, appearing before him in an instant. He could only look back, his face a perfect picture of disbelief and terror. My fist connected with his jaw, the impact a silent flash of devastating power. His body was launched like a ragdoll, a dark silhouette against the explosion of energy. He skipped across the street, tearing up the asphalt as he went. His landing was less a crash and more a small-scale detonation. He actually hit me, the imbecile. As he groaned about being hit by a beast, I stepped out of the dust cloud. That was me, I informed his broken form. Your groan was so ugly, I felt compelled to hit a bit harder. He accused me of an ambush, to which I replied, I don't call it an ambush. Your brain was just too slow to register my fist. All he could do in response was scream his impotent rage into the sky. 3 minutes later, the screaming had stopped. He was left a bruised, defeated piece of garbage on the pavement. Sang Chen's performance was commendable, but this brute was my prey to finish. I picked up his crude weapon. This has some good weight to it, I mused, not asking for permission. As he lay there twitching, I added, but it needs some reinforcement. I channeled my own energy into the blade, and the metal began to scream. It twisted and reformed, shedding its clumsy shape. The weapon was reborn as an extension of my will, a jagged fang of polished, dark steel. I gave it a test swing. It was now a tool worthy of my power. Shin Chen approached. Yi-hey, he reported. I found no pendants in his spatial ring, but I did find this. He held out a curious-looking artifact he'd recovered from the corpse. It was a jade pendant, but not one of the types I was hunting. This pendant is constantly flashing. He observed it seems to be sending some kind of signal. My blade descends, the final punctuation to a pointless conversation. The fool Ouyangze collapses, a monument to his own mediocrity. He whispers his last regrets into the dust, a pathetic end to a pathetic life. He even babbles about some relic he brought, a so-called last-locking nail. Apparently, this little trinket was supposed to pierce my heart and seal my power flow. A valiant effort, I suppose, but he sacrificed an entire arm only to miss my heart by 3 finger widths. All he got for his trouble was a final, horrifying glimpse of what true power looks like. He lost his only chance to defeat me, this damn bug, as he so eloquently put it. My sword remains planted in the ground, a tombstone for his arrogance. He thought he could challenge me, a fatal miscalculation. Now his body grows cold, forgotten. A pity. I was almost amused, but then I hear it, the frantic patter of feet on stairs. The girl Qingzhu is running for her life. She thinks I'm terrifying, that I'm coming for her next. How perceptive. A flicker of defiance in her eyes as she stares out at the ruined city. She wants to find someone named Yi He and escape with him. A noble, but ultimately useless, goal. She's reached the city's tallest building, planning to send a signal, just like the other one did. She even awakens her bloodline, calling on the paltry power of a nether sparrow. A pathetic flare of purple energy erupts from her, a moth begging for the flame. She hopes her little friend gets the message. I hope so too, it will save me the trouble of hunting him down later. But my arrival is not so subtle. The sound of my approach reaches her first. She peers over the edge, her hope turning to ash. The whisper of my blade, slicing through the air, is the last thing she expects. She's shocked I found her so quickly. Her expression is priceless, pure unadulterated terror. In a last desperate act, she tries to fire another signal. She gathers a sphere of energy, a final futile gesture of defiance. The rooftop explodes in a shower of purple light and debris, a pointless firework display. I emerge from the smoke, completely untouched and unimpressed. It's time to end this little distraction. My power takes a more visceral form as I lunge. She understands now there is no escape. But just as I'm about to strike, the very air around me shifts. Reality itself cracks like a cheap mirror. A new player enters the stage, speaking of promises made to the dead. My attack is stopped mid-air by this sudden intrusion. The girl cries out his name, Yi He, as if a savior has arrived. How irritating! Another bug has flown into my web. His face is contorted with a rage that is utterly meaningless to me. He screams at me, asking what I am, as if the answer would somehow save him. In response, he throws a tantrum of light and energy. A rather large one, I'll admit. But power is not measured in size alone. His attack misses me entirely. It carves a neat path of destruction through an empty skyscraper behind me. He tells his friend to take the girl and run, a classic foolish maneuver. He actually believes he can deal with me alone. His little light show continues, slicing through the city like a child with a new toy. The tops of 2 towers fall in perfect synchronicity, impressive for an amateur, and now we stand amongst the ruins he's created. I land softly, my own blade humming with anticipation. His brutish friend smirks from the sidelines, confident in his allies' impending failure. So this is the domain created by Qingzhu's distress signal, a cage. Is hiding inside this little turtle shell the only way you can fight? I sneer, gesturing to the nail still embedded in my chest. He seems to notice the nail, his eyes narrowing as he wonders if it's part of some grander scheme. Let's show him what a real plan looks like. My aura flares and the pressure in his little cage skyrockets. He seems surprised by my speed. He shouldn't be. The time for posturing is over. Our blades are about to meet, and he actually grins, looking forward to this. I held it there for a moment, letting the insects inside contemplate their insignificance before I brought my power to bear. A single clean slice of energy was all it took to bisect the structure, a perfect cut through concrete and arrogance. The 2 halves crashed back to the earth, a tombstone for their failed ambitions. From the wreckage, a beast of pure rage erupted, its form wreathed in violet energy. It lunged, a mindless creature driven by instinct, but I was already in motion, my own energy meeting its pathetic assault. The monster roared, its maw gaping wide as it tried to devour me whole, a truly disgusting sight. With a snarl of contempt, I clenched my fist, unleashing a torrent of power that slammed directly into it. The ensuing blast vaporized the creature and scoured the very ground it stood on. The explosion of raw energy ripped through the area, leaving nothing but a crater and a strange humming pillar of blue light. From the smoke, a figure emerged, untouched by the devastation. So strong, he mused, his voice steady. Since coming to this world, I finally encountered a worthy opponent. His flattery was as pointless as his resistance, but I had to admit, this new form, clad in draconic armor, was at least visually interesting. I met his gaze, my own eyes glowing with cold promise. So you won't be taken down that easily either, will you? The armor cracked and fell away, revealing the true monster beneath the same manic eyes, the same aura of borrowed power. He chuckled, a grating sound. That's more like it. An invincible boss like Dragon Mask wouldn't go down so simply. A smirk touched my lips. His delusion of invincibility was almost amusing. He vanished in a blur of motion, his power now orders of magnitude greater than before. I barely had time to register his new speed before his blade was upon me. So fast, I thought, his strength and speed have both increased since his mask broke. Our blades met in a shower of sparks, the force of the impact vibrating through my very bones. Then came a sound I didn't expect, the sharp crack of fracturing steel as my own weapon shattered under the strain. He saw his opening, his face a mask of triumphant rage as he lunged forward for the final blow. He thought he had me, that a broken weapon meant a broken man. What a fool. As his sword descended, I shot my hand forward, catching his wrist in an iron grip. Finally caught you, I hissed, my voice a low growl of predatory satisfaction. His eyes widened in shock, his attack completely neutralized. He tried to channel his energy into a point-blank blast, a desperate last resort. But a chilling voice echoed from my arm, a voice only we could hear. It's not over yet, customer. My own draconic armor materialized around me, a far superior construct. I leaned in close, my grin wide and feral. Technician number 23, at your service. My counterattack was not a single, brutal strike, but a precise flurry of surgical blows. I wasn't trying to overpower him, I was dismantling him from the inside out. Throat, heart, spleen, and groin, I explained calmly, my voice a lecture on his own demise. These are the most lethal weak points in the human body. My strikes, infused with my own disruptive energy, were systematically severing his meridians and acupoints, causing his power to hemorrhage from his body. He stumbled back, his form flickering, as his control failed him. I let him catch his breath, savoring his confusion. I already knew you were not giving up, but your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived. I continued, stepping forward, using the information gap to catch me off guard. I effortlessly parried his wild, desperate swing. Even then, that would have given you a 30% chance at best. His face contorted in a mask of pure terror as my hand closed around his throat. Now die for me, I roared, unleashing a final all-consuming torrent of crimson energy that tore him apart atom by atom. This fool didn't understand. The fan was a cursed weapon, and in my hands its killing intent was finally unleashed to its full potential. The so-called Dragon Mask spat defiance from the dirt, his body wreathed in pathetic blue flames. It's not over yet, faceless punk, he screamed. He roared, channeling his remaining energy into a desperate final gamble. His first punch was a blinding flash of light, a tantrum given form. The resulting explosion was loud, but ultimately meaningless. It was just enough to send my temporary vessel skidding back through the dust. He pressed his pathetic advantage, rocketing into the sky for a second punch. Mountain-blocking black flash, he bellowed. A needlessly dramatic name for such a simple attack. Beams of his energy rained down, tearing through the abandoned city like a child knocking over building blocks. The impacts were flashy, designed to intimidate lesser men. I stood amongst the wreckage he'd created, the borrowed power beginning to fade. My physical form was cracking, the strain almost too much to bear, but my objective was close. He thought himself a dragon, a being of supreme power, but all I saw was a worm thrashing in the mud. My calculations were complete. His purpose was served. My eyes glowed with the borrowed demonic power as I raised my blade, my body screaming in protest. I offered him a simple final courtesy before his erasure. Farewell. The sound of my blade carving through his defenses was the only reply needed. I lunged, prepared to end his existence and claim my prize. But then my body gave out, the borrowed power exacting its toll as I collapsed. He stood over my fallen form, snatching the dragon pendant from my neck like a common thief. Meanwhile, my so-called allies were watching from a safe distance, just as I'd planned. That foolish girl fretted, claiming I shouldn't have gone alone. But Chuzhou, ever the pragmatist, knew the truth. They would have been nothing but a liability. The girl wallowed in her own weakness, blaming herself for being a burden. Seeing an opportunity, the boy Chuzhou asked to borrow her ox pendant, his mind already working on the puzzle I had laid out for them. With her consent, he gathered the remaining zodiac pendants. They attempted to arrange the zodiac animals in order, a simple test of logic that they were predictably failing. It was the brute, the spiky-haired one, who finally pieced it together. The dragon pendant wasn't meant for combat. It was never a tool for clearing the trial in the conventional sense. It was a key, and my defeat was the final tumbler falling into place. As they placed the final piece, the ground began to glow, their expressions turning from confusion to alarm. A pillar of light erupted from the collection of pendants, a signal that the test was over. The sky itself cracked open like cheap plaster. The light wasn't descending, it was ascending from the very fabric of this false world. One of the weaker students pointed upwards in terror. Look up at the sky, what is that? A colossal burning eye stared down, the architect of this entire illusion. It was the system itself, observing its lab rats. Its gaze was a physical force, the world dissolving around us. Someone, somewhere, let out a pathetic scream. I felt a weightless sensation as my body was pulled upward into the light. My vision blurred, twisting into a vortex of darkness and memory. And then stillness. I was no longer in a ruined city, but sitting on a train. This is the Hadu University train. I'm back? The other students were in a state of panic, babbling about being killed by the dragon mask and wondering if it was all a dream. Then announcement announcement cut through the noise, explaining the Mirage Eye and the freshman trial. It was all a contrived illusion, just as I suspected. A special notice followed, declaring that my team had collected all the Zodiac pendants and achieved first place. The system then singled me out by name, Yohei, for a special reward, due to my outstanding performance. The cannon fodder around me began to whisper, wondering who this Ye was, this nobody from a small city who had dominated the trial. Let them wonder. My eyes blazed with inner light as the notification I had been waiting for finally appeared. Congratulations, host. You outperformed all freshmen. You are rewarded with 1 template draw. I turned to Chujo. Get me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands properly. This time I would leave nothing to chance. A swirling violet portal of immense power materialized before me. From its depths, a figure of pure crimson muscle and demonic wings began to emerge. On the train to Huadu, the boy beside me is practically vibrating, babbling about my lucky draw. A hulking brute with absurdly spiked hair approaches, identifying me as Yi-He, the one who defeated a dragon mask. I meet his gaze, my own reflecting nothing but cold truth. Correction, I state, my voice flat. Not defeated, I killed him. The shock on his pink-haired lackey's face is a pathetic sight. The large one, Wu Yangze, ignores his subordinate's weakness and makes his pitch, offering me the presidency of some new student club he's forming. His little follower eagerly explains their plan to break the hold the local Huadu families have on the student council. He seems to think I'm some kind of messiah, extending his hand as if he's anointing a king. The other passengers whisper among themselves, deluded into thinking they're witnessing history. I close my eyes, dismissing their foolish ambitions. I have no interest in your student council turf wars. I prefer to go solo. Liangze, surprisingly, doesn't press the issue, simply handing me his business card before backing away. As the sun sets, the train finally pulls into the station. My traveling companion gawks out the window, his face a mask of childish wonder. I have to admit, the scale of Huadu is impressive. A steel and neon jungle clawing at the sky. We're herded off the train like cattle, an automated voice directing all freshmen toward the campus. A staff member guides us down a sterile corridor. The floor beneath us begins to rumble violently. The other students look around in a panic, their faces contorting with confusion and fear. A sleek, futuristic aircraft rises from a hidden hangar bay, its engine screaming to life. We're instructed to board, and I spot a familiar and annoying face in the crowd. Some fool tries to get friendly with Qingju, my so-called fiancé. A sharp voice cuts in as her guardian reminds her of our arrangement, a political alliance I find utterly tedious. Qingju reacts with predictable indignation, mortified to be associated with me in public. I can hear her complaining about her mother betrothing her to a country bumpkin. Why are we taking a plane, she finally asks, her voice laced with irritation. I simply glance upwards, because Huadu University is not on the ground, it's a city in the sky. The aircraft pierces the cloud layer with a deafening roar. There it is, a colossal structure floating above the world, a testament to humanity's arrogance. Welcome to Huadu University. The plane passes through a shimmering electromagnetic net, a barrier to keep out the monsters below. Even my detection range is suppressed within this field. Their security is formidable. We disembark and I present my student ID for verification. With a soft chime, the system grants me access to this floating fortress. I'm directed to a maglev station that will take me to my dormitory. The transport car rockets up the side of a monolithic skyscraper. An announcer declares we've arrived at the world's highest city, a boast as empty as the sky around us. I overhear others comparing their dorm floors, 42nd, 45th, as if it's a measure of their worth. The girl on the higher floor exits, leaving the rest of us to our ascent. I finally arrive at my room, a 100-square-meter suite that puts most luxury apartments to shame. The technology is state-of-the-art, fully equipped with every conceivable convenience. It even has a massage bathtub. They spare no expense to keep their prize students comfortable. This place is less a dorm and more a 5-star hotel. But I'm not here for a vacation. It's time to get down to business. First, I use my student ID to log into the Huada Pass system to max out my Vampire Racket template. I convert over 30 million coins into Academy points, the exclusive currency of this floating city. The exchange rate is outright robbery, but the marketplace has goods that are impossible to find elsewhere. Delivery is almost instantaneous, a drone arriving at my window with my order. I smile as I open the crate, the cold blue light of blood attribute magic cores illuminating my face. Time for a feast. Consuming so much raw energy at once is agonizing, my stomach burning as if filled with magma. But the results are worth the pain. My Vampire template compatibility reaches 100%, unlocking a new title, Rakud Crimson Calamity. I stare at my reflection, my eyes now burning a demonic crimson. My fangs have sharpened considerably, more than capable of tearing through flesh and bone. Drinking the blood of my enemies will now be as easy as sipping tea. My very fingernails have become lethal claws, each one a razor-sharp dagger. A single tear of blood traces a path down my cheek, and a new, far more ambitious idea begins to form in my mind. The power thrumming beneath my skin demands to be tested. My body heaves over the sterile basin, a pathetic human reflex I had hoped to leave behind. A torrent of black, corrupted blood erupts from my throat, the price of fusing with a power far beyond mortal comprehension. It's a violent, agonizing purge, expelling the last remnants of my weakness. But as the pain subsides, I can feel the gash on my chest sealing itself shut, knitting together faster than ever before. The vampire's regenerative ability is a noticeable, if minor, upgrade, but such crude bodily mutations are secondary. What truly matters is the new power coursing through me, my crimson calamity. Even the university dormitories in this world of martial might are built like fortresses, providing the perfect isolated space to test my new limits. The air crackles with crimson energy as I summon my training partner, my eyes glowing with anticipation. Rakud manifests before me, a twisted silhouette of pure demonic force, and I let a cold smirk grace my lips. It lunges instantly, a scarlet blur of claws and fury. Come on, I whisper, my voice a low challenge. Give me a punch. It obliges with a maelstrom of strikes, each one meant to tear flesh from bone. I don't even bother to move, letting my own aura meet its pathetic assault. Its true form is a grotesque parody of beauty, a body of thorns and roses, but its more demonic state is far more suitable for a proper warm-up. It gathers its full might into a single, devastating blow. I meet its fist with a simple cross-arm block, the impact barely registering. A shockwave of crimson energy explodes outwards as its power rebounds against my own. Its arm shatters like glass, my aura not just defending but actively disintegrating the force sent against me. The resulting blast sends it careening into the reinforced wall, leaving a satisfying crater. Very good, very fierce, but that was just the physical test. Now for the real experiment. I dismiss the red aura and draw upon a deeper, more volatile power that warps the very air around me. Crimson calamity, time freeze. I command, and the world grinds to a halt as a counter appears in my vision. The seconds tick by, each one an eternity of pressure building against my soul. 5 seconds. The system tells me this is my limit, but limits are merely suggestions for the weak. I force it further, blood seeping from my lips as I tear at the fabric of reality. My entire being screams in protest, my vision blurring from the strain of holding existence itself hostage. At 4 seconds, the frozen world around me fractures and shatters, collapsing back into motion as my control breaks. 5 seconds was the original limit, but not mine. The next morning, the sunlight feels unusually harsh against my skin. Chujo asks if I'm alright, and I simply explain that fusing with the vampire template comes with a predictable, though mild, aversion to light. He tells me Huadu University has changed its system to one of mentorship, a tedious process I couldn't care less about. Not we, he corrects himself, showing me his phone. I need to find a mentor. The screen displays an announcement. As the freshman with the highest score, I can choose any mentor, and none are allowed to refuse me. How utterly ostentatious of them. We arrive at the athletics hall to find a pathetic crowd of students lining up for their assessments like cattle. I tell Chujo to go on ahead. Since my position is guaranteed, I see no reason to wait in line with a common rabble. Picking a mentor, what a profoundly boring chore for someone of my caliber. Suddenly a faint red trail snakes through the air, imperceptible to anyone else but screaming at my newfound senses. It's the scent of blood, but this is no ordinary wound. It's laced with a ferocious intent, a deep current of murder and sin that calls to the darkness inside me. I was walking the grounds when a presence slammed into me, an aura so suffocating it nearly stopped my heart. For a moment, I thought I'd made a grave miscalculation, that some ancient monster had been waiting for me. Then I saw her, a child munching on some cheap snack, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. She asks me how I know the flesh-binding demon prison technique, a name no living soul should recognize. I demanded to know how she knew that. This girl who looked like a child but spoke like a withered master. Then she uttered a name, Xiaohu, and my blood ran cold. Lu Chenghu, a legendary grandmaster, was her disciple 90 years ago. I couldn't help but scoff. Even peak martial artists can't reverse their age to this degree. But the clarity in her eyes wasn't a lie. It was a pure, unadulterated truth that defied all logic. Her gaze sharpened, the pressure intensifying as she asked if I truly didn't believe her. I laughed in her face, telling her I'd sooner believe I was the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. That was my last mistake. My world dissolved into a blood-red nightmare, the shadow of a guillotine falling over me. I saw my own reflection in the steel, face pale with a terror I hadn't felt in years. The blade dropped, and for an instant, I felt the cold kiss of death as my world went black. Then it was over, the illusion shattering around me, but the phantom sensation of being beheaded still lingered on my neck. She casually offered me a strawberry gummy, apologizing for overdoing it as if she'd merely stepped on my foot. Then she put on a pathetic act, whining about only getting a few hours of outdoor time a week. I cut through the nonsense and demanded to know who she really was. She introduced herself as Gong Kei, a grandmaster who once made the current dean of this university cry like a baby. The name hit me like a thunderclap. Gong Ki, a slaughter-type grandmaster, the perfect master to refine my Xuanhuang martial art. In that instant, it instant all pride vanished, replaced by cold, hard ambition. I dropped to my knees and begged her to accept me as her disciple. While I was securing my future, the so-called masters of this university were gathered in the gymnasium, waiting to pick over the new students like vultures. The deans of all 5 academies were present, powerful figures who thought they held the keys to everyone's destiny. The lesser students could only whisper, wondering why such important people were here, unaware that they were all here for me. They didn't know that my entrance exam, the Zodiac Trial, was broadcast live to every senior faculty member. They watched as an AI analyzed my every micro-expression and tactical decision, grading me on a scale far beyond simple kills. When the final scores came in, only one name sat at the top of every single category, mine. They watched me dismantle my opponents with brutal efficiency, but what truly shattered their understanding was when I hunted down and executed Qianlong, a boss that was never meant to be defeated. That's because Qianlong was a combat simulation of Fu Hongsheng, the strongest martial artist in the country's history, a man whose records have stood for 100 years. By killing his replica, I had already proven I was destined to become a grandmaster, and these fools were simply waiting to claim me as their prize. Their arrogant little meeting was interrupted by an assistant bursting in with bad news. He frantically announced that I had just asked to become the disciple of Gong Ke, the university's pariah, and the collective shock on their faces was immensely satisfying. Back with her, I wasn't letting go, formally declaring her my master. She hesitated, but I knew her weakness. I dangled the prospect of freedom in front of her, a prize she couldn't resist. Her eyes lit up with stars. The deal was struck before she could even second-guess it. Of course, the busybodies arrived just in time to try and ruin everything. The dean, Shi Jingwen, tried to order her back to her confinement, but she simply ignored him and asked for my name. I looked her in the eye and stated it clearly, "Master, I'm Yi He." And as for the rules they tried to impose on us, they were about to become suggestions. I arrived at the so-called Huadu Research Institute, a monument of sterile glass and steel that screamed "keep out" more than welcome. My new teacher, this strange girl named Gong Ke, was waiting for me, looking more like a failed art project than a martial arts master. In the elevator, she offered a pathetic excuse for her isolation. "I live way out here because I had issues," she said, and kept hurting people. She claimed to have learned control now, which is why she's finally allowed to stretch her legs. So I asked the obvious question, "Am I your first student in all these decades?" The girl stared at me, her cybernetic eyes wide with a bizarre sort of interest, asking why I wasn't scared. I gave her a look of mock terror, playing along with her little drama. "Scared you'll chop me up?" I asked, my voice dripping with sarcasm she was too simple to detect. The elevator didn't just descend, it plummeted into the Earth's core, the floor indicator flashing a comically evil 666. We stepped out into a corridor, so narrow it was practically a crack in the wall, and I couldn't help but ask why. "Because only I'm supposed to walk through it," she replied, confirming my suspicion that this was a prison. I noticed a large digital timer on the door ahead, counting down the final seconds. Suddenly she shoved me forward, a genuine panic in her voice. "Get inside now," she screamed, explaining that a timer starts every time she leaves her cell. If she fails to return, the alarm goes straight to the headmaster, and she'll be officially hunted by the university. We tumbled through the doorway just as the timer hit 0 with a sharp beep. Massive steel doors slammed shut behind us, sealing us in this gilded cage. A wave of energy washed over me, and I immediately felt my connection to my martial abilities weaken. Some kind of magnetic field was suppressing my power. "Of course," she said with a shrug, "this is my confinement cell." She explained that the university's president, Shi Jingwen, had this entire 3-level complex built just to keep her contained. It was a luxurious prison, filled with every amenity, but layered with suppressors, to disrupt martial energy, all to prevent her from breaking out. She calls it a cell, but looking at the sprawling luxury suite, it's clear they're not imprisoning a criminal, they're enshrining a monster they can't control. Meanwhile, in an office high above, President Shi Jingwen was being briefed on my arrival. He waved off his subordinates' concerns, stating his only goal was to raise a generation capable of shouldering Xia's future. To him, a true genius like me shouldn't be coddled. I should be allowed to grow through conflict. His aide confirmed my entry into the confinement zone, but added that predictive analytics still gave Gong Ke a 5% chance of losing control. The president stared out his window, contemplating the nature of his special class combatants, uncontrollable weapons. He mused on my fate, questioning if someone like me, who has yet to face true crisis, could walk the path of slaughter required to protect the nation. With threats from foreign powers mounting, he knew this new generation had to be forged in fire, and it had to be done fast. Back in the training hall on level B3, Gong Ke decided it was time for our first lesson. "It's been decades since I taught anyone," she said. "Let's start with a spar." I agreed, readying myself as she lazily stretched. "I'm ready, Teacher Gong Ke." I braced myself, the phantom memory of her guillotine illusion, a cold reminder of what she was capable of. Her first attack wasn't a test, it was an assassination attempt aimed straight for my throat. I barely managed to deflect the blow, my arms stinging from the impact. Her movements were impossible. I had already calculated 5 potential dodge patterns, but she countered every single one, forcing me to meet her head-on. With no other choice, I unleashed my bloodline awakening, my body erupting in a torrent of blue energy. I poured all my power into boosting my speed, my armored form becoming a blur. But she just laughed, a crazed predatory grin spreading across her face. "Too bad," she chirped. "I'm even faster than you." In the next instant, she was behind me, her legs swinging in a brutal arc that shattered my defense and slammed me into the ground. The impact was devastating, my enhanced body cracking under the sheer force of her casual kick. The initial exchange of blows was a test, nothing more. "You're really not holding back, teacher," I muttered, the metallic taste of my own blood filling my mouth. Her relentless assault was effective. I'll give her that. My newly awakened bloodline felt like it was being hammered back into dormancy. She savored the moment with a disturbing smile, licking the blood from her fingers as if it were a rare delicacy. "Teacher," I said, pushing myself from the ground, my body aching but my will unbroken. "I can't match you physically, so I'll have to use something a little more unfair." A storm of pure energy began to coalesce around me, a power she couldn't possibly comprehend. The ground itself cracked react as I let the template's energy surge through my veins. She watched, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and excitement, foolishly thinking this was some mere martial skill I'd been hiding. Amused by my display, she prepared herself, promising to show me some real skill in return. She lunged forward, unleashing a vicious slash of crimson energy that tore through the air. My own azure aura erupted to meet her attack, a clash of diametrically opposed forces. The resulting explosion shook the very foundations of the training hall. Our energies battled for dominance, a raging tempest of raw power. The shockwaves sent a blinding light across the entire room. When the light faded, my true form stood revealed. The ancestral split form, a colossal beast of crystalline armor and raw might. She was forced to crane her neck, a gnat staring up at a titan. I could see the reflection of her impending doom in her suddenly very wide eyes. My arm, now a weapon of immense size and weight, descended upon her like a meteor. She was quick, dodging my strike with an agility that was impressive for her size, but it was a futile effort. Taking a deep breath, she began to gather her own energy for a counterattack. With a scream, she unleashed another devastating blow directly at my chest plate. The impact was immense, the sound of screeching metal and shattering crystal filling the air. To my genuine surprise, my outer shell, a defense that should have been impenetrable, actually began to crack and splinter. This armor was based on the Cosmic Emperor's shell, dozens of times stronger than a standard giant anthropomorphic form, yet she tore it apart as if it were paper. My true eye glowed from within the darkness of the fractured cockpit. She peered into the wreckage, trying to find me. "Yee-hee, you brat, are you hiding inside this armor's mouth?" she called out, her voice echoing. Her detection skills were absurd. Even with all my life functions completely suppressed, she somehow knew I was still inside. A predatory grin spread across her face as she prepared to finish this. "Come out already," she taunted. "Before I make you." She stomped on my shattered armor, unleashing her own split form, causing jagged spikes to erupt from the metallic corpse. The entire structure of my defeated armor was twisted into a prison of thorns. "Teacher, since your strikes are so powerful," I goaded from my hiding place, "I wonder, can you cut through this?" Her response was a blinding beam of pure energy, a so-called nuclear breath she was certain would incinerate me. But she had already fallen into my trap. From the abyss of my own killing intent, demonic chains shot forth. These were not physical chains, but shackles for the soul. Before she could react, we were both dragged into a far more dangerous battlefield, her own mind. A massive guillotine materialized above my head, the ultimate expression of her will to kill. I knew this place, her dreaded mental domain. There was no escaping the guillotine. As the blade descended to claim my spirit, I unleashed my own power. Crimson Calamity. "Time freeze," I commanded, and reality itself obeyed. A crimson rose bloomed from my aura, its petals stopping the guillotine's blade a hair's breadth from my neck. My own avatar of spiritual power had manifested to meet her threat. The blade hung frozen, her absolute killing intent, rendered impotent against my own. She had pushed me to the edge, dragging me into her mental world, but it was a fatal miscalculation. Here, spiritual power is absolute. I gathered my focus, preparing to shatter this pathetic illusion. My spiritual avatar manifested completely, its countless fists glowing with righteous fury. I unleashed a torrent of blows against the very fabric of her mental prison. Cracks spread through her domain, like a spider's web on a shattered mirror. With one final concentrated barrage, her entire world broke apart. The shards of her consciousness dissolved into nothingness. Her little mind game was over. I opened my eyes, the cold reality of the training room returning. Lying amidst the wreckage of my armor, I heard her cough. "You're awake? That turtle shell around you is insanely tough." She had ripped me out while I was busy dismantling her psyche, and the defensive crystal I'd formed around my body was shattered. She broke through it like nothing. "But that kind of power, teacher," I said, my voice cold and accusatory. "You cheated, didn't you?" "Cheated?" she snapped back, feigning indignation. "I beat you fair and square." It was obvious she had used a level of force far beyond our agreement, simply because she lacks the control to hold back. Then her facade completely crumbled, and she burst into tears, clinging to me like a desperate child. Okay, next time I won't bend the rules. Please don't go. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades." Her face was a mess of tears and desperation, a spectacle I found utterly unimpressive. My expression remained unchanged. Sentiment is a vulnerability I can't afford. Suddenly she tried to salvage her dignity, claiming she worked too hard to become my disciple to just give up now. She even had the audacity to deny her pathetic display, as if I were a fool, a futile attempt to regain composure. Pathetic. She switched topics, opening a refrigerator as if nothing happened, and asked what I wanted to learn from her. The irony was palpable. I didn't need her childish lessons, but I was curious about one thing, her advanced techniques. Specifically, the principle behind how she could so cleanly sever my attacks, even ones infused with lightning. Her explanation was amateurish, talking about a feel for slashing, a concept for novices. But then her eyes took on a dangerous glint, and she gave it a name, the line. She spoke of a fundamental weakness, a point of entry in any object, any body, any defense. A single perfect seam that, if struck, guarantees a clean separation of matter. She called it the kill line, and for the first time she had my undivided attention. She compared it to the brute force of other slashers, noting that my style was different. She recognized my technique wasn't about power, but about surgical precision, like a master butcher, and I decided to test her resolve, telling her she wasn't even qualified to learn my methods yet. I sat her down, deciding a basic lesson was in order, and asked if she knew the fundamental difference between a mere disciple and a true martial artist. Of course she didn't. Her ignorance was expected, so I began her re-education. I told her the path of a true warrior isn't paved with muscle, but forged in the mind. The breakthrough comes with a new sense, an ability called inner vision. It allows one to perceive their own body on a micro level, to see the flow of energy through meridians, pressure points, and organs. Only then can they truly reinforce their vessel, pushing past mortal limits. The spirit must be tempered before the body can follow. I had to admit, for all her eccentricities, she understood the fundamentals. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, my own evolution had already granted me a superior mental edge, but I was curious how these mortals structured their advancement. Manhwa, she listed off a few esoteric names, concepts that were meaningless without context. She broke it down into a simple hierarchy of 4 tiers, from the common to the godlike. The lowest, unranked techniques were for the masses, crude, simple, and accessible to anyone with sufficient resources. They were a shortcut for the untalented, a way to brute force their way to the next stage. But the elites, she explained, started with far more refined methods, beginning at the Xuanhuang tier. Naturally, my interest was only in the highest levels. The Tiangang tier, she revealed, were practically myths, sacred relics from ancient ruins, with less than 10 known to exist. She leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper, revealing that while the best was out of reach, she could offer me the next best thing, a Disha tier technique. This was an unexpected development. A technique of that caliber would be a significant asset. Her eyes burned with an intensity that told me this was no idle boast. She revealed its name, the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra, a Disha-level art she had personally mastered. And then it clicked, the flesh-bound demon cage that Xiao Hu used was a pale imitation of this, and a burning desire to claim this power for myself ignited within me. A single drop of blood signaled the start of the trial, and from the crimson pool, the dead began to rise. The rules were simple, no martial skills, no powers, only this crude blade against an endless tide of corpses. They swarmed me, their rotting hands clawing, trying to drag me down into their mindless horde, with nothing but a dull knife to defend myself. The purpose of this exercise was to feel the crude sensation of slicing skin and splitting bone. I understood instantly. They wanted to bypass my mind and train my muscles to kill with instinctual lethal accuracy. I carved a path through the horde, the blade an extension of my will, finding every weakness, every kill line. The sound of my blade was the only thing that echoed in this desolate reality. From outside the illusion, my diminutive mentor watched, her eyes wide with a shock she couldn't conceal. She knew practicing a Disha tier technique in this state was suicide for most. Their minds would shatter. But my mental fortitude is absolute. Where others would be devoured by the killing intent, I simply wield it. She finally understood why others called me a rising star, and I could feel her excitement at the weapon she was forging. Emerging from the illusion, I collapsed in my dorm. The physical exhaustion, a pathetic but necessary toll for such rapid growth. Even submerged in a hot bath, there was no rest as my phone buzzed with an incoming call from Lu Qingzhu. I answered, and she confirmed she was in her apartment. She told me the item I requested from her mother had arrived and was now with her. She then tried to thank me for her ranking in the freshman trials, a victory she only secured because of my intervention. When I offered to retrieve the item myself, she grew flustered, insisting a drone was sufficient. As I casually inquired about her new mentor, she proudly announced she'd been taken in by Dean Baya, a respectable achievement for someone of her caliber. When she asked about my own mentor, I chose silence. Telling her I was being trained by 5 deans simultaneously would only complicate things. While I was in isolation, the weak were busy forming factions, like this Dragon Blood Society. Predictably, their arrogance led them to clash with the true elites of Huadu, and they were swiftly put in their place. A new name, Shangjian Hui, had apparently become the most popular freshman in my absence. And as for me, I had vanished for 3 months, letting the world forget my name, while I secretly sharpened my fangs. Deep underground, my training was more akin to torture, my mentor's voice a constant command to push harder. With every step, she injected her own martial energy into my body, forcing her insights directly into my system. She mocked me, calling it a privilege to be under her delicate feet. With my own power sealed, each push-up felt like I was lifting a mountain, but I refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing me break. She just laughed, feeling my internal energy as a mere tickle, while her own crushed me underfoot. Her insults were relentless, calling me a scrub for tiring before 1,000 reps, but her taunts only fueled my defiance. With a manic grin, she increased the pressure, demanding I go faster, pushing me past every conceivable limit. The pain was absolute, a scream tearing from my lungs as my body was pushed to the brink of destruction. I hit 999, every muscle fiber screaming in protest. At 1,000, the dam broke, and a wave of raw power erupted from my body, shattering the very floor beneath me. I could feel the explosive energy shredding my exhausted muscles down to the cellular level. In their place, new muscle fibers formed, forged in agony and imbued with pure martial power. My shirt had been disintegrated, and my mentor feigned embarrassment at the sight of my new physique. This retreat was over. It was time to leave this cage. I told her I had been trapped with her for 3 months and needed to see the sun again. Ignoring the sudden sadness in her eyes, she asked if I would come back, a hint of desperation in her voice. I deflected her sentimentality with a cold jab about her terrible video game skills, and she childishly retorted. Finally, I was back in the city, the modern architecture a stark contrast to the sterile training room I'd called home. It felt like a lifetime had passed in those 3 months, but nostalgia was a luxury I couldn't afford. I didn't emerge from hell just to take a stroll. I had work to do. At Huadu, real-world missions are everything. thing, and I intended to start claiming my due. My first stop was the Student Activity Center to acquire a mission and reconnect with a useful associate. He greeted me as I entered, remarking that he'd been waiting for my return from my long retreat. My so-called peers are pathetically easy to read. This one, Yi made a minor breakthrough 2 months ago and already thinks he's a different man, but I can see it clearly. The lack of change on the surface is the most telling sign of his true growth. It's a question they should be asking about me, not this amateur. They gossip about a recent match where some upstart named Ouyang was predictably crushed by Xiang Jianhui in a mere 10 minutes. They speculate on Yi's chances, concluding he's no match either, a conclusion so obvious it's hardly worth mentioning. She's clearly in a hurry, not that her reasons matter to me. He looks at me expectantly, as if I care about these childish games. Another one joins in, reminding her that we're supposed to be a couple on campus, pushing her to act the part. Her reaction is as predictable as it is irritating. I cut through the nonsense with a simple question. Her childish outburst is just noise. She turns and walks away, a pointless display of emotion. It's time to get down to business. The mission board displays the latest tasks, a list of problems for me to solve. We're already ahead of schedule, having cleared 3 missions while these others were wasting time. Predictably, they now want to ride my coattails. They point out 3 missions, thinking their meager analysis has any value. She notes that these are Tier 3 off-campus missions, far more dangerous than the Tier 1 drivel first years are accustomed to. The girl with the white hair smirks, pulling out a privilege card as if it's some grand trump. She offers the card to me, explaining it allows access to higher tier missions to sharpen my edge. A convenient tool, nothing more. The blue-haired one gawks, wondering where she got it, while she turns the decision over to me. I state the obvious, cutting through their hesitation. The first is a simple manhunt with abysmal efficiency, and the second is a trivial investigation beneath my notice. The third is the only one that offers true freedom of action, and therefore, the highest reward. The loud one, Chuzhou, eagerly agrees, his simple mind easily swayed by the prospect of a real fight. The receptionist at the counter can't believe her ears, calling our choice nonsense, and reminding us that a second-year squad was already wiped out on that very mission. She calls us overconfident first years, but her tirade is cut short when the privilege card is presented. She threatens to expose a forged card, but a quick call to the director shuts her down instantly. Her tone changes immediately, now wishing us a victorious fortune, with a sickeningly sweet smile. I find her previous, harsh demeanor far more honest. I tell the other two to prepare their gear while I go retrieve something I've earned. My destination is the College of Mech and Magitech, the Foundry. It's a place where true power is forged from steel and ambition. The architecture is as cold and functional as the weapons it produces. The system verifies my identity, granting me access to the inner sanctum. Dean, I'm here to claim my weapon, the first place reward from the pendant war. I announce here to claim what is mine by right. The Dean, an old master of his craft, unveils his work. It's a top-grade divine blade, forged from starfall gold, designed for maximum efficiency and channeling martial energy. He calls it a horse cutter, its dusky blade speckled with the starlight hallmark of its rare alloy. I take the weapon, feeling its perfect balance. He explains the serrations on the spine are designed to add devastating force to every impact. I test its weight with a practiced swing. The grip is anti-slip, threaded with metal filaments, a perfect conduit for my chi. The motion is fluid, an extension of my own will. The blade cuts through the air effortlessly. He boasts that each cut carries a wail of wind and a flash of light, a poetic but accurate description of its lethality. It's not bad. The weight is perfect, fitting my hand as if it were custom-made. He chuckles, revealing it was customized to my measurements from 3 months ago, yet it still perfectly matches my current strength. He boasts about his skill, claiming even the legendary senior Gongqi would have to acknowledge his craftsmanship. With my new weapon in hand, we set out for our destination, Lingshui County. The place looks deceptively peaceful, a perfect hunting ground. To avoid alerting our prey, we move as ordinary students on an internship. My first move is to sweep the area with life field sensing, pushing my Demon Raw template to its limits, to blanket the entire county. The blue-haired one worries our arrival might spook the targets, making them scatter. She suggests we head for the safe house arranged for us by the university. A local on a rickety tricycle offers us a ride, oblivious to the predators, who have just entered his town. A faint smile crosses my face, as my senses lock onto our first traces. He probed further, trying to verify my cover story by mentioning my supposed grandfather, Yi Shirong. I fed him the prepared lines, my delivery flawless, thanks to my quick study of the local dialect and Huada's cover identity. He bought it completely, a greasy smile spreading across his face as he wished me a blessed life. Before leaving us at this decrepit mission base, the old fool extended an invitation to the county's Grand Triennial Gala. Got it, thanks uncle, I replied, my voice devoid of any real warmth as he remarked on the ruin of my supposed ancestral home. We stepped through the gate into a courtyard, choked with weeds and decay, a perfect nest for the vermin I was here to exterminate. My subordinate Chuzhou stepped forward with a manic grin, declaring that this kind of cleaning was his specialty. He stomped his foot, and a wave of pure energy obliterated the courtyard in a violent blast that Qingju dryly called a massacre. It was quick and efficient, just how I like it. Put your luggage down, I ordered. I'll install micro cameras for surveillance. While I secured the perimeter, Huada went inside, calling out a moment later that he'd found something. I entered to find him and Qingju staring at something in the corner, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and unease. She pointed out a grotesque shrine, a bizarre effigy that felt utterly alien to this place. My memory is flawless. I knew for a fact this thing was never here before. Wada confirmed my suspicion, noting that under the thick dust, the shrine was practically new, placed here by an intruder. Chizo, ever the brute, immediately summoned a blade of energy, ready to smash the object to pieces. Wada cautioned him to wait, and for once I agreed. Destroying it without understanding it would be inefficient. Kingju just sighed, completely exasperated by her companion's simple-minded aggression. Deciding to investigate, the moment he touched it, I felt a surge of malevolent energy. This thing was a beacon of corruption. Hadat recoiled in disgust, shouting at Chujo to cut the filthy thing down at once. With a feral grin, Chujo brought his energy blade down in a clean, decisive arc. The blade sliced straight through the statue's core. My companions gasped, completely unprepared for what they were about to witness. The statue didn't crumble. It began to bleed a thick, bubbling black liquid from the gash. This foul sludge oozed onto the floor, writhing with a malevolent life of its own. I activated my own power, my arm igniting as the crimson rose of my stand began to bloom. My other self, the world, materialized beside me, its glowing hand poised to strike. It reached out, its divine power ready to purge the unholy entity from existence. The black ooze contorted into a mass of screaming faces, writhing in agony under my power, as Wada ordered Chuzo to seal it. Chuzo acted instantly, encasing the shrieking horror in a prison of crystalline blue energy. Kingju stared, her face pale with terror at the sight of the otherworldly creature. I saw the psychic backlash hit her, a flicker of darkness tainting her aura. She's been tainted, I observed, moving to purge the psychic energy before it could fester. With the anomaly contained, our first real clue was now sitting in a block of ice. You two stay here and watch it, I commanded, a predatory grin spreading across my face. I tagged that tricycle driver with a radiation marker. It's time to reel him in. The signal led me exactly where I expected, the secluded Jinshan Buddhist temple on the outskirts of the county. The monk informed him that the abbot was waiting, and the driver's face flooded with a pathetic sense of relief. He was led down a dark, narrow passage, deep into the belly of this corrupt institution. They entered a vast hidden chamber filled with ominous statues and thousands of golden prayer slips. The sheer number of talismans hanging from the ceiling suggested a ritual of immense scale was underway. The young monk turned to the driver, his hands pressed together in a pious gesture that couldn't hide the cold, calculating malice in his eyes. One of them bowed before the abbot, informing him that I, the sacrificial lamb, had something to report. They brought me before a massive golden door, no doubt thinking this was the end of my journey. The creature they called an abbot finally turned its attention to me, its voice a sickeningly sweet poison, asking why I had come. Its feigned composure shattered in an instant, a flicker of panic in its eyes as it sensed it was not alone. The mortal who brought me here could only watch in horror as my true form began to emerge, my very presence warping the air around me. He collapsed to his knees, babbling about an immortal in their midst, the pathetic realization dawning far too late. I brought my foot down with a quiet finality, the floor tiles cracking under the casual display of force. The resulting shockwaves sent the worthless insect skittering across the stone floor. The so-called abbot could only stare, its grotesque form tensing as it finally understood the gravity of its mistake. My loyal Zawarudo manifested beside me, shielding me from some filth the creature had spat out. The abbot recognized my lineage then, hissing the name of my family, as if it were a curse. With a grating screech of metal on stone, the temple's guardians began to stir. Golden hands tightened around golden weapons, their hollow eyes igniting with a malevolent red light. The towering statues lumbered to life, their shadows falling over the terrified man on the floor. One of them swung its gaudy weapon down, a clumsy, telegraphed attack meant for a lesser being. I didn't even bother to move as my armored skin effortlessly shattered its cheap gilded toy. Undeterred, the others raised their weapons, a circle of useless automatons preparing for their own destruction. The abbot, desperate now, commanded his puppets to attack while trying to conceal a spatial ring. He thinks I wouldn't notice such a trivial parlor trick, but I was already busy summoning a real weapon. The Starfall Cleaver materialized in my hand, its chilling aura a stark contrast to the temple's gaudy decor. With a single fluid motion, I unleashed a torrent of energy that painted the room in strokes of silent destruction. The statue's limbs were severed in an instant, their golden bodies crashing to the floor in pieces. Even decapitated, their heads continued to glow, preparing one last futile attack. Beams of red energy shot from their eyes, crisscrossing the chamber in a pathetic light show. It was a shame, really, how slow and predictable their final gambit was. Let's see what you've got in those bellies, shall we? I mused, deciding to dissect one of these toys. My spearhead pierced its torso, revealing not a core of faith, but a heart of wires and machinery. The fool who led me here could only whimper and pray, his mind completely broken by the spectacle. As the last statue fell silent, my life field sense confirmed my suspicions. These were not living things. The question remained, how did a forgotten place like this acquire such advanced constructs? The answers I sought were undoubtedly behind that ridiculously ornate door. I gestured to my subordinate, ordering it to provide a more direct means of entry. My substitute needed no further instruction, its fist connecting with the golden gate with explosive force. I called out with mock politeness as the blows continued to fall. Anyone home? The entire door buckled, great fissures spreading across its surface like a spider's web. With a final deafening crash, the gate shattered into 1,000 pieces, clearing my path. I stepped through the wreckage into the chamber beyond. My curiosity piqued. A hidden underground palace, dominated by a single colossal golden Buddha. I strolled into the center of the room, my voice echoing in the vast chamber. Your guests are here. Are you going to keep hiding like a little mouse? A lone figure finally appeared from the shadows, sighing as if my presence were a minor inconvenience. The giant golden machine before me speaks with a hollow, synthesized voice, feigning piety. Our temple bears you no grudge, benefactor. Why have you come to profane it? I just stare back, my blade ready. You're a robot, I state plainly. Are you addicted to playing the part of a holy man now? There is no point in further conversation. I raise my sword to strike down this ridiculous puppet show. My eyes lock onto the robed figure standing before the machine. Another cog in this pathetic display. It has the audacity to speak of my sins, its voice calm. Benefactor, your blood karma is truly heavy. I've heard enough of this sanctimonious garbage. As I leap, the very floor shatters beneath me, a predictable and utterly boring trap. I land without effort amidst the falling debris, completely unfazed. The monk lands opposite me, its placid expression unchanged, a testament to its lack of true life. So this is their next stage, a sewer with 18 identical gates, preparing for an ambush a child could see coming. As expected, the gates slide open to reveal a horde of lizard-like creatures, their glowing eyes fixed on me. A quick scan confirms my suspicions. Their life signatures are identical, nothing more than mass-produced bio-androids. They plan to bury me in numbers. A Zerg rush is a strategy for the desperate. I will show them the difference between quantity and quality. My Swanhuang blade art gathers power, the air itself growing heavy around me. I announce the name of their execution. Burst form, cull 1,000 leaves. A storm of crimson energy erupts from my blade as I unleash the technique upon the mindless horde. The light of my sword cuts a perfect line through the darkness and the bodies of my enemies. The entire swarm is bisected before a single one of them can even take a step. A faint smile touches my lips as I watch the pieces fall. What kind of good temple keeps this many ugly monsters under its floor? I ask the empty room. As their bodies pile up, the puppet starts its sermon again, still babbling about my heavy blood karma. Its face is a mask of false sorrow, leaking some kind of black fluid as the recorded line plays on a loop. Brain-dead bio-units. I turn my attention from the wreckage. The puppeteer behind the curtain, I call out, are you not gonna come out? A new voice chuckles from the shadows, dripping with arrogance. Looks like we've provoked quite the opponent this time. And yet, that's all. I look up as the ground trembles, the giant golden statue finally beginning to move. Its gilded plates shift and lock into place, transforming from a peaceful deity into a hulking war machine. Return once more to the wheel of rebirth. It booms, trying to crush me under its massive fist. I meet its pathetic attack with my own power, a surge of blue energy erupting to stop it cold. The machine's systems begin to fail as it tries to overpower me, its own hand glowing with unstable energy. Warning, warning, energy spike beyond parameters, detected. Its internal system blares in panic. It finally senses the abyss of power it has challenged, its synthesized voice filled with confusion. What is this? I let it see a fraction of my true self, my form shifting into a draconic beast that dwarves the golden god as it utters a desperate prayer. Namo Amitabha. It was the last sound the machine would ever make. I grab its arm, my claws digging into the golden metal like it's soft clay. The armor shatters instantly under the pressure of my grip. I wrap my hand around its head, ready to tear this piece of scrap apart. I'm not done yet, I growl, promising a far worse fate for its master. I drive my jet black, iron-hard knee directly into its faceplate. The impact shatters its cranial unit, and the machine's final desperate warning echoes in the silence. It deployed its so-called prayer bead float cannons, a ridiculously pious name for what were essentially orbiting laser pointers. A pathetic light show converged on me, designed more for intimidation than actual harm. From its chest, more ports opened as it bellowed a command to fire everything it had. The resulting explosion was certainly loud, I'll give them that. Its pilot looked down from his cockpit, indignant. What kind of monster are you, making me deploy this many weapons just to erase you? I emerged from the smoke completely untouched, letting out a low growl. All those toys of yours are just useless against a martial artist. He sputtered in disbelief, seeing me still clinging to his precious machine. Let me release you, he begged, as if he were doing me a favor. In a desperate final act, he activated meteor personification, causing sharp crystalline spikes to erupt from the machine's body. Fake monk, I growled, gathering my own energy. Time to log off. I unleashed my Byakuyan breath directly into its core. The blast tore through its gilded armor, and I added a final parting thought. Oops, sorry for smashing your precious mecha figurine. You dig a hole in a mountain these days, and it's always one of two things, lizard men, or some cult's posable mega Buddha. And of course, beneath the wreckage, I found the lair of the typical mad scientist. Just as I expected, a hidden passage leading deeper underground. I stepped onto the lotus-shaped dais, curious to see what other secrets these cowards were hiding. They must have been watching me on their monitors just half an hour earlier. I can just picture it, some fool in a lab coat, reassuring his superior, boasting that their new door was absolutely unbreachable. They planned to wear me down with their cyborg army, treating their thousands of failed experiments as little more than surplus inventory. And then when their cannon fodder failed, they prepared their trump card. The lead doctor probably salivated as he bragged about his mecha Buddha, designed for large lord-class beasts, thinking it would be trivial to swat a junior martial artist like me. They put all their faith in that one machine. Back in the present, I imagine the assistant trying to calm his panicked boss after I turned his ultimate weapon into scrap metal. The old man's delusion finally shattered, screaming at his underling to shut his mouth. "The enemy is already at our doorstep, and you're still saying it's fine?" he shrieked, his voice trembling with fear. His first instinct was to run and trigger the base's self-destruct, hoping to bury his crimes along with himself. For 10 years, this organization, Laser Bird, had been operating out of the local temple. They called it Blessings, luring the locals into their labs for human modification experiments, all to feed their research. It was a pity, he thought, that this base had to be abandoned, but I wasn't about to let them escape. I tore straight through their control room wall. As I landed, my eyes locked onto the terrified old man who called himself the Abbot. "Abbot," I asked calmly as he scrambled to escape, "where exactly are you running?" His 2 bodyguards moved to intercept, shouting heroically to cover the doctor. Their bravery was pointless. A flicker of my energy and they were nothing but scorched silhouettes on the floor, leaving the doctor to beg for his life. He held up a device on his wrist, a final pathetic threat. "One press on my watch and I can trigger the self-destruct." He then crushed the device, explaining how his organization keeps its researchers obedient by holding their families hostage. Suddenly, he began to scream. It wasn't a detonator for the base, it was for himself. He thought he could escape my questions with a quick death. I watched the life drain from his eyes, his final gambit playing out. But I moved faster, grabbing him by the throat before the poison could finish its work. He collapsed to his knees, choking and completely at my mercy. I leaned in close, my voice a low whisper. "Now then, tell me everything you've done in Lingshui County." How utterly predictable. Are all the staff at Laserbird so eager for death? I wondered aloud, holding his limp body. His heart stopped, and just as he planned, the auto-destruct sequence activated. I sat there completely unfazed by the flashing red lights and the corpse at my feet. But I am not so merciful as to grant him the peace of oblivion. "That's too bad," I said to his lifeless form, "because with me, even death is a luxury you cannot afford." My power surged forth, a torrent of violent energy engulfing his body, denying his soul its escape. He let out a silent, ethereal scream as my tendrils forcibly rewrote his very existence. My essence wrapped around his heart, restarting it not with life, but with absolute servitude. Vampires can create corpse-born, mindless, rotting puppets, no better than zombies. But I possess something far greater, the ancestral humanoid power, which I fuse with the vampire's gift. I create retainers, perfect servants who keep their memories and talents, but obey me in mind and flesh. "You can't die anymore," I informed the thing kneeling before me. "Your self-destruction is negated. Your name is Mad Doctor, and your only task is to serve me." A flicker of understanding, of reverence, appeared in his eyes. "To serve the Lord is my honor." With the ancestral power binding us, his old master's toys no longer had any effect. "Now," I commanded, my own eyes glowing, "let's see just when this city was first infiltrated." I plunged into his consciousness, his memories unfolding before me like a cheap horror film. His assistant, Xiaolu, was being scolded for sneaking out before lunch. The frightened subordinate apologized, whimpering that he was just so hungry. The memory then focused on the meal itself, a plate of raw meat, arranged with a fork and knife. The Mad Doctor recalled a conversation about how these offerings were very tender young outsiders. Something felt off even in the memory, as he observed an old woman in a prayer hall. All the worshippers around her, who had come for blessings, were suddenly fast asleep. His colleague questioned why they were all unconscious, but the doctor simply dismissed it, even as a sliver of doubt pricked his mind. The truth was hiding behind a false religion, a cult that called itself the Divine Descent Nation. In a moment of clarity before his mind was fully corrupted, he had noticed a numeric puzzle carved onto his own wrist. It was a file code, a desperate message from his past self. Accessing it, the reality of his situation crashed down on him. His cognition had been altered, and he was nothing more than a lab specimen. He had become a rat in his own maze, surrounded by countless others. The numeric puzzle was a final breadcrumb, meant to expose the cannibalism, the hypersomnia, and the twisted mastermind orchestrating it all, the so-called Divine Descent Nation. I withdrew from his mind, the pieces clicking into place. So the raw meat was human flesh, I stated flatly. The Mad Doctor, now my loyal puppet, confirmed that the cult had seized the secret base, rewriting the minds of everyone within it. Then the 3 martial artists I found, they were eaten by you, I concluded, looking down at him. It seems in your eyes my friends are just premium cuts of meat. His memories showed me his past life, his pride in creating a new era of biomen for a project called Prometheus. But he began noticing anomalies, and day by day his mind was subtly rewritten, until he was fully assimilated. Even with a researcher's intellect, he couldn't escape it. The temple had sunk too deep, and he had no will left to flee. The cult's infection progresses in 4 stages: cannibalism, hypersomnia, idol worship, and finally mass sleepwalking. Eating human flesh initiates the corruption, and the induced hypersomnia deepens the alteration of the mind. By the time of idol worship and mass sleepwalking, you are no longer a person, you have become food for the will they serve. They were feeding an entire city to a demonic fetus they'd unearthed from some ancient ruin. According to the doctor's own frantic calculations, that demonic fetus is set to fully mature. My new servant then informed me, "Xiao Yi, in 2 days Lingshui will hold its grand triennial gala. Be sure to attend." The man rambles on, trying to prove his worth by sharing Laserbird's dirty little secrets and their illegal experiments. But then he offers an unexpected surprise, his participation in the research and development of the golden gene. That changes things, but for now we'll focus on clearing this anomaly before I decide his ultimate fate. My mission from Huada is technically complete, but their reward is utterly insignificant to me. I'd much rather steal the Divine Descent Nation's grand prize for myself. I lean in and give my new puppet his instructions. He will go to ground, find a way to seed my blood into the county water system, and maximize the infection. The scientist's face contorts in horror, finally grasping the scale of my ambition as he whispers that it's truly madness. He sees my vision now, an army of believers to fight the demon fetus. The residents of Lingshui are already at stage 4 contamination. There's no saving them, but under my control they will at least serve a purpose. I arrive back at the old house I've claimed as a base. Inside, my 2 temporary allies are waiting, looking thoroughly disgusted. The girl looks like she's about to be sick, while the boy explains that the townsfolk have resorted to cannibalism, a fact I was already well aware of. His guess is surprisingly astute. Their cognition is warped by an unseen force enslaving them. They debate how an illegal lab of this scale could have been established here, and how it fell so easily to the anomaly. The boy suggests calling for backup, a predictably naive impulse for someone facing a Tier 3 threat. I step forward, telling them to relax. If their first instinct is always to run for help, they will accomplish nothing of value. We will hold our position here until nightfall. I've seen the evidence of idol worship and cannibalism, which tells me the true face of this city only reveals itself after dark. Meanwhile, at the Sea-Doo Laserbird HQ, my actions are beginning to cause ripples. Reports are coming in that the self-destruct trigger for their Lingshui base was activated and then cancelled, and now the entire facility is silent. Their leader, a man who clearly values secrecy over life, makes a decision with cold logic. He orders the detonation of every researcher's heart bomb and the immediate dispatch of a special squad to Lingshui. Their pawns are already moving as I stand above the Lingshui central water plant. A distant explosion confirms my theory about the heart bombs. My new servant clutches his chest, coughing blood, grateful that I had him remove the device just in time. He knows a special squad will be arriving any minute. With fear and newfound reverence in his eyes, he awaits my command. As the full moon rises, the stage is set for a welcoming party. The exit sign at the station is a cruel joke. No one is leaving this town tonight. The train pulls into the empty platform, delivering fresh lambs to the slaughter. The first of them steps onto the platform, a portly man they call Catfish. He's reporting to his superiors, confirming that their intelligence incorrectly ruled me out as the one who destroyed their Jinshan temple base. He relays his message to another operative codenamed Ares. A woman holding a baby wonders who could be responsible, musing that their company has far too many enemies. The rest of their little team assembles, Gold Snake and Bluebird, and a boy who goes by Black Lion. Their tech specialist orders them to wipe all gear and records, a standard cleanup protocol. This so-called professional squad immediately begins bickering about food and nursing schedules, their discipline already non-existent. Their captain, a man who was once a programmer, tries to assert some authority, calling the others posers. He splits them up to survey the area, sending 2 teams into my hunting ground. The moon hangs over the derelict buildings of Lingshui. One of the scouts feels a chill, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong with this place. His partner scoffs, remarking that citywide cannibalism tends to ruin the atmosphere. They both agree that this won't be a simple in-and-out mission. One of them discovers the clay idols, the focal point of the town's madness, just as I watch them through the eyes of my new congregation. On a discarded screen, a newsfeed details the destruction of the Jinshan Buddhist temple, a feat accomplished by a single, unidentified warrior. As one of them tries to report in, he finds the signal completely jammed. He turns to the window, finally realizing the silence is not empty, but waiting. From the shadows, the townsfolk emerge, their movements synchronized as they close in on the building, a tide of sleepwalking puppets drawn to my command. The so-called elite agent inside finally noticed my gaze, his face a mask of pathetic surprise as he barked an order to his partner, a sharp sting of betrayal, and the fool looked down to see a blade buried in his gut. She stared down at him, her eyes glowing with that familiar purple hue of control, a puppet whose strings were pulled by a higher power. In his final moments of clarity, he finally saw it, the grotesque idol in the corner of the room, the source of his demise, the moon nightmare. Belows, I watched the scene unfold from my perch atop the old clock tower, the moon hanging in the sky like a giant silent observer. Its influence was strong enough to cause a slight distortion in my own life field, an annoyance I would have to deal with later. A quick scan on my device confirmed the location of the sleepwalkers at the southeast edge of town, just as I predicted. The agent could only stare in dawning horror at what was happening around him. He and his compromised partner were now decorations, tied to posts as offerings for the coming spectacle. He screamed at his partner to wake up, calling her a useless idiot, a waste of breath as she was long gone. He tried to negotiate, babbling about his organization, the Divine Descent Nation, as if such a title meant anything to these husks. The realization finally hit him: you can't reason with people who have surrendered their humanity. They were worse than beasts. At least animals fear pain. These fanatics were empty vessels, immune to the most basic survival instincts. Then came the sound that silenced his panicked thoughts, the low, resonant toll of a bell. The moon seemed to swell in the sky, its craters like lifeless eyes gazing down upon the world. A low, guttural chant began to rise from the crowd, a symphony of the enslaved. They began to climb one on top of the other, scrambling over each other with no regard for their own bodies. The tower of bodies grew, a writhing, pulsating spire of humanity, reaching for the sky. It was a crude, disgusting attempt to bridge the gap between the earth and the heavens. The spire left left a gaping hole in the ground where the crowd had once stood. A flicker of purple energy flared on the moon's surface, a sign that the ritual was proceeding as planned. Meanwhile, their backup had finally noticed something was amiss at the old temple. The one in charge received the news. Gold Snake and Bluebird were dark. He foolishly suspected me. He made a decision to move, to take the initiative, and march his team back into my city. As they stepped outside, the sheer scale of the event finally dawned on their limited minds. The moon dominated their vision, an unnatural, terrifying orb hanging over the temple eaves. One of them pointed a shaking finger towards the distant city skyline. They saw it, then a pillar of pure moonlight crashing down from the sky, a beacon of power. The leader finally understood. The fall of Jinshan Temple wasn't some simple skirmish. It was the prelude to something far greater. Move, he commanded, his voice tight with urgency. Head for where the moonlight hits. They ran, their footsteps echoing in the deserted streets. Three fools racing towards a disaster they couldn't possibly comprehend. But the leader paused, his senses detecting another presence in the night. A blur of motion as his magitech weapon sliced through the air. But his attack was met not by steel, but by the delicate frame of a paper umbrella. Magitech, he grunted, recognizing the energy signature. Not an ordinary person. His blade slid harmlessly off the surface of the umbrella, his assault completely neutralized. A calm voice cut through the silence, its owner asking a simple question they were not prepared to answer. A woman appeared from the shadows, an umbrella her only shield, ethereal flowers blooming in her wake. A twisted, confident grin spread across his face as he made his fatal assumption. So the vermin who trashed Jinshan Temple, he grandly declared our demise would take a mere 3 seconds, a timeline I found almost insulting in its generosity. His eyes crawled over my subordinate, his depraved mind already fantasizing about her corpse, a pathetic last thought for a dead man walking. But she was no damsel, and when his filthy hand reached for her, she met his touch with cold steel and contempt. My other man, Chuzhou, reacted instantly, conjuring a barrier of ice to shield them, a predictable, if momentarily effective, defense. The wall was shattered almost instantly, the raw power of their opponent catching him completely off guard. He correctly assessed the situation. These were no mere thugs, but high-tier martial masters, forcing a tactical retreat. But they underestimated the number of insects they'd stirred up. As a blade appeared at Chengju's throat with 1 second left on their pathetic little countdown, the assassin was fast, I'll give him that, immediately flowing to his next target. Chuzhou barely managed to deflect the blade that was aimed for his heart. He parried the follow-up, the clash of steel ringing through the alley. The assassin seemed genuinely surprised they could keep up, asking who they were as if the answer mattered. I'm the one here to kill you, he stated, his voice dripping with unearned confidence. He then activated his grand technique, a tired parlor trick called 12 Phantom Bodies. As his phantom blades swarmed me, I finally decided to step in, my aura flaring to life and freezing them all in their tracks. Time itself seemed to bend to my will, their pathetic assault rendered utterly meaningless. They thought it was a clever trick, making it impossible to find the real one among the fakes. A foolish assumption. I don't need to find the real one when I can simply erase them all from existence. So this was the so-called king of killers, Black Lion. He watched my energy converge on him with a smirk, utterly oblivious to the gulf in our power. A faint chime echoed as my attack pierced his skull, his arrogant expression frozen for eternity. Dead. I turned to Chuzhou, gesturing to the fresh corpse. Absorb it. His bloodline will push you past your limits. Waste not, want not. I watched his aura surge as he devoured the assassin's life force, ascending to the 8th stage of a martial artist. The remaining filth watched in horror, the woman calling me a monster. If they thought that was monstrous, I was eager to show them a true nightmare. Flesh prison fiend, blood fiend marionette, I commanded, pulling the strings of life and death. Her eyes widened in terror as she recognized the twisted form rising from the puddle of blood. It was her fallen captain, now my skeletal puppet. In a disgusting act of self-preservation, the woman threw her own child at my creation as a shield. The creature she called baby, already a grotesque mutation, was now just another pawn to be sacrificed. With their distractions in place, the two masters turned and fled like the cowards they were. My team, however, was already coordinating their counterattack, ready to pin down the hulking beast. Chuzhou, now brimming with newfound power, declared he would pursue the fleeing masters himself. He unleashed his bloodline, the spectral form of an ice demon dragon, roaring to life behind him. He became a blur of blue energy, rocketing past the chaos. But the mutated infant monstrosity turned to block his path, a final twisted act of loyalty. Chuzhou didn't hesitate, unleashing the full fury of his awakened power upon the creature. I manifest a storm of jagged ice, each shard honed to a razor's edge. I call this technique Frost Shadow, a fitting name for the cold end it delivers. My opponent finally shows itself, a hulking crimson beast, all synthetic muscle and programmed rage. It meets my precision with a clumsy telegraph punch, the epitome of brute ignorance. The resulting explosion of frost and force is immense, but I am already repositioning, pressing the attack before the shockwave even settles. From the air, I descend upon it, a phantom delivering judgment with twin swords of light. For a creature of its size, its reaction speed is noteworthy, managing to twitch just enough to avoid instant decapitation. But my blade still finds its mark, tearing through flesh to reveal the sparking cybernetics beneath. A cyborg, how utterly uninspired. It processes the wound with a delay, but I am already a blur, its optical sensors unable to track my movement. The pathetic machine finally comprehends the futility of its existence. As I decide to end this farce, The demon shadow is out. For my own shadow, an army of perfect duplicates emerges. A legion of assassins ready to execute my will. The beast flexes its grotesque muscles, a final, pointless display of power against an overwhelming force. My shadows swarm the creature, a torrent of blades that begins to systematically dismantle it. But then, I sense it. A new energy signature, flaring up with malicious intent from a distance. My internal system confirms the charge completion of a large-scale ability. I turn to see her, a woman wreathed in dark, feathered wings of pure energy. Is channeling a high-level gene technique, preparing to wipe the slate clean. The raw power condenses into a single focused beam of violent purple light. It blossoms into a miniature sun of pure destruction, hanging ominously in the sky. She unleashes it without hesitation, a scorched earth tactic aimed at friend and foe alike. Her mechanical beast looks up, its artificial mind processing the concept of betrayal moments before its annihilation. The blast consumes her own ally, a testament to the honorless dogs I'm dealing with. An entire city district is simply erased from existence, a messy, inefficient way to dispose of a single target. The violet shockwave tears through the smoldering ruins. Amidst the chaos, I detect a coward trying to escape through the filth of the sewer system. He surfaces in the murky water, gasping for air like the vermin he is. He's so consumed by his panic that he doesn't realize he's already standing in his own grave. A mere thought is all it takes to flash freeze his only escape route, sealing him in the tunnel. I appear before him in the oppressive darkness. Rats really like to crawl into sewers, I state, watching the hope drain from his eyes. Above ground, the city is eerily silent, the only light coming from the fires I've allowed to burn. The betrayer, the woman with the wings, lands clumsily amongst the debris, her power clearly spent. She sees the lingering frost from my last attack and mistakes my presence for one of her fallen lackeys. Catfish, she calls out foolishly. The truth finally dawns on her as she takes in the silence. Her face pales. She understands that all her pawns have been removed from the board. Her false confidence shatters, crumbling into pathetic desperation as she falls to her knees. Her mind races, frantically searching for any possible escape from the predator that now looms over her. Her desperate eyes lock onto their grand, arrogant project in the distance. The structure they called God's descent to heaven. A flicker of cunning returns to her gaze. She vows to survive, even if it means selling what little soul she has left. Unfortunately for her, her gaze then falls upon a grotesque monument nearby, a writhing mountain of pale bodies, all reaching for a sky they will never touch. The light that tore through the heavens was a beautiful sight, a beacon calling all the insects to my flame. From my domain, I could feel the countless souls I'd marked for death, their fear a symphony against the silence of space. A faint smile touched my lips. It's always amusing to watch the arrogant march toward their own extinction. They look to the moon and see a god, but all I see is a barren rock, soon to be splattered with the blood of fools. I was the one who scarred its surface with that pillar of light, a simple display to shatter their fragile morale. My opponent, this self-proclaimed god, tried to use the fear in that woman's heart to create an illusion of me on the moon. How utterly pathetic to mimic my power in such a crude fashion. A quick check on my terminal confirmed my expectations. 2 of Laserbird's assassins are dead, and the remaining 3 are about to wish they were. With Laserbird crippled and their little death squad walking into my territory, all external variables have been eliminated. The fools from the God-descent heavenly kingdom will arrive precisely when I want them to. And right on cue, a flicker of light signals their arrival. Their entry was as clumsy as I expected, dropping into the designated city block like sacks of meat. Their leader's second-in-command is already losing his nerve, questioning the mission's strangeness. The leader, however, reassures his trembling underlings, speaking of a powerful ally who is secretly helping them. He has no idea that the ally he's banking on is me, and I'm leading him to his grave. He's not entirely stupid, I'll grant him that. He's pieced together that Yehi isn't some ordinary student, but his conclusion is laughably mundane, thinking I must be the scion of some powerful family with hidden protectors. Meanwhile, the god they worship gives his own orders, his aura flaring like a child's tantrum. He wants his followers to smash clay statues in every house, a desperate attempt to maintain control over his flock. He sends 2 of his best, Juzhou and Qingzhu, along with his so-called demon shadows, to carry out this meaningless task. The 2 of them accept their orders without question, their loyalty as blind as it is fragile. Juzhou turns to his partner, a hint of concern in his voice. I remember that moment well when I played the part of their trusted teammate and told her to believe in me. She agreed, her trust so easily earned. She even had the audacity to lecture me about relying on my teammates, a naive sentiment from a woman who would soon learn the true meaning of power. Back in the present, I arrive at my real headquarters. The foolish charade of Yehi left far behind. My subordinate shows me the fruits of my labor, a mountain of androids I personally dismantled. The quantity is more than sufficient for the next stage of my plan. I channel my energy, commanding the lifeless metal to obey as I unleash the power of anthropomorphism. A new body of wires and steel claws its way out of the scrap, animated by my will alone. I grant my creation a heart, a core of thorns and darkness, to fuel its rage. The rest of the scrap dissolves into a churning pit of biomass, ready for rebirth. From the sanguine pool, my new horrors emerge, their green eyes glowing with malevolence. A single massive eye opens in the abyss, awaiting my command to unleash a vampire plague upon my enemies. Soon this dead metal will evolve into an army of undying giants, their will completely subservient to mine. My assistant reports that the biochemical mosquitoes are already in the air, a swarm carrying a tailored virus to every corner of the county. I give the order for them to begin begin the infection, spreading my warmth to every living thing in the city. My final instruction is for my men to retrieve and repair the Mecha Buddha I destroyed earlier. Their greatest weapon will now serve as my personal war machine. My subordinate assures me it will be done, as obedient as all things eventually become. Everything is proceeding flawlessly. Now all that's left is to sit back and watch the heavenly kingdom squirm before they are systematically erased. Listening to them prattle on about their fallen archbishop was almost amusing. They spoke of his kindness and compassion, conveniently ignoring that his faith led to him being devoured by the very god he worshipped. With religious fervor, they declared they would not let his sacrifice be in vain, as if his death was some noble martyrdom instead of a fool's end. They actually believe they are saving humanity, a delusion they chant to drown out the screams of their victims. Raising their hands to the sky, these puppets pledged to fight for a god that demands only flesh and blood. And so the stage was set for their grand finale, another night dedicated to their own extinction. Their object of worship was a colossal structure built upon the moon, a parasite leeching off their world's life force. From its perch in the dead of space, it was the perfect altar for a religion built on ignorance. The acting bishop was practically vibrating with excitement, boasting about how only 2 other god fetuses had ever been hatched. With a grin that could curdle blood, he fantasized about his name being immortalized in the history of his pathetic cult. He recounted the previous awakenings with pride, citing global disasters and the loss of millions of lives as a sign of his god's magnificent power. The complete erasure of the Australian continent was to him not a tragedy, but a successful experiment. He sliced his own wrist, offering his blood to a crimson crystal, the key to his ritual. Now he announced to his flock of sheep, "Our religion is here to welcome the arrival of the third god." The blood offering spread, activating a grotesque ritual circle woven from the life force of countless sacrifices. He stood before the altar, a towering monolith built from the bones of his own followers. He knelt, a pathetic servant begging for his master's attention. With a wet slap he pressed his bleeding hand against the cold stone, pouring his life into the mechanism. A blinding light erupted as a voice from within beckoned him forward. The entity within the monolith took its first step out into the world he had prepared for it. He explained that this platinum god coffin had been feeding on the entire population of Linshui County for 4 long years. He walked calmly up the stairs toward the source of the light, completely assured of his victory. "Children," the bishop called out, "let's begin to welcome the gods." His followers stared up with vacant, fanatical eyes, ready to become the final offering. He carried the coffin up a gruesome mountain of petrified human bodies, a monument to his depravity. His followers cheered, their voices echoing in the sacrificial chamber. Placing the coffin upon the altar, he began his final incantation to the so-called nightmare of the dreaming world. He presented his offering, a culmination of years of slaughter and fanaticism. With arms outstretched, he screamed the entity's name into the void. He called it Moon Nightmare Bar, a name he would soon regret, but the name was a trigger, not for a god, but for a prison I had set. A blinding white energy erupted from his body as he began to scream in agony. His flesh dissolved under the purifying light, his ritual backfiring in the most spectacular fashion. The screams were drowned out as the energy consumed him entirely. The entire mountain of corpses began to writhe and contort. Awakened by my power, the bodies of the sacrifice melted into a single horrifying mass. A shockwave of pure blue energy erupted from the altar, shattering the crimson glow of their ritual. Their pathetic ceremony was being overwritten by a force they could not possibly comprehend. The pure white spirit he had summoned was now a corrupted violent blue. "What's going on?" the bishop shrieked, watching his life's work turn to ash. He stared in horror at the now polluted energy swirling around him. "How is it possible?" he stammered, his mind shattering under the weight of his failure. He finally realized his precious god fetus was being contaminated, the ritual now irreversible. The coffin itself began to glow with a malevolent blue light as my influence took root. "Sorry for the wait, your excellency," I said, my voice cutting through his panic thoughts. He spun around, his face a mask of pure terror. I let a small fraction of my power bleed into the air. "In this situation, can't you tell who I am?" The very fabric of reality around me began to fracture into a geometric pattern of light. A torrent of crimson energy exploded from my body. My power blotted out the moon above. I let my true form manifest before his terrified eyes. My blade materialized in my hand, humming with power. "I am the devil." The tolling of a bell marked the end of another pathetic life. The old fool's dying eyes were wide with terror, muttering about some great entity he served. He was probably seeing visions of his master now, a grotesque maw waiting to swallow his soul. Yes, the so-called Moon Nightmare Baris he worshipped was nothing more than a cosmic horror with an appetite. I stood over the corpse of his subordinate, unimpressed. So weak, I thought. Even with 3 life-saving magic tools, it was of no use. A slow, condescending applause started from the shadows. "That's an incredible blow, kid," a voice echoed through the desolate street. He then had the audacity to ask me, "Do you want to join the Church of God?" From the darkness emerged a figure in a red robe, his face hidden by a grinning mask. He stood before me as if he owned the very ground we stood on. "Let me introduce myself," he began, his voice oozing with false authority. "I am Lin Shi, the current top leader of the Xia Kingdom God religion." He pulled back his hood, revealing a pale bald head and a smug, condescending smirk. "The person you just killed was my archdeacon," he stated, as if it were a fact that should intimidate me. I glanced at the cooling body on the ground. "Well," I replied coldly, "you should understand that being a member of the God religion is a high-risk job." My eyes narrowed as I processed his calm demeanor. "So it's reasonable for me to let my subordinates pretend to be their superiors, right?" I mused aloud, a flicker of understanding dawning on me. So the real archdeacon was a coward, and this was just a stand-in. I had no time for these games, so I lunged forward, my spear aimed directly at his throat. He didn't even flinch. A shimmering purple barrier materialized, deflecting my strike with contemptuous ease. "This is an important place for welcoming the gods," he lectured, "so you can't just come and go as you please." His power was certainly more substantial than his lackeys. My eyes widened slightly, not in fear but in mild surprise. Then I felt it, an immense, unseen pressure crushing my body. I gritted my teeth, realizing it was some form of telekinesis. Behind him, a crimson specter of a muscular warrior manifested, its power fueling his attack. He was using a spiritual entity to augment his own strength, pinning me in place. A pathetic parlor trick. His smug expression suddenly faltered as his eyes widened. "Oh," he uttered, "the figure behind you. Have you also practiced magical skills?" He finally saw it, the reflection of the true monster in my eyes. "God damn it," I growled, the pressure on me vanishing as my own power surged. "The only reason I wanted to leave is because I don't want to fight near this ghost coffin." I spat, lightning crackling around my hands. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Behind me, a creature of pure shadow and lightning clawed its way into existence. Its form was a nightmare of skeletal armor and crackling energy. It opened its jaw, filled with teeth like jagged glass, and let out a silent roar that shook the very air. It was a power he couldn't possibly comprehend. Lin Chi's face for the first time showed a hint of genuine shock. "Humph, these evil creatures can't hurt me," he declared, a desperate attempt to regain his composure. My shadow beast lunged, and he was thrown back like a ragdoll. The impact sent a shockwave tearing through the surrounding buildings. A plume of smoke and dust filled the crater where he had stood. The entire block was engulfed in the blast. A moment later, I heard a faint cough from within the wreckage. He stumbled out of the smoke, his robe shredded, his body battered and bleeding. But as I watched, a dark purple energy swirled around his wounds, knitting his flesh back together. He raised his hand, showing me his rapidly regenerating skin. I said, "You can't hurt me," he sneered, his confidence returning. He clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. "I am a person blessed by God," he proclaimed. "Desk. So he can heal quickly. This is merely troublesome." He began to chant, his voice echoing with religious fervor. "God descends to the human world, a heavenly kingdom on earth," he cried out, blood dripping from his restored body onto the ground below. I said, sensing a change in the atmosphere. I had almost forgotten about the audience. His dozens of white-robed followers, who had been watching silently, now surrounded me. They were a sea of blank, fanatical faces. "We are justice," they screamed in unison, pulling out sacrificial daggers. In a grotesque synchronized motion, they all plunged the blades into their own chests. Blood erupted from their bodies as they fell. They collapsed onto the pavement. A wave of ritualistic death. Mass suicide? I thought, a flicker of morbid curiosity rising within me. These lunatics are capable of anything. The sheer insanity of these cultists was almost impressive. I'd like to see what tricks these lunatics come up with. The life force of dozens of zealots was being offered up as fuel. Here it comes. I feel a cold and sticky spiritual energy gathering. The crimson energy swirled together, forming a monstrous clawed hand. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of blood and otherworldly power. A silhouette began to form in the vortex of souls, a hulking beast with glowing horns. Finally, the summoned entity took its full form, a three-eyed demon with snakes writhing from its neck and a torch of hellfire burning between its horns. This was their god, a creature born from madness and sacrifice. It reached a clawed hand toward me, ready to claim my soul. I simply looked up at the towering fiend and smirked. I watched their pathetic ritual unfold, a cold smirk playing on my lips. They tear their own bodies apart, using their flesh as conduits to summon their demonic masters. Tisk, a mass spawn. How utterly unoriginal. The sky cracks with lightning as my titans of judgment are born from the storm. The souls of those lizard men I slaughtered weren't wasted. They now serve as the perfect vessels for my constructs. The summoned fiends screech and charge, a tide of mindless fury. They are met with cold, indifferent force and are promptly torn to pieces. The ground is painted in the viscera of their failed gods. My creations stomp through their ranks without a shred of mercy, crushing them underfoot. It's a beautiful symphony of destruction. Their bishop died in an instant, and now the survivors can only stare in terror at the giants I've unleashed. One of their robed leaders finally breaks, his composure shattering like glass. He frantically orders his subordinate to use spirit sight to find the puppet master behind this slaughter. A foolish mistake as his gaze pierces the veil and lands directly on me. He finds me standing calmly atop this strange, ornate coffin. The fool screams a warning to his allies, telling them to target the divine embryo, but to stay away from me. It's too late, my own operatives are already carving a path through their ranks. The old man's eyes widen in horror as he realizes his true opponent is us. He begins to panic, babbling about how prepared we are, how their entire mission is falling apart. It's almost pitiful to watch his insignificant plan crumble. Something is amiss. It's this coffin. A chilling aura emanates from within, radiating an intense hostility directed solely at me. It's to be expected, I suppose, since I did just orchestrate the theft of its divine power. The system confirms my success, rewarding me with a paltry 5 points of divinity. It helpfully explains how heaven spent 4 long years crafting this divine body, only for me to siphon away half its power at the moment of its birth. I hijacked their sacred ritual, stealing the purest part of its divine essence for myself. I've never taken these so-called heavenly fighters seriously, but this deity of the moon and dreams, this one has always been my true enemy. Even as a malnourished, premature godling, it should have enough power to at least be interesting. I don't have time for games, so I slice the coffin's lid clean off. Why are you still hiding in your little box? But inside, there's nothing at all. I peer into the empty vessel, my brow furrowing slightly. You call yourself a god, and yet you hide like a common coward. Then the world falls silent. The roar of battle, the screams of the dying, all of it has vanished without a trace. The battlefield is gone, as if the entire world has simply left me behind. My system alerts me to a presence, and I turn my head, my senses on high alert. My eyes snap open to an impossible sight. I am standing on the cold, dead surface of the moon. Scrawled into the lunar dust is a question: have you forgotten your true self? And standing before me is that red-robed cultist, as if he commands this desolate reality. An illusion, a mental attack. When exactly did I fall for such a simple trick? He offers a smug, infuriating grin, his eyes glowing with a power that isn't his. I guess it happened the moment you fell into the dream, he chuckles. While I'm trapped in this mental prison, my allies are still fighting for their lives in the real world. Lu Qingzhu unleashes a devastating beam of light, vaporizing a demon. Chu Zhou moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of silver and death. The old cultist leader can only watch the chaos, wondering what became of his precious bishop. He uses his spirit sight again, this time desperately searching for his master. But instead of his leader, his gaze finds my motionless body. He realizes he can't sense the bishop's spirit power anymore, and he knows he must get to the divine embryo before it's too late. He pulls out a grotesque weapon, something he calls the Swanmu divine needle. He brandishes the cursed artifact, a writhing green serpent coiled around a black venomous stinger. He boasts that once it pierces its target, blood thorns will erupt from within, shredding them into pulp. Sin's souls will be punished, he screams, lunging straight for my vulnerable, stationary form. The needle flies through the air, a streak of deadly intent. My subordinates see the danger instantly, and Chu Zhou shouts for Lu Qingzhu to save me while he holds the line. He activates a forbidden art, his own blood igniting with terrifying power. A wave of absolute frost erupts from him, instantly freezing a colossal demon solid. But the cost is immense, draining nearly all of his martial chi in a single desperate act. Lu Qingzhu doesn't hesitate. She knows my life is worth more than both of theirs combined. She flies towards me, a desperate plea on her lips for her comrade to survive. But the demon is too powerful. The ice seal shatters before it can even fully form. With a deafening roar, the beast breaks free, shaking off the frost like dust. Chu Zhou is on his knees, completely spent and defenseless. The demon's fist, wreathed in hellfire, crashes down upon him. The impact is absolute, a blast of raw, destructive power. Back in the dream, I can feel the pathetic cultist's will pressing in, but I just laugh. The illusion shatters around me as my own power erupts, tearing this mental prison apart. The red-robed fool who trapped me is impaled on 1,000 shards of psychic ice. He can do nothing but scream as my will annihilates his mind. My spirit breaks free from his pathetic trap, my consciousness returning to my body. The blood of the main Huadu branch flows through my veins. It is a power far beyond their worthless comprehension. He called me a demon and claimed sending me to hell was worth his life, a convenient justification for his own weakness. A massive shard of ice and energy began to coalesce before him, his entire being poured into this one final mistake. The crystalline spear was truly enormous, a testament to his desperation. He screamed his defiance, launching his attack with the pointless fury of a dying animal. The spear of frigid energy shot towards me, a child's tantrum given form. It struck my demonic form, and for a moment the world was only a roaring cascade of his power. My system calmly analyzed the attack, labeling it a mere bloodline secret technique, a predictable and inferior art. The so-called storm chi tempest raged around me, a blizzard of wasted energy. His attack, the culmination of his power, was called the storm. It was a vortex of sharp crystallized energy designed to shred anything it touched, but his attack met a wall not of flesh but of a power he couldn't possibly comprehend. Flaring out in a shower of golden spark, his eyes widened in disbelief as the realization finally dawned on his primitive mind. This power, he stammered, feeling the force of my aura push back. Something's wrong? My demonic form simply roared, unimpressed by his final gambit. He could only watch as my own energy effortlessly caught his storm chi sword. My flames licked at his precious chi sword, and he watched it begin to disintegrate. His ultimate technique, the culmination of his life's work, was scorched into nothing but ash before his very eyes. My counterattack was instantaneous, a single crimson spear of pure destruction that tore through the air. It pierced his chest before he could even register his own demise. The impact was absolute, a clean and efficient kill. A volley of spears followed, ensuring nothing of the arrogant fool remained. As I reverted to my human form, the familiar drain of power washed over me. And then I felt it, the gaze of others, a girl watching from the distance, wondering if I was the ally she was waiting for. Elsewhere, one of my supposed keepers was observing through a drone, clutching a weapon he believed could harm me. This technician had foolishly thought I was the weakest, only now realizing I was holding a trump card from his master. His surveillance gave him a glimpse of my true power, and that of my companions. He observed my allies, noting Lu Qingzhu's formidable power and deducing that anyone close to his lord possessed potential. He dispatched a drone, intending to help me recover so I could be a useful pawn against what he called the big demon. Meanwhile, my companions were busy with their own pest control, confronting some decrepit necromancer. The old man was furious, recognizing they weren't from his own pathetic faction, and demanding to know who they were. One of my team calmly identified themselves as ordinary freshmen while dragging the corpse of his last problem. The necromancer, having no other recourse, summoned his toys from the earth. 6 metal coffins slammed into the ground with theatrical weight. A close-up of one revealed intricate, sinister carvings. One of the girls was shocked to realize the contents were corpses. From the coffins emerged puppets, their eyes glowing with corrupted energy, the missing students from our own academy. The girl recognized them instantly, a predictable move by a predictable villain. The old fool cackled, convinced that fortune was smiling upon him and that he would now easily capture his targets. The technician, still observing on his monitor, noted that he had previously withheld support from Lu Qingju. His fear of failing as master, however, outweighed his poor strategic judgment. He finally deployed his assets, activating the giants he had kept in reserve. The pathetic survivors who watched from the sidelines finally poked their heads out, wondering if the giants I slaughtered were truly the last of the threats. I can feel their primitive minds churning, calculating their odds of escape now that the immediate danger has passed. One of them confirms my thoughts, ordering his terrified subordinates to flee immediately, believing they're still alive by some miracle. But just as they turn to run, a disembodied voice cuts through the silence, offering a simple, tempting command. "Leave him." King Ju's head snaps up, her eyes wide with alarm as she demands to know who dares to interfere. The voice is like oil, disgustingly smooth, as it tries to reason with her, telling her she's done enough and won't be blamed for abandoning me. It presses its advantage, a predator sensing weakness. "Come on, give him to me." But her loyalty, however foolish, is absolute. "I will not," she snarls. She screams a final defiance, a challenge to the coward hiding in the shadows. With a surge of will, she unleashes her remaining power in a defensive blast of violent purple feathers. It's a mistake. The hidden enemy was waiting for this, and strikes her with a crippling psychic assault. Her mind is torn apart from the inside, a pain far worse than any physical wound. Mocking laughter echoes directly in her skull, an unbearable torment designed to shatter her spirit completely. Even as her consciousness fades, her last coherent thought is to shield me from harm. Her strength finally gives out, and she plummets from the sky, a broken doll. The perpetrator finally reveals himself, a blindfolded rat controlling several contorted puppets. His slaves twitch and shudder, their bodies twisting into unnatural forms under his command. He doesn't hesitate, ending a volley of crimson spears hurtling towards her helpless body. A final instinctual defense forms from her dissipating energy, a desperate attempt to block the inevitable. Then the coward plays his trump card, uttering a phrase that freezes the very fabric of time around us. The world turns to glass, the deadly spikes hovering mere inches from her skin, and in that perfect manufactured silence, a sound. I open my eyes, catching her before she hits the ground. "I'm sorry," I state calmly. "I woke up a little late." Her eyes flutter open, filled with a desperate, pathetic relief. She manages a weak smile, content that her sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain. I hold her for a moment. "King Ju, rest well. I'll handle what comes next." The illusionist stares in pure disbelief, his mind unable to process how I escaped his so-called god's illusion. But his arrogance quickly returns, and he screeches that even so, I can't possibly face 6 moon god apostles at once. They charge forward together, a pack of hyenas convinced their numbers give them strength. I've already sent King Ju to a safe dimension, and their pathetic time-stop trick has been utterly neutralized. The leader's command to kill dies in his throat as raw terror finally dawns on him. I raise my hand, gathering the ambient energy into a colossal fist of pure, destructive force. It hangs above them like a personal moon, a monument to their imminent extinction, and then I bring it down, erasing them from existence in a single, silent instant. Their physical forms are gone, but I have no intention of letting their leader's consciousness escape. In the mental prison I've crafted for him, I finally speak. "That noise you're making, dog." I open my eyes, the ground beneath my feet no longer the familiar earth but a desolate, cratered surface. So this pathetic godling has turned its personal space into a replica of the moon. The scale of it was impressive, I'll admit, with skeletal remains of colossal beasts half buried in the dust. But this couldn't be the real moon. There was no lethal cold, no vacuum to suffocate me. This was a domain, something akin to Master Genki's killing intent, an illusion that bled so deeply into reality, it became tangible. It's a clever trick, one that explains why my invincible golden body is utterly meaningless here. Before me stood the architect of this farce, a towering blue humanoid, the raw power of a godling radiating from its empty frame. Its true form, a being of flowing white robes and chilling arrogance, addressed me directly, its voice echoing in my mind. "Yi he, I admire you," it purred. "You're the most outstanding human I've ever seen." It had the gall to smile, as if we were old friends, especially since you stole part of my divinity. Our compatibility should reach over 96%. Let it ramble, its delusions of grandeur are buying me precious time while I analyze its vessel for weaknesses. It gestured to the planet hanging in the void, droning on about how little mortals understand of the true cosmos. "Your talent is your ticket to higher levels," it offered, its voice dripping with false magnanimity. It extended a hand, a supposed invitation from a god, a promise that not 1 in 10 humans could refuse. I gave it the only response such an arrogant proposal deserved. "But I refuse," I stated flatly, my voice cutting through its divine fantasy. "I thought you mysterious gods would have some dignity." I mocked, "But in the end you're just another intelligent being using cheap tricks and bribes when you can't threaten me." It actually laughed, its composure uncracked. "I forgive forgive your rudeness. Honestly, I've overestimated you. Once my mortal vessel is complete, even with a body only 20% compatible, lowly and flawed, it trailed off, its eyes glowing with predatory light. It won't be something you can resist. I only asked your opinion out of admiration. Ceremonially, it confessed, the facade of benevolence finally dropping. But your opinion doesn't matter. The end result won't change, it declared, its hand reaching out to claim what it believed was its property. The colossal blue body behind it roared to life, a tidal wave of dark energy surging towards me. The godling tore open the chest of its giant puppet, creating a vortex to swallow me whole. A sickening smile spread across my face as it effortlessly lifted its hand, opening the colossal humanoid body to trap me inside. Tendrils of raw power wrapped around my limbs, locking me in place. It was right about one thing: in this state, my body couldn't move. Its fingers touched my forehead. The intent to consume my very being was palpable. You're nothing more than food waiting to be consumed. It froze, a flicker of confusion crossing its divine face. Why can't I sense his consciousness? A savage grin stretched across my face as the truth dawned on it. Haha, even if my body can't match a god's, my spirit is empowered by the panel. It's untouchable. I already foresaw that a direct fight against a creature like this would be suicide. So I prepared a contingency, using the vampire template's regeneration and the mad doctor's twisted genius. I had him split my body vertically, a perfect division. If this half was destroyed, my consciousness would simply awaken in the other. The godling could only stare in disbelief, uttering a single pathetic word. You? Right on cue, a shimmering rift tore through the fabric of its domain. A colossal blade, humming with righteous fury, descended upon the false god. Behind the blade was a figure clad in azure armor, a true master of this world. The section chief of the Longqui division, National Grandmaster Azure Dragon, had arrived. He landed with the force of a meteor, his presence shattering the domain's oppressive atmosphere. A smirk played on my lips. It's a good thing I reported this cursed place to Longka before I walked in. The Grandmaster seemed surprised, not expecting to face the moon demon Basmuth itself, and he eyed the god's vessel with contempt. You are truly an abomination, he spat. Your body's purity is so low, so mixed. He sneered, comparing this pathetic creature to a real threat he'd fought in the past, calling this display an utter disgrace. But the godling ignored him, its obsession fixated entirely on me. Human, have you been struck by the moon? Your body is mine, I won't let this battle harm you. It lunged, not to attack, but to shield my now empty shell from the Grandmaster's wrath. Azure Dragon watched, intrigued. This abomination values that youth so highly. He raised his blade. Fine, once I suppress this demon, I'll question the youth later. A glint of recognition appeared in his eyes. Before departure, Shi Jingwen mentioned his name, Yi Shu. He summoned his weapon, a massive greatsword crackling with azure energy, ready for war. The world solidifies around me, and a wave of nausea hits as my feet touch the scorched earth, a pathetic side effect of forced teleportation. I quickly assess my surroundings. My life magnetic field can't detect Linshui County, meaning he threw me a considerable distance. That fool Basmuth actually possessed an instantaneous teleportation ability, a bothersome skill, but more concerning is the moon demon's gaze. It seems I've acquired an obsessive stalker. I strike a mock horrified pose for my unseen audience. It seems even powerful men need to protect themselves these days. Now away from the chaos, I can finally examine the prize I ripped from that silver-haired pest, this so-called divinity. The system describes it as an innate high-dimensional sacredness. No wonder Rakuti threw such a tantrum when I stole it from him. The divinity I acquired is tied to moon and dream, perfectly enhancing the aptitude for illusion. A perfect fit for the Raku template that has been lying dormant within me. Imbuing this divinity will cause a direct evolution, but my Emperor General's template already has a set mutation path that I will not disrupt. The ultra-giant template is even less compatible, a mere amplifier, but the Raku template, with its time interference abilities, is my true trump card. The choice is obvious. I channel the points into the system, ready to unleash its true potential. A torrent of information floods my mind as the template evolves into A-rank Rakuta Zuali, now infused with the bloodline power of the moon demon. The first new skill is blood manipulation, the ability to accelerate or freeze the blood of my enemies, a delightfully direct way to end a fight. The second is Moon's Darkness, a terrifying amplification of my speed and strength under the moonlight, and a time stop ability that can be pushed to double its normal duration. My body contorts as the evolution takes hold, bones cracking and reforming as I sprout monstrous bladed wings. The raw power is intoxicating. I can feel a strength I've never known before course through my veins. My eyes widen as I process the full scope of the upgrades. The conditions are restrictive, but the amplification under the moonlight is nothing short of terrifying. With all these boosts stacked together, my combat power will increase exponentially. The risks I took in Linshui County have paid off handsomely. Of course, I haven't forgotten those who bled for this victory. Lu Qingju and Truzhou are safe in their healing pods, a debt I will remember. The Academy credits and resources from the mission are trivial to me now, but for them they are invaluable lifelines. With a single push, I launch myself from the ground, soaring into the night sky toward the moon that now fuels my very being. I land silently on the highest peak of the forest, a new predator surveying his territory under the pale light. My hand reaches out, feeling the cool night air as I acclimate to the changes in my powerful new body. My eyes glow with a faint power, my senses now keenly attuned to the moonlight bathing the entire landscape. I test my new speed with a short, sharp punch that slices through the air with a vicious hum. The force of the simple blow creates a small shockwave, a mere taste of the physical power I now command. I follow with a powerful palm strike, sending an invisible wave of force blasting through the trees before me. The resulting explosion of energy feels good, a satisfying release of power. As I continue to adapt to this new physique, I stretch my arms back, feeling the newly formed muscles and ligaments settle into place with perfect efficiency. Now for the political fallout. As a key figure in the Moon Demon's descent, the Longquay division will surely summon me for interrogation. My new form casts a dark winged shadow against the full moon, a symbol of the secrets I can never reveal. I must re-establish contact with my old backer at Hua University. This is precisely what networks and patronage are for. A futuristic shuttle cuts through the sky, carrying me toward the floating metropolis that holds my best chance at protection. This supposed legend, the Azure Dragon, prattles on, trying to sound impressive by admitting he took some trivial damage from the cunning Moon Demon. He claims victory after 100 exchanges, a pathetic testament to his own inefficiency. He has the audacity to act as if he's doing me a favor, claiming if not for the demon's escape tricks, he would have already slain it. I almost laugh, wiping the blood from my lips. This mighty dragon is far more talkative and insecure than the stories would have you believe. He finally decides to get on with it, peeling away the bandages that hide his supposed power. The wrappings come away to reveal a physique etched with the scars of countless battles, a canvas of his long, tedious life. He then tries to connect with me, mentioning that principle she told him of my special nature, before posing a laughably simple question. Have I ever considered that monsters were once human? As if such obvious truths weren't the foundation of this rotten world. He launches into his own tragic history, about an expedition into some forgotten A-class ruin when he was just a student. Predictably, he was the sole survivor, but returned with a curse that marked him for life. My body began to transform, he says, my sanity crumbling with each passing day as I became a monster. He shows me a hand warped by dark energy, explaining that with no cure in sight, he chose exile. He sought out an S-class secret realm in the middle of the Atlantic, fully intending to die alone. But a convenient storm washed him ashore on an uncharted island, and the rest, he claims, is a matter of top-secret strategic destiny. He cryptically alludes to people on this island who saved him from his transformation. He unveils his torso, covered in pulsing runes that barely contain the beast within. These runes, he begins, pointing to the markings that keep him sane. The moment my eyes lock onto them, a searing pain rips through my mind. It's a psychic assault of pure ancient power, forcing a scream from my throat. The feedback is excruciating, but as I drop to my knees, my template immediately begins to heal the damage. The Azure Dragon watches, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes as he notes that any other martial artist would be brain dead from such a glimpse. So he thinks Shi Jingwen was right about me after all. Perhaps I am the key to his own desperate situation. He reaches a single finger towards my forehead, his intent clear. Don't resist, he commands. I'm imprinting 2 runes into your mind, see? They will help you sleep. A torrent of energy pours from his fingertip, directly into my consciousness. The alien symbols burn their way into my mind, a violent and invasive procedure. My system confirms the function. The runes will suppress the Moon Demon's gaze, freeing me from the constant nightmares. When it's over, I give him the courtesy of a simple acknowledgement. He then changes the subject, asking about my teacher, Gong Kei, and casually mentioning how he used to bully her back in the day. A pointless anecdote, but his warning to be careful is noted. He clarifies that he only brought her up because of her mental injury, a consequence of her devotion to the path of slaughter. Then the real reason for all this talk becomes clear as a predatory grin spreads across his face. So then, he asks, shall we spar? I meet his gaze without hesitation. Senior Azure Dragon, I reply coolly. How about we spar under the moonlight? The challenge is accepted, the sheer difference in our physical presence hanging in the air. He seems intrigued by my mention of the moon, a subtle sign that he has no idea what he's truly up against. We relocate to the university's 4th panoramic arena, the stage set for his education. This time I won't strike first, he declares, full of arrogance. I'll only defend using one hand and pure physical power. He holds out his massive hand, a gesture meant to intimidate. If you can force me to move even a single step, you win, he offers, dangling a directed mission into the elite Longquay division as a prize. I give a slight bow, a formality he can appreciate before his pride is shattered. Above us, the moon reflects in the sky, but another blood-red moon begins to manifest, a moon only I can call upon. A spear of pure violet energy materializes in my hand, humming with power. The Azure Dragon's condescending expression falters as he recognizes the aura. He realizes this power isn't a demon's corruption, but something ancient, drawn from the moon itself. Senior Azure Dragon, I announce, here comes my first strike. I don't wait for a response, rocketing towards him in a blur of motion. The tip of my spear cuts through the air, aimed directly at his center mass. I unleash the full force of my killing intent in a single devastating technique. Slaughter intent, moon of carnage. For the first time I see true shock on his face as he clenches his fist, bracing against the wave of overwhelming killing intent he's so foolishly invited. Miles away, my power ripples outwards, a shockwave of pure malice. That annoying girl from the student council jolts awake in her bed. Her eyes, wide with terror, stare at the ceiling as she feels the sheer weight of my bloodlust. Impossible, she whispers. How could he develop such a terrifying aura in just 3 days? In a hotel nearby, a member of Sword Manor is interrupted. What's wrong? His companion asks, but he's already focused on the disturbance. He felt it too, an insanely strong killing aura aura that blankets the entire campus. His fist tore through the very ground we stood on, ripping the reinforced floor apart as if it were paper. I stood unfazed in the chasm he created, watching the two halves of the arena split before me. He thinks this display of raw, unrestrained violence is the pinnacle of martial arts, a domineering force that crushes all obstacles. He calls it military boxing, a fittingly crude name for such a blunt instrument. I met his attack with a precisely controlled burst of my own, a needle of focused energy against his sledgehammer. The resulting shockwave threw him back, his face a mask of disbelief. He actually thinks I used some self-destructive forbidden technique out of desperation. The fool is worried about my martial foundation, completely oblivious to the fact that he's already lost. I simply closed the distance in an instant, my face inches from his, letting him see the utter lack of strain in my eyes. He was completely fooled. The blood mist I released had already seeped into his system, triggering the blood nightmare technique, and plunging his mind into a state of confusion. King Long finally concedes, understanding he was beaten not by power, but by a superior mind. He lectures me, claiming my killing intent is superficial because my physical body is lacking. I play along with his foolish diagnosis, feigning contemplation as I manipulate him into giving me exactly what I want. He offers me a training technique he plundered from a Western warrior, a so-called national treasure. He hands me the cultivation method on a small ornate badge. I can practically hear the gears turning in his head. He thinks this technique is too complex, and that by giving it to me he'll eventually trick me into becoming his disciple. Later that night I was back in my dormitory for the first time in what felt like ages. Just as I began to analyze the new martial art, an unexpected knock echoed from my door. I opened it to find Ouyang-ze, looking far more disheveled than I remembered. I let him in, my mind racing to determine the reason for this sudden visit. He didn't waste a second, dropping to his knees and groveling on my floor. This pathetic display was a far cry from the ambitious leader I once knew. He was begging me to become the president of the Dragon Blood Club. He told me that members of our club saw me return, and his words sent a chill down my spine. I dragged him up by his collar, my voice dropping to a low growl as I questioned him about the surveillance. I let him fall to the floor and demanded he explain why his organization had crumbled into such a pathetic state. He began to tell me how the Dragon Blood Club was once a popular and well-sponsored organization at the university. Under my past leadership, we had secured preferential treatment and attracted a large number of students. But in my absence, a new power has risen, a rival gang that systematically dismantled everything I built. He finally gets to the point, pathetically pleading for me, to be their savior. I give him a simple okay, and he celebrates as if he's just been granted a divine miracle. I cut him off before he can get too emotional. This isn't a rescue mission, it's a hostile takeover, and he needs to stop talking nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. I command, demanding to know my next move, and he reveals something called the Daxia Recovery Plan. He starts rambling about how a teacher gave him the information, so I tell him to cut the crap and give me the intel. He explains the plan is a nationwide effort to rally martial artists and reclaim regions that have been completely overrun by monsters. He tells me that all major universities are participating, and our senior students will be at the forefront of this dangerous operation, and conveniently for me, the final exams and the selection of grade leaders will take place within these fallen regions. He finishes by swearing that the Dragon Blood Club will obey my every command so that I can secure the highest score. I inform him that can be discussed, but first, there's one more thing he needs to take care of. His face twists in confusion, wondering what else there could be. I simply order him to take that surveillance camera off my ceiling. I confirm through my system that earning achievements grants me a chance to draw a template. The greater the achievement, the higher the chance of a better one. Ouyang-ze has talent, and if I help him clear his obstacles, he can make the club stronger, providing me with greater rewards in the long run. Martial arts and templates, I will master both. We finally arrive at the Dragon Blood Club's headquarters, its banner hanging as limply as the organization itself. Ouyang-ze walks ahead of me, straight into the viper's nest he can no longer control. Inside, the so-called officers are lounging around, a pathetic collection of entitled children waiting for their club to die. One of them, Yan Zhongsheng, complains about Ouyang-ze's tardiness, while another talks about how I, Xin Chen, used to be so polite before my provocative actions. He seems to be reminiscing about a time when he thought he was my superior. The vice president then announces that he is going to pick up the real president, as if that title belongs to anyone but me now. The news sends a shock through the room. They can't believe their supposed savior is actually on his way. A woman whispers to Yan Zhongxiang, telling him to stop pinning his hopes on me and that backing Zhenzhuang is the only logical move. Jin Zhuang's man chimes in, comparing their situation to a bird choosing a tree to roost in, calling my side a lost cause that will be crushed. Another traitor, a lackey for Zhou Kai, begins his speech, reminding everyone of the powerful Zhou family from the imperial capital. He claims the eldest son, Zhou Kai, has promised them a place to live, a far better option than staying with a half-dead club. The crowd murmurs in agreement, their loyalty as cheap as the promise is being sold to them. Zhuang smirks, revealing to his crony that these wavering officers were actors he bribed in advance to sow dissent. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with tremendous force. The traitorous lackey waves to his master, telling him everything is done and they're ready to leave. The brute, Zhou Kai, storms in, bellowing about how they just fought their way into the Dragon Blood Club's hall. He promises money and resources to anyone who joins him, a pathetic attempt to buy loyalty from the weak-willed. He raises a fist, preparing to strike Uyangze down to make an example of him. But before his fist can land, my associate Lan Xiu appears, effortlessly blocking the blow. The impact creates a shockwave, but she remains completely unmoved by the brute's power. Both Zhou Kai and his crony can only stare in disbelief at her sudden intervention. The fool who threw the punch finally realizes this woman is not to be trifled with. Zhou Kai screams at his useless subordinate, furious that he couldn't even take down one person right away. He then gives an order to the traitors, beat my people into the hospital as a pledge of loyalty. He threatens them, sneering that if they don't join him they won't be walking out of this room. But then he screams that he has no use for a dog that bites people without his direct command. Lan Xiu immediately moves to put the disobedient dog down, striking him with a blast of energy. Just as the chaos escalates, I make my entrance, asking Uyangze if this is the mess he left for me to clean up. I grab the whimpering fool by his hair as he begs for forgiveness, admitting the club needs a major change. The insects he was trying to discipline start screaming, asking who I think I am as I casually toss them out the window. The satisfying sound of shattering glass echoes through the hall. I calmly clean out my ear, finally satisfied with the result. I let go, and his scream was a satisfying, if brief, symphony as he plummeted towards the ground. The sound of glass shattering a moment later was the perfect final note to his pathetic career. Inside, the rest of the so-called cadres stared at the broken window, paralyzed with fear. I let my energy crackle in my palms, a silent threat that spoke volumes. One of them immediately dropped to his knees, blubbering about how he was blinded by greed and the lies of Jin Chen. Another fool lamented that offending Zhou Kai meant he could never join the elite circles of Huadu. I let Ouyangze, my subordinate, handle the sentencing. We will not expel you this time, he announced, but your positions are now under observation. Furthermore, he continued, gesturing for them to leave, you are banned from all club activities for 1 week. Do you accept this punishment? I focused my aura on them, my eyes glowing with cold power. I'm asking you a question, I stated, my voice cutting through the silence. Do you accept it? They practically shrieked in terror. Accept, they cried in unison, scrambling to obey my order to get out. With the trash disposed of, I turned to my actual team. I understand the Dragon Blood Club's predicament, I said coolly. It's a simple lack of money and investment, right? They gathered around the table, their expressions grim. The woman explained that the recovery of Daxia in a month was their best shot, but I cut her off. Too slow, I declared. I have a more direct way. A predatory grin spread across my face as the gears of my plan began to turn. Ever since I returned, I've heard the name Xingjian Zhuang being thrown around, I mused. I'll simply call him out and demonstrate the vast difference in our power. My subordinates looked at each other, their faces a mixture of awe and concern. Unfortunately, the pink-haired one informed me that Xiang Jianzhuang had just announced he was going into seclusion to reach the realm of martial artist. So I couldn't just drag him out and beat him up. A minor setback. Well, if I need to attract investment by showing off strength, I considered challenging the best players in the entire school should create more than enough momentum. My mind was already calculating the most efficient path to absolute dominance. Tell me, I asked, what do you know about Dragonbird's first division? They explained that Dragonbird is the strongest warrior organization in all of Dasha. Its symbol represents the pinnacle of power. The blonde-haired brute elaborated that while other divisions have masters, the first division is composed exclusively of aces. He looked at me, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Do you really want to go in? Of course, he continued, answering his own question with a fervor bordering on worship. It's the place all warriors in the entire university yearn for. I had heard enough. I know what to do, I announced, cutting through their chatter. Get the news group running and spread this message. I let the power of my declaration hang in the air for a moment. I, Yi He, president of the Dragon Blood Club and current ace master of the Dragonbird First Division, am challenging all warriors in this university below the rank of a Grand Martial Master. They stared at me, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of my claim. The blonde one was the first to speak. Brother Yi, you're an ace master? But you can't even take the Longquay entrance exam yet. Exam? I scoffed. I didn't take the exam. I was directly recruited, and the details are confidential. The pink-haired one was still hesitant. Brother Yi, are you kidding? This isn't something to be taken lightly. I met their gazes with unwavering certainty. Seriously, the documents will be available in a couple of days. Of course, they couldn't possibly comprehend the level I operate on. Crushing ordinary martial artists is a trivial matter, but a talented one might waste my time. A truly powerful opponent would force me to use my time stop ability, a trump card I had no intention of revealing just to attract some pathetic investors. My thoughts solidified into a new, far grander plan. I watched the gears turn in my mind, a perfect machine of logic and power. Otherwise, I thought, a cold smile touching my lips, I will simply challenge the entire Imperial University. My subordinate, despite his reservations, saw the conviction in my eyes and made the call. The news exploded across every network and social feed. Shocking! Behat, the top freshman who vanished for half a year, has returned to challenge the entire Hua University. I could already picture the chaos erupting across campus. Students everywhere were gossiping about the legendary freshman who aced the entrance exam. Really? One asked his friend, staring at his phone. Then why has no one heard anything about him for 6 months? They questioned how I could have possibly entered the first apartment when 99% of the graduates who took the exam failed. Soon the truth, or at least a version of it, began to circulate. I entered directly, without any test. The jealousy was palpable. No exam required? Is it just based on his innocent smile? Looks like someone is going to be unlucky again, the girl said, a knowing smirk on her face. The official Longhui account posted a confirmation, silencing some of the doubts. But the worms just found new things to whisper about. Maybe he got in through connections and has no real skills, they speculated. My team was monitoring the situation, feeding the fire. Now that the topic is hot, it's up to you to set the pace. One ordered the news agency. The public debate was irrelevant. Their eyes were all that mattered. If you want to know if Yi is worthy, just watch the live broadcast, became the common refrain. Many bet I was exaggerating, a fool destined for humiliation. Others, the more intelligent ones, believed that daring to broadcast such a challenge meant it had to be true. Regardless of their faction, they all came to the same conclusion. They had to watch my live broadcast. The result was exactly as I had calculated. Advertisers flocked to the Dragon Blood Club, and in a single day, our financial problems were solved. Of course, not everyone was pleased. In a special ward, Zhou Kai stared at his phone, his face contorted with rage. I didn't expect you to hold your own competition before I could find someone to teach you a lesson, he growled. He saw my challenge as nothing more than a desperate fool courting death. A disgusting predatory grin spread across his face. Swords have no eyes in the ring, he hissed to himself. So if someone is accidentally killed, that's normal, right? The night of the event arrived, and the arena was a storm of anticipation. Massive gates, intricately designed, began to open. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave of insects. They screamed and pushed, desperate to witness the spectacle I had promised. Every seat was filled with a ravenous face, hungry for violence. Above the roaring stadium, a helicopter descended through the night sky. 1,000 phones immediately pointed upwards, their flashes like a swarm of dying stars. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. Everyone, the Huada Arena tournament has officially begun. Please welcome our star of the night, Yi He. The side door slid open, revealing me against the backdrop of the moon. I didn't bother with stairs. I simply leaped, a streak of pure blue energy, slicing through the air. Power crackled around me as I fell, accelerating towards the center of the stage. The impact was a deafening explosion of force and light. I straightened up as the dust and smoke cleared, my eyes glowing with raw power. Silence. Then the stadium erupted. The shockwave from my landing rippled through the arena floor. The explosion of my energy was the only introduction I needed. As the light faded, I stood alone in the center of their world. I let the smoke swirl around me, a silent testament to the power they were about to witness. Awesome, they screamed, their insignificant voices blending into a single roar of approval. On the forums, the commentary was just as predictable. I don't know if he's strong, but he's definitely good at pretending to be awesome. Let them pretend. I stood under the open sky, bathed in the moonlight, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes upon me. They thought they were here to judge me. How amusing. They were the ones being tested, and they had already failed from the moment they arrived. From the stands, I can feel the eyes of two particular fools on me. One of them, a certain brother Long Dao, seems to think he's analyzing a specimen in a cage. He whispers about grabbing sky-high traffic, wanting to use my presence to make a name for himself. The little parasite has his entire scheme planned out, believing that even in defeat, he can spin a tale of exhaustion to leech off my strength for his own fame. With a pathetic burst of energy, the insect calling himself Long Dao, a martial master second Dan, leaps into the ring to challenge me. The announcer dutifully calls out my name, Yi He, and 8th Dan from the Dragon Blood Club, and the ignorant masses cheer for the fool. The match begins, and the arena fills with the sound of 1,000 screaming simpletons. Before he can even finish his ridiculous posturing, I close the distance and strike. All his pathetic dreams of cloud evaporated in the instant my power made contact. He collapses, blood pouring from his face, his delusions shattered along with his bones. A woman wielding a spear lands in the arena, announcing she'll be my next opponent. The crowd murmurs about her being a top student, a 5th Dan who has defeated 7th Dans, wondering if she's a match for me. As our powers collide, I can feel the weakness in her attack. Your blade's purity is too low. My energy shatters her weapon into fragments, the shock registering on her face. I raise my hand, ready to finish this little distraction. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, I announce to the entire worthless assembly. You all come at me at once. My words ignite their fragile pride, and they call me arrogant, deciding to swarm me like the insects they are. I watch calmly as the entire pathetic group charges forward, a wave of mediocrity about to break against a cliff of iron. The first one falls without even comprehending the attack. Another's weapon shatters as I casually dismantle his stance. A spiked ball, likely someone's ultimate technique, is stopped dead by my open palm. The audience can only watch, their cheers dying in their throats as I effortlessly carve a path through their so-called elites. That explosion-haired clown from before stares at his phone in terror, realizing he can't find anyone who won't just end up hospitalized. His mind desperately turns to the one person he thinks can stop me, his brother, Zhou Yanting, the eldest son of the Zhou family. A twisted smile forms on his face as he concocts a plan to manipulate his stubborn blockhead of a brother. Back in the ring, the last of them have fallen. I stand over the bodies of the defeated, my voice echoing in the sudden silence. Who else? The crowd can only see the whining about how I've disgraced their precious university. Suddenly, the very ground beneath me cracks, cracks as a new, more significant power signature makes its presence known. He descends from above, a so-called martial master Ninth Dan, clad in a high-tech suit, his aura suffocating. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, believing their true champion has finally arrived to put me in my place. My brother Jokai went to your esteemed club and caused you trouble. He begins offering compensation with a practiced hollow grace. So he's the brother of that loser. I ask him plainly, you don't look like you're here for revenge, so why are you challenging me? He confirms he's not here for his disgraceful brother, but for the reputation of the Zhou family. Insulted the Zhou family's reputation. The excuse is as old and tiresome as the families who hide behind it. I want you to kneel and apologize in front of all the teachers and students of the school, he demands, his arrogance absolute. I turn to face him fully. You want me to apologize? Then you'd better have the ability to make me. Insolent, our fists connect in a blinding explosion of pure force. He pushes back with all his might, his expression showing the first hints of strain. The energy he's pouring into this single strike is immense, yet it's not enough. He roars, channeling every bit of his power into a single desperate punch, but his fist is stopped dead against the dark energy coalescing around my own. The impact shatters the ground for meters in every direction, the sheer force of our collision tearing the arena apart. A golden honeycomb pattern begins to glow on my skin, a power he clearly doesn't recognize. He feels it then, his nanosuit's battle data flickering as the temperature around me spikes to impossible levels. Steam erupts from my body as I allow my true power to surface. He finally understands what he's facing, his eyes wide with terror. It's the sun-blazed blood. This fool just picked a fight with a god. The insects in the stands gasp, their tiny minds struggling to process the power on display. They whisper about Zhou Yanting's prestigious family, giving him credit for simply managing to stand in front of me for more than a few seconds. One of them mistakes my opponent's garish, glowing form for my own, wondering if he's some kind of demon beast. I have to audibly remind the fool to keep his eyes on me, lest his focus wander, and this pathetic farce end too soon. He finally makes his move, charging forward in a desperate, predictable burst of flame. A moment of hesitation is all it takes for defeat to set in, a lesson he is about to learn firsthand. I can hear some child in the crowd cheering for the fiery bro, their naive shouts echoing in the arena. They scream for their hero to take down the great demon king, a title I find rather fitting. Even the scouts watching from the shadows note the brutish, unrefined nature of his attacks. He's nothing more than a wild animal. He finally senses it, the oppressive weight of my aura pressing down on him. How do I feel like you're getting bigger, kid? He mutters, sweat beading on his brow. I give him a cold smile as my shadow stretches over him. It's not your imagination, Senior Zhou. I am. I'm not even using my full power, merely allowing a fraction of my vampire's humanoid form to bleed into my own, enhancing my physical abilities second by second. I let my true form loom over him for a moment, an immense draconic silhouette of pure dread. The gap between us is absolute. This is no longer a fight, it's a correction. He crashes into the arena floor under my immense pressure, finally realizing the terrifying power he so arrogantly challenged. His mind finally cracks, admitting that his monstrous bloodline is nothing compared to the walking apocalypse standing before him. I can feel the bones in his chest beginning to splinter under my grip. He thinks he can recover from this, that he just needs to deal with me first. A foolish hope. He makes a last-ditch effort trying to use speed where strength failed so miserably. It seems you haven't studied any of my previous combat data, I state calmly, watching his futile movements. You came to challenge me without any preparation. His face contorts with rage, the last defense of a broken man. You're the real arrogant bastard, aren't you? He shrieks. His attack is a meaningless blur of light and fury. You had this move. You might die, he pants, gathering the last of his energy. Don't say I didn't warn you. He begins to burn his own life force away, his body becoming a vessel of pure, unstable fire. His very hand begins to melt into the inferno he's creating. The air ignites with his desperate final roar. Even from the stands, the spectators can feel the oppressive heat, a cheap parlor trick meant to intimidate. And just like that, the ignorant crowd is in awe, praising the famous Zhou family for this act of self-immolation. He conjures a miniature sun, a massive ball of fire that radiates with pathetic desperation. He stands before it, a fool pretending to be a god, unaware that he's merely fuel for his own funeral pyre. His eyes burn not with power, but with the last fleeting hope of a man about to be erased. He screams the laughably dramatic name of his technique, Earth Fiend martial skill, blazing sun demon hand. The massive sphere of plasma descends, ready to engulf me in its pointless heat. The world turns white and orange as his attack makes impact. He thinks he's the only one who can fire energy blasts. Perfect. I'll use his corpse to test my own self-created martial skill. As his fire washes over my draconic form, I gather my own power, a force of pure darkness and annihilation. His little fireball continues its journey, completely unaware that it is about to be unmade. A cruel fanged grin spreads across my face. Heaven-bombing dragon cannon, I whisper, as a torrent of azure energy erupts from my maw. My beam of concentrated power lances through the air. It pierces his so-called blazing sun, as if it were nothing more than a soap bubble. His ultimate attack is torn apart, dissolving into a pathetic shower of sparks. My beam continues unabated, swallowing what remains of his burning body. I'm going to die, the final clear thought of a man who finally understands his place. The excess energy continues its path, carving a deep permanent scar across the face of the moon. A pillar of light slams down into the arena, a monument to his utter and complete failure. Just as the dust begins to settle, Principal Shi appears, holding the charred, unconscious body of Zhou Yanting. Hey, he says calmly. You were a bit too reckless. I revert to my human form, wiping a trickle of blood from my lip. I saw you coming, Principal. I just decided to go all out and have a proper fight. He floats there, holding the broken champion of the elite families, like a discarded doll. I was just coming to see this popular tournament of yours, he says, his eyes boring into me. He knows this was probably your intention, wasn't it? I just smile up at him from the crater I created. Can't be helped. Without you, Mr. Principal, my tournament lacks a certain prestige. He lectures me about my teacher, a pathetic attempt to assert some authority over me. He then turns to the silent, terrified crowd. Next, his voice booms. Are there any other students who want to challenge Yi? He's using me to make a point, and I'm happy to be his instrument. If not, he continues, then I will announce that Yi has successfully defended his title against the entire school's challenge. The so-called geniuses in the shadows can only whisper in terror, debating how many pieces my atomic breath would tear them into. They conclude that not even dust would remain. An accurate assessment. The principal sighs, the display of utter fear satisfying his objective. Since that's the case, then I declare Yi the winner. First year Yi proclaims, single-handedly challenged all the martial masters in the school, none before him, none after. I stand in the wreckage, the undisputed master of this place. While the masses are finally beginning to grasp my greatness, a few ignorant fools still label me a scammer, their pathetic barking lost in the thunder of my arrival. They speak of fallen cities and injured guardians, then call me a blessing from heaven. Their desperation is as predictable as their weakness. Even my old high school scrambles to claim me, the principal shamelessly using my name to inspire the next generation of sheep. A mob of students chants my name, their adulation as hollow as their understanding of true power. The insects on the web buzz with questions, speculating about which powerful family is backing me, unable to comprehend that I am a force unto myself. Their masters in the shadows are just as clueless, their intelligence networks flagging me as a person of interest, simply because a university principal spoke on my behalf. The state security agency Longque finally does something useful, classifying my identity as a top-level secret and threatening anyone who continues to target me. My so-called followers in the Dragon Blood Club celebrate this by brutalizing their rivals, a crude but momentarily useful display of dominance. As they ask for their hero, I am already gone, leaving their pointless celebrations behind me. Back in the silence of my dorm, my true work begins, as my master's voice echoes in my mind, confirming he has secured the hidden golden gene. I sit listening to his spectral form explain that he can open the container, reminding me of his past life as one of the project's chief engineers. He warns me that the container has a built-in transmitter that will alert Laserbird headquarters the moment it's opened, a trivial security measure I already anticipated. I ask him if the signal can be blocked, and he confirms he's already gathering materials to construct a shielding room. He estimates a month total, half for the room and half for the complex password, and I tell him to hurry, but not to be reckless. As he works, my mind drifts to the Mad Doctor's memories, which revealed an unexpected and dangerous link between the Prometheus organization and the Heavenly Kingdom of God's descent. Prometheus played a double game, cultivating a demon fetus for the Heavenly Kingdom while secretly adding their own ingredients to the incubation. Ultimately, their treachery paid off, and they successfully captured the first living otherworldly demon in human history. They were ruthless, dismembering the creature organ by organ for their twisted experiments. This horrific research led to several breakthroughs, including the infamous and ambitious Project Eden. Their endgame was nothing short of creating a man-made god to rule over the earth. This false deity was meant to erase all borders and nations, integrating humanity into a single collective consciousness under their absolute control. The research also spawned Project Fireseed, which aimed to rewrite the human genome, the direct predecessor of the Golden Gene Project I now seek. I can feel the currents pulling me deeper. It's inevitable that I will be drawn into the vortex surrounding Prometheus. For now, I take out the badge Senior King Long gave me. It's time to begin the sleep cultivation method. My vision blurs as the world around me dissolves into streaks of light. My consciousness plunges into darkness and then reawakens to the feeling of cold rain on my face. I find myself standing on a battlefield, garbed in heavy armor and surrounded by corpses. The earth is scarred, with countless scorch marks from fires so intense that even this downpour cannot extinguish them. Inspecting the fallen knights, I notice deep, non-human claw marks gouged into their steel plates. It's clear this entire valley was the site of a massacre, a chaotic battle between men and monsters. The rain finally ceases, and I decide this cumbersome Western armor has to go. I shed the heavy plate. My own power is suppressed here, so I'll have to rely on the weapons of the dead. I pick up a great sword just as I sense an approaching presence. The master of this martial rhythm space, the questgiver, is finally making his appearance. A spectral carriage pulled by a demonic horse appears, but the occupant merely scoffs from within and begins to ride away. The ethereal wheels churn, kicking up dust as the carriage departs without a word. Is this a joke? He's simply leaving? Old man, I call out, my voice cutting through the silence. Why are you running away? Shouldn't you be giving me a trial quest? He ignores me, so I step forward and slam my hand against the carriage wheel, halting its progress completely. From inside, a shocked voice screams at me, accusing me of being a robber. Robber, the word is utterly meaningless coming from this phantom. He launches into a pathetic tirade, ranting about some azure-haired martial artist who broke into this space and stole his family's inheritance. He mistakes me for that thief. Blinded by his own history and incompetence, I cut him off mid-sentence, my patience gone. Old man, I'm not interested in your grievances. You are a quest-giving NPC. You can't just not do your job. As he stares in disbelief, I lift my greatsword. Hey kid, what are you doing? He shrieks, finally realizing I am not here to listen to his sob story. He seemed pleased, stroking his ridiculous beard and noting that I had better manners than the last blue-haired brute who passed through. We followed a crude trail of spray marks down a chasm, a child's game of connect the dots that was barely worth my attention. Predictably, the trail vanished into a vast empty plain, and the old man sighed as if this were some grand conundrum. He turned to me with a look of smug pity, convinced my journey ended here. How naive. You will be forever lost in this martial arts world. I ignored his theatrics, my eyes scanning the environment for the most obvious clues. A bird circling high above was all the confirmation I needed. The old man was stunned that I found the clue so quickly, muttering about my keen perception and lamenting what a pity it was. I spelled out the simple logic for him, as if explaining it to a child. Flying creatures nest in high places. Our target is at the highest point in this direction. With a smirk he couldn't possibly comprehend, I turned to him. Sir, I'd like to borrow your horse again. A gust of wind was the only answer as his spectral steed materialized, and we shot forward across the frozen expanse. We blazed a trail through the jagged, snow-covered peaks that clawed at the sky. The horse, a being of pure energy, galloped over the icy terrain without ever touching the ground. Its powerful form was a blur of motion against the stark white landscape. Suddenly, the spectral beast reared back, its ethereal blue flames flaring with alarm. It dug its hooves into the ice, coming to a screeching halt that sent shards flying everywhere. As I dismounted, the old man confirmed the obvious. The horse seems to have sensed danger. It looks like we've reached our destination. Before us, a monstrosity of writhing heads and crackling lightning erupted from the ice, causing the old man to gasp. What? A multi-headed dragon, wreathed in a storm of its own making, fixed its numerous eyes upon us. The old man's voice trembled as he identified the beast. Could he be the legendary nemesis of Demera, the star-destroying calamity? The creature didn't wait for an answer, unleashing a blinding torrent of golden energy directly at me. The raw power gathered in its maw, a star being born only to be weaponized. The resulting explosion vaporized the ground where I stood. A mushroom cloud of pure force expanded outwards, shaking the very foundations of this artificial world. The shockwave tore through the air, a testament to the calamity's power. The old man scoffed from a safe distance, his arrogance returning. Even though you've found the right spot, you're nothing more than another speck of dust to be devoured by its wrath. He puffed out his chest, declaring his supposed immortality as the master of this space. That kid is still too young, he mused to himself, watching the dust settle. He began explaining the trial's true nature, something about gaining the dragon's recognition through offerings, not combat. He recalled how the previous warrior, the blue-haired one, had simply overpowered the white dragons to seize the inheritance. He was certain my cultivation level was too low to attempt such a feat, but his monologue died in his throat when he saw me standing unscathed in the crater. Something's wrong with his body, he stammered, finally realizing his mistake. A new power was surging through me, the template's compatibility finally merging with my soul, rewriting my very existence. The broken sword I once needed felt like a child's toy. It was now utterly useless. The old man could only stare in horror as I allowed my true power to manifest. How is this possible? This kid is a monster too. From my shadow erupted a colossal being of crystalline blue energy and terrifying might, dwarfing the so-called calamity. My compatibility with Demera's cells was surging, absorbing the latent power of this space and triggering a complete transformation. I knew this godlike form was temporary, a fleeting state that could only last for 2.5 minutes, but as I glared down at the trembling dragon, I knew it was more than enough. The star-devouring calamity looked less like a legend and more like prey. The old man could only scream, "Oh my god," as my true form, Demera, clashed with his precious trial guardian. The very ground shattered under the weight of our battle. Tons of rock were blasted into the air from the sheer force of my movements. I prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Let the classic battle begin, a battle between a god and an insect. My attack froze the very air around us, a wave of absolute zero energy. The calamity's tentacles writhed, desperately trying to defend itself. It gathered its own golden energy, a pathetic final stand. The beast took to the sky, foolishly believing its ability to fly gave it an advantage. My entire body began to glow with an overwhelming blue aura. You think you can bully me because I can't fly? I thought, a low growl echoing from my new form. But don't forget I can attack from a distance. I gathered the ambient energy of the entire dimension into my maw. The calamity tried to muster its own beam attack, a flickering candle against my inferno. A column of pure destructive energy erupted from my throat, a beam of annihilation that tore through the sky. My energy didn't just meet its attack, it consumed it, roaring with a force that tore the very air apart. I let the beast feel the full crushing weight of my power as it poured forth from my monstrous form. So this was the great meteor Emperor Demora, a multi-headed lizard that was about to become a footnote in my story. Its many heads were a liability, not a strength, as my energy sliced through them with contemptuous ease. It shrieked as its body was torn asunder, a symphony of its failure. Soon there were only 3 heads left, a pathetic imitation of a far more legendary creature. Black blood, thick as tar, dripped from its grievous wounds, marking the end of its reign. I let out a roar, not of effort, but of sheer dominance. The remaining heads launched a final desperate beam, a gnat trying to stop a tidal wave. I made it clear that even with 3 heads, it had no hope of survival. My power engulfed it completely, a brilliant blue light that was the last thing it would ever see. The blast was absolute, purifying the area of its wretched existence. A final shockwave erased any lingering trace of the so-called emperor. From the smoldering ruin of its chest, I tore out its heart, a massive, pulsating core of wasted potential. My form stood over its corpse, a testament to the chasm between its power and mine. From a distance, some old fool watched in utter disbelief, unable to process how his precious dragon was slaughtered with such overwhelming power. He squinted, his tiny mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing as the illusion of my beast form began to fade. I stepped out from the very core of the beast I had just hollowed out, informing him that while rampaging inside its body was satisfying, I was only here for the inheritance. In your fucking dreams, he spat, a predictable response from someone who mistakes ownership for strength, so I simply told him I'd get it myself. I plunged my hand directly into the dragon's heart, the flesh sizzling around my arm. The heat was intense, a searing agony that would have incinerated a lesser being. It felt like submerging my arm in molten iron, a pathetic defense mechanism for the prize within. Ignoring the trivial pain, my fingers closed around my objective. I found it. I began to pull it free from the organ, the sheer weight of it confirming its immense value. With a surge of strength, I ripped the dark disc-like artifact from the heart's dying grasp. I held it aloft, my muscles straining against its density as I claimed my reward. A torrent of energy, raw and untamed, flooded my senses and coursed through my veins. The inheritance of the fiend armor earth body was finally mine. Immediately, living tendrils of shadow erupted from the artifact, coiling around my arm like starving serpents. The armor began to graft itself to my body, a violent and invasive process that I welcomed. Shards of obsidian-like material shot out, forming a shell of impenetrable darkness around me. When the process was complete, I stood clad in the abyssal dragon armor. The old man could only stammer, admitting that the previous inheritor was too weak to even handle 90% of its power. He finally understood. I was the first martial artist in 1,000 years to be fully recognized and accepted by this armor. I sat down on the beast's corpse, looking down on him with utter disdain. You ask how I did it? I sneered. I simply put it on. Was that supposed to be difficult, you little bastard? He clenched his fists, his face a mask of impotent rage and disbelief. After a long moment, the old fool seemed to accept his loss, rationalizing that it was a fortunate thing for the inheritance to find someone truly suitable. He tipped his hat, conceding that at least this ancient power had not been disgraced by falling into my hands. A monument to humanity's desperate ambition. A place where they hoarded power and secrets. I was summoned here and I don't appreciate being made to wait. A woman was standing alone in the cavernous sterile hall, her silhouette a stark contrast to the emptiness. She turned, a perfectly placid smile on her face, and said, "Student Yi-He, I've been waiting for you. My name is Nua," she continued, gesturing for me to follow. "Principal Shi is waiting for you upstairs." I gave a curt nod, my senses on high alert. There was something fundamentally wrong with this woman. I couldn't detect a shred of martial chi, not even the faint aura of a mundane human. It was like speaking to a void. As we walked toward the elevator, she must have noticed my gaze lingering for a fraction of a second too long. She stopped, turning to face me with that same unnerving smile. "Student Yi, are you curious about my body?" The question was designed to fluster, but I merely narrowed my eyes. "You misunderstand," I replied coolly. "I'm just interested in cutting-edge technology." A flicker of something crossed her face. "It's different," she said, her voice unchanged. I remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate on this pointless observation. She seemed to take my silence as an invitation, peeling back the synthetic skin of her blouse to reveal a glowing mechanical core where her heart should be. "This mass-produced service-type carrier is very different in structure from a human female," she explained clinically. "The head is just imitated for the sake of affinity. So an android, a very sophisticated one." Hua University's technology was indeed impressive, a fact I filed away for later. We reached the elevator, the display showing we were heading to the 6th-7th floor. "The principal is waiting for you in his office," Nua stated, her purpose fulfilled. As the doors slid open, I stepped out, and reality seemed to warp around me. A disorienting wave of energy washed over my senses, a spatial distortion, and a powerful one at that. Before I could fully process the shift, my surroundings glitched and I was thrown backward, landing hard in a plush armchair. An old man with piercing eyes sat across from me, calmly pouring tea. "You've slept long enough, Yi-He," he said, his voice ancient and steady. "Have you learned the martial arts manual Qinglong gave you?" I scanned the room, recognizing the man as Principal Shi. "The principal's office?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He had used a spatial ability to bring me here directly. "It can indeed achieve a certain range of spatial transformation," I mused, observing the tea he offered. He was demonstrating his power, a cultivation method on the same level as time manipulation. He began listing my rewards for the mission, academic points, resource cards, and the choice of a high-level weapon or skill. I had no interest in such trivial things. "I don't need weapons or martial skills right now," I interrupted flatly. "Principal, I want to access the files on gene locks and the authority to check more information about Prometheus." I threw in a half-hearted excuse about curiosity, a lie so thin it was transparent. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of shock he couldn't hide. It was almost as if he suspected I could see the script of this world, the strings he and others were pulling. "Let's go, I'll take you to the archives," he said, standing abruptly and ignoring his half-finished cup of tea. His eagerness was a warning sign, but I followed as he waved his hand, tearing open a portal of blinding light in the middle of his office. The sight on the other side was not some dusty room full of scrolls, but a high-tech laboratory. Dominating the space was a massive glass cylinder, and floating within it was a grotesque, pulsating brain, easily the size of a small vehicle. I stared at the abomination, noting that it was only half a brain, connected to some sort of dark armored chassis below. "This is Nua's central computer unit. Its main body," the principal explained, his voice grim. "The android was just a puppet for this." He then dropped the true bombshell. "And this half of the brain previously belonged to the first living otherworldly demon captured in human history." My eyes widened in genuine shock. Prometheus, the otherworldly god project. It all made a horrifying kind of sense now. So this was their ultimate secret. The transcendent existence known as Prometheus was a dismembered god, its corpse repurposed by humanity to build their entire civilization of martial artists. With this power, they even schemed to kill other gods. The sheer audacity was staggering. The principal turned to a console. "Nua, export data," he commanded. He saved a fragment of the entity's knowledge onto a simple USB drive. Handing it to me, he had just given me a key to one of humanity's greatest and most dangerous secrets. Suddenly, he seemed agitated. "Stop standing there. It's a violation to bring a student in here privately. We should go." He grabbed my hand in a firm shake, and I realized his nervousness was a front. This was part of his plan all along. A torrent of brilliant green energy erupted from his hand into mine. It wasn't an attack, it was a transfer, an awakening of something that lay dormant within me. The raw power surged through my veins, reshaping my very being. My muscles coiled with new strength, my form shifting into something more primal, more powerful. When the light faded, I found myself in a different place, a training room, feeling the hum of this new power under my skin. My concentration was broken by an arrogant voice. "And I, Xiangjian Zhuang, am a 9. Some fool with green hair was preening for his friends. He noticed me standing there and sneered. "Classmate, are you done?" His eyes lit up with malicious recognition. "You're the Yi He Ouyangze was talking about, right? You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Another worthless obstacle. If you're from the Dragon Blood Club, then go find Ouyangze," I said, my voice flat and dismissive. "I need to use the training room now." He let out a derisive laugh, his power flaring around him as if it were something impressive. "You're good at playing dumb. Don't you know who I am?" He puffed out his chest, basking in his own imagined glory. "Listen up, my name is Xiangjian Zhuang, the one who stepped on Ouyangze and almost made your Dragon Blood Club a historical term." His monologue was cut short by the sound of his own ribs cracking. I didn't even let him finish his pathetic boast. I was already in front of him, my fist buried deep in his gut. I said I needed to use the training room, I muttered, watching the light drain from his eyes. "You're still blabbering here, blocking the door. So fucking annoying. It's time to feed the Emperor template and push my compatibility to its absolute limit. A metamorphosis is coming. Privileges are only outrageous when others have them. When they're mine, it's just the natural order of things." "Nua, activate the chamber's energy shielding function." I command my personal AI, sealing myself from the world. The torrent of energy floods into me, a hunger that screams for more, a voice in my soul that can never be satisfied. Even this mountain of cores is barely a drop in the ocean. The progress bar mockingly reflects my template's greed. This is the supposed flaw of a growth grade template. The higher its potential, the more it demands. A template is useless if you can't translate it into combat power, which is why I never stopped honing my martial arts. The system shrieks with warnings as my energy levels exceed all known safety limits. A predictable, almost boring outcome. With my metamorphosis underway, I am cocooned in pure energy, my body breaking down and rebuilding itself from scratch. The world outside fades to nothing as the power crystallizes around me. They have a saying here, when the crystal coffin opens, the king of monsters will appear. They have no idea how right they are. As I ascend, the fools of this nation prepare for their grand little war. Massive airships fill the sky, a gaudy display of military might. Today marks the start of their great summer recovery plan, a campaign to reclaim what was lost. An old fool stands before his army, filling their heads with nonsense about glory and sacrifice. He speaks of reclaiming 12 fallen cities, a desperate gamble to restore their shattered pride. The warriors of Great Summer are marching to their potential graves, led by men who will watch from the rear. He floats above them, a cheap trick to inspire awe in the simple-minded. He looks down upon the crowd of eager faces, a sea of pawns ready for the slaughter. The old man bellows his command, ordering them to ignite their blood-smoke banners. A unified roar of yes echoes from the ranks, the sound of lambs cheering for the butcher. Their rising blood smoke surges into the sky, a gaudy red spectacle of intertwined martial chi and life force. They call this pathetic light show battle spirit, their resolve to die for a piece of land. A crimson pillar erupts from the city, a beacon of their fleeting collective will. While they're busy with their patriotic theatrics, my true enemies are making their move. A sharp heel clicks against a sterile floor, announcing the arrival of someone I've been waiting to deal with. Director Yu of Laser Bird, a pathetic creature who climbed the corporate ladder on the ruins of her failed research. She laments her recent failures. The stolen golden gene, the loss of her elite squad, all my doing, of course. Her board is finally starting to suspect one person is systematically dismantling their entire operation. Their intellect is truly astounding. With the nation's forces conveniently distracted, she thinks she finally has an opportunity to release her little pet project. It's a failed product from the first-generation gene experiments, an abomination they foolishly believe can hunt me down. Though it's prone to losing control, this beast is the only thing they have that can sense the stolen golden gene now fused with my very being. She approaches its containment cell, her desperation hanging in the air like a foul stench. A crude stealth ship cuts through the sky, heading straight for my territory. Inside, a team of fools stands guard over a primitive iron cage, utterly convinced they have a monster under their control. It's pathetic, really. The creature they've dubbed the Hound is the one whispering orders, guiding its clueless keepers to my doorstep. The captain, a man with ostentatious golden arms, confirms their destination is West City, my city. One of his subordinates expresses a flicker of concern, wondering if they are flying into the den of the one who stole the golden gene. He then smothers that thought with laughable arrogance, certain they can handle anything short of a grandmaster. The captain merely clenches his augmented fist, his mind already set on the cheap theatrics to come. Eve, he commands the ship's AI, block the plane's signals, and hack into the flight system. The betrayal, as clumsy as it is predictable, begins. The aircraft immediately plummets, a fitting trajectory for their entire worthless operation. The crew's panicked screams fill the cabin as they fumble with controls, never once suspecting the wolf standing among them. With a flash of his glowing visor, the captain turns on them, painting the interior with their blood. Captain, when did you become a traitor? A dying man chokes out, asking a question with an obvious answer. The turncoat doesn't even grant him a dramatic reply, just a cold statement of fact. He was never loyal to begin with. The last man resorts to begging, promising anything just to live another moment. It's always the same predictable, pathetic end for these types. From its prison, the Hound lets out a dry, rattling laugh, celebrating the slaughter of its own handlers. The captain walks away from the pile of bodies, a pawn who has successfully cleared the board of other pawns. The creature inside the cage salivates, its hunger finally stirring. As a reward, the agent offers it the heart of a Grand Marshal Master, a meaningless title for a worthless meal. He shoves the bloody organ through a slot, feeding his pet like a zookeeper. With the offering made, he gives his final command to the beast, "Hound, you're free." But a single heart isn't nearly enough to satisfy it. The Hound immediately demands more. The agent reveals his true purpose, a spy from North Badoan, sent to sow chaos in my lands, now reduced to a monster's servant. The creature has no interest in his politics. It simply instructs him to unleash his fury upon the nation of Xia. He mutters about Daxia's resurgence being a threat to his homeland, unknowingly speaking a profound truth. Before he leaves, he promises the corpses of his men as a first feast for the newly freed monster. The fool then ejects, convinced he has unleashed an unstoppable force while securing his own clean getaway. Inside the falling wreckage, the Hound revels in its new identity. Not a hunting dog, but a mad beast finally let off its leash. The iron prison begins to shudder violently, unable to contain the power swelling within. It screams about being underestimated, a sentiment I can almost appreciate, if it weren't so misplaced. The thick metal rivets are blasted outwards, torn from their moorings by sheer force. The cage finally shatters, unleashing the creature upon the world. A new silhouette emerges from the smoke, a new piece for my collection. It declares its intent to complete its genetic transformation and become a god, an amusing if common delusion. Its true form is finally revealed, a grotesque assembly of spikes, claws, and a laughably exposed brain. While they were busy playing with their new pet, I was undergoing a true evolution, one that has granted me wings and senses beyond their comprehension. What a rich genetic ecosystem. My damaged body can recover perfectly here, and they've just delivered the main course. This is the best buffet ever. Predictably, the self-proclaimed heroes scurry towards the wreckage, drawn like moths to a flame. Their leader, a woman with more confidence than sense, dismisses the danger, believing her title of Grand Marshal Master makes her invincible in this part of the city. From my throne of slaughtered beasts, I watch them approach, their footsteps echoing in the silence I so carefully crafted. They stop dead in their tracks, their eyes struggling to process the scale of the carnage I left behind just for them. A mentally unstable martial artist? They have no idea what they've stumbled into, what kind of predator they've just disturbed. I let them see a fraction of my true form, my multiple eyes focusing on their insignificant souls. Every gaze is a promise of a painful end. A slow, cruel smile spreads across my face. The prey has taken the bait. My shadows erupt from the ground, tendrils of pure darkness, lashing out to ensnare them all. The fool named Xiaozhang summons his courage and unleashes his key wind slash, a pitiful gust of wind against a hurricane. His blade strikes my flesh and sinks in as if hitting soft mud, the impact utterly meaningless. The look of disbelief on his face is exquisite as he stares up into the maw that's about to consume him. I don't even grant him the dignity of a fight, simply seizing him like an insect. The woman can only watch in horror, screaming his name as I begin to absorb him into my biomass. Her rage finally boils over, lightning crackling around her as she prepares her futile assault. "Bastard!" she shrieks, lunging forward with a pathetic display of emotion. To add insult to injury, I manifest a blade from my own arm and execute a perfect copy of her subordinate's technique, the Chi Wind Slash. I effortlessly block her strike, my power mocking the very martial arts she holds so dear. From within my body, the dissolving remnants of her follower begin to cry out for her. His face, twisted in agony, surfaces from my flesh, begging Sister Lu to save him from a fate he cannot escape. Her bravado finally shatters, replaced replaced by the cold, rational fear of a creature that has realized it is no longer the predator. Her final moments are a mask of absolute terror as my darkness swallows her whole. Consuming them was a necessary appetizer, but my true target is elsewhere. Powerful lifeforms litter this battlefield, their genes ripe for the taking, but first I must find the one with the golden gene. The chaos of the larger battle provides perfect cover as another so-called Lord-level beast breaks through the human defenses. Just as the fodder panics, a new player enters the stage, some grandmaster on a warhorse, trying to play the part of a savior. He cuts down the beast with a flourish of green energy, a theatrical display for his underlings. His name is Chen Tianyu, dean of some academy, captain of an elite team. Their mission is to draw out the overlord, a task they are laughably unprepared for. He prattles on to his student Dai Qiming about trusting their intuition. This grandmaster speaks of a spiritual vision, a feeling that something is watching them, a premonition of their own demise. He focuses his senses, trying to pinpoint the source of his unease. Let him look. Let him see the Reaper standing at his door. His eyes snap open, wide with terror. "It's coming," he yells. Before his warning can even register, I descend upon them like a meteor, a living catastrophe meant just for them. I land with enough force to crack the very earth beneath me, revealing a form far more terrifying than the beast they hunt. "I clearly set up a grand gift for you ahead," I taunt, my voice dripping with contempt. "Why did you stop?" The air itself crackled as the spectral beast reared, a conduit for my wrath. But the overgrown insect simply laughed, its voice dripping with the arrogance of a creature that has never known true fear. It met our coordinated assault with nothing but a single contemptuous fist, believing its raw power was absolute. The impact was met with a sickening crunch as the air buckled. It looked down, a flicker of surprise on its monstrous face as its punch was halted mid-swing. One of the old master's goo had managed to intercept it, his frail form somehow stopping the behemoth's momentum. He called out his technique some flowery name about water-piercing stone, a desperate move from a bygone era. My spear finally connected, tearing through its carapace with a shower of ichor and sparks. "Cunning humans," it grunted, almost impressed. "You actually studied me." It seemed to think a bit of tactical planning was the pinnacle of human achievement. Annoyed, it turned its attention to the old man who had orchestrated the explosive diversion, forcing him to retreat. The others frantically erected a barrier, a pathetic attempt to buy a few seconds. From above, the matriarch of the Yin-Yang clan began weaving her signature technique. "Give it to me," she commanded, demanding the combined energy of her followers. A great seal of shadow and light solidified in the sky, a prison of cosmic balance. Her partner fired a beam of pure energy directly into the matrix, activating the formation. The beam ricocheted within the ethereal rings, amplifying its power exponentially. The overlord found itself paralyzed, caught within a cage of spiritual law. It looked around in confusion, seeing visions of its own swarm closing in around it. "A domain," it muttered, finally recognizing the principle behind the technique. The final attack was prepared, a convergence of all their remaining power. An avatar of celestial judgment materialized from the ether, a being of pure divine energy known as the Nine Heavens. It descended upon the trapped overlord, a force of absolute subjugation. The creature was slammed into the ground under the entity's massive hand, finally acknowledging our strength. Yet, even as the final purifying blade was prepared, the creature was already thinking of its emperor, seeing this as a learning experience. The overlord erupted in a final desperate explosion of golden energy, fighting back against the divine avatar. The collision of gold and blue energy was blinding. A wave of destructive power washed over the battlefield, obscuring everything from view. One of the weaklings below dared to hope. "Did they defeat the overlord?" he asked. His superior was more realistic. "Don't be a fool. Seriously injuring it would have been a victory." As the dust settled, the creature stood, battered but very much alive, its arrogance completely intact. "Unfortunately for you," it sneered, pulling itself from the crater, "I am a cut above the rest." My so-called allies stared in horror, one of them finally asking the question they should have started with. Its carapace cracked and split, revealing a new, sleeker body underneath. It had molted, evolving right before their eyes into its second stage. Ignoring the rest of them, it fixed its gaze on the old man who had given it the most trouble. The others screamed a useless warning as it targeted the elders. It unleashed a beam of concentrated energy, a golden spear of light that tore through the air. The humans could only watch, stunned by its horrifying speed. The old man was thrown back like a broken doll, cursing as his life faded. Enough, their little game was over. I made my presence known, my eyes glowing with cold light as I summoned my own weapon. I met the creature's charge head-on, the impact of my spear against its claw shaking the very ground. The clash sent a shockwave of raw power rippling outwards. But just as I was about to press the attack, one of the human commanders had the audacity to scream at me. My thunder dragon took his pathetic blow without even flinching, the fool's sword bouncing harmlessly off its scales. I turned, my patience gone, and wrapped my hand around his throat, lifting him into the air. "You assembled this grand team," I said, my voice dangerously calm, "and you couldn't even handle a single overlord." I leaned in closer, letting him feel the cold certainty of his failure. "How did you ever plan to deal with the rest of them?" His eyes went wide with sheer terror as the truth finally dawned on his worthless mind. Inside their command ship, their operators are staring at screens, convinced they are in control of the situation. Suddenly, a warning blares, a massive energy signature, rising from deep underground. Then the source of their terror erupts from the earth, tentacles tearing through skyscrapers as if they were made of paper. Their own computers tell them the creature has reached the overlord level, and that a strategic retreat is the only logical option. But the man in charge, their so-called captain, barks at them to hold the line and prepare bunker buster nukes. The beast doesn't wait for their permission, swatting at their flying fortress with a single contemptuous tentacle. A panicked voice screams that a tentacle is coming right for them. The captain orders his men to intercept with railguns. A truly pathetic response. The energy bolt strikes the appendage, a brilliant but ultimately useless flash of light. For a moment it seems to work, shattering the tip of the tentacle into dust and debris. But then before their eyes the flesh begins to bubble and reform. The tentacle has already regenerated. Realizing his toys are useless, the captain screams in desperation, demanding they drop the nukes immediately. The order is confirmed. Their final desperate gambit is ready. 3 massive drill-tipped warheads are deployed from the battleship's underbelly. With a final command, they are launched. They streak towards me, a salvo of mankind's ultimate power, aimed at a single target. The ensuing explosion is biblical, a series of nuclear fireballs that vaporize the city center. The captain watches the mushroom clouds, foolishly hoping he's managed to save the day and that his ground troops somehow escaped, but his operator quickly shatters his delusion, her voice trembling as she reports the Overlord's life signature hasn't disappeared in the slightest. My tentacles writhe within the inferno, completely unharmed by their primitive weaponry. The captain finally breaks, slamming his fist on a console, as he realizes his city recovery plan has utterly failed. Just as his despair peaks, an alarm sounds throughout the bridge. The ship's central authority has been taken over, the command room bathed in an ominous red glow. My voice echoes from their speakers, a calm, detached tone thanking them for their futile struggle and informing them that the battlefield is now being handed over to me. Before the captain can even process who he is, another alarm screams for attention. An intercontinental ballistic missile is on a direct course for their position. One of his subordinates cries out in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. The captain stares at the screen, his face a mask of horror as the system reports something impossible, a life signature on the missile itself. They see it then, a lone figure standing atop the warhead as it descends from the heavens. For them it's an unbelievable sight. For me it's simply the fastest way to get to my destination. My eyes glow with cold purpose as I ride the apocalypse down to the battlefield. I can almost hear the shock in their voices. There's actually a person standing on it. It all started just a few minutes ago, back at Hua University. I was finalizing my breakthrough in a containment chamber, ascending to a new level of power. The light of my transformation filled the entire facility. My instructor congratulated me, offering me a special nano suit. She pressed the device against my arm, and the symbiotic material began to bond with my cells. As the suit formed around me, I asked Nua how long the military had been floundering in West City. 5 hours. They had wasted 5 precious hours. A supersonic jet would be too slow, so I demanded an ICBM. I had 2 objectives: deal with the Mad Doctor and kill the Overlord to retrieve its demon core and complete the final step of my evolution. My system confirmed my synchronization was at 99%, and that only an Overlord rank core could provide the resources for that final crucial 1%. I had already consumed every lesser core at the university, but that last fraction of power remained stubbornly out of reach. My instructor relayed my launch confirmation. "Good hunting," she said, as if this beast was anything more than a resource to be harvested. "And now I've arrived." I can see the creature below, still tangled in the fading flames of the nuclear blast. It seems 3 nukes weren't enough to claim that last 1% of your life. According to the database, you're called the Earth Demon, a rather uninspired name for a creature of your stature. It seems you're angry because I mocked your name. How predictable. Well, this Emperor General has quite a temper, too. I raise my hand, channeling my newfound power. A blade of crystalline blue energy materializes from my arm, crackling with immense force. The creature's retaliatory strike is a blur of speed and armored flesh. Down below, the insects in their little uniforms see the light and delude themselves into thinking a savior has arrived. Their pathetic cheers echo in the command center, a symphony of misplaced hope. Even their commander sheds a tear, believing victory is at hand, while my energy was already consuming their supposed shield expert. The raw power continues its dance, a beautiful display of destruction that these mortals could never comprehend. It sought out the alien's core, where the creature thought it could hide from a true predator. But this display was just a prelude, a cheap fireworks show before my grand entrance. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a desperate final gambit. He called it the nuclear sky kick, a ridiculously grandiose name for such a blunt instrument. The impact was certainly flashy, I'll give him that. A pillar of light so bright it could be seen from orbit, a beacon of false hope for this dying world. The distant cities could only watch the spectacle, completely unaware of the true monster being born in the fallout. The fools observing from afar could only babble about an overlord, blind to the fact that something far worse was about to awaken. And there he was, the vessel I'd been inhabiting, Wuhong, crumbling into black dust. They called him a shield expert, yet my power tore through his defenses like they were parchment. Still, the alien insect seemed impressed, claiming the vessel's pathetic resistance forced it into a third form. The so-called Grand Master looked on in disbelief, his tiny mind unable to process the existence of a third transformation. He realized his blood-burning art was a suicide technique, that he was trading his life for a single battle. How sentimental. He screamed about slaying the monster for his country, a pointless sacrifice for a pile of dirt. The alien king correctly pointed out the absolute gap in their power, unimpressed by the old man's martial intent. It unleashed its own technique, a flurry of strikes it called the Thousand Thunder Star. Countless spears of light rained down upon the Grand Master. A pathetic light show against a dying man. The human's last stand was nothing more than a momentary inconvenience. The Grand Master's body was shattered by the overwhelming force. The insect then mused about some cold civilization conversion experiment, a primitive attempt at recycling genetic material. It offered the human's corpse a place in its collection, a gesture it probably thought was a sign of respect. The old man, with his dying breath, swore to inflict a lasting wound, a final futile gesture of defiance. He detonated his life force in one last brilliant flash. The king was merely annoyed by the life-burning technique, a mosquito's bite. It stood over the two fallen grandmasters, lamenting that the attack wasn't nearly enough to cause any real harm. It confessed that it had held back, wanting to preserve the corpse for its collection. But now it decided the body was unworthy, fit only to be shattered into dust. That's when I decided the silence had gone on long enough. Yo, I said, it's quite lively over here. The remaining old fools stared at my reanimated vessel. Wuhang, didn't you just die in battle? I looked down at the empty shell I had just discarded. Did I die, Elder Mu? I'm not quite sure myself. They could feel it then, the shift in the air as my true form began to manifest. The vessel they knew as Wuhang was gone, replaced by something infinitely more terrifying. Their faces, contorted in fear and disbelief, were a delightful sight. The Grand Master's mount looked appetizing, so I took a bite. So delicious, I mused, savoring the taste of despair. I turned my gaze to the remaining humans, my other faces smiling with hunger. You all look incredibly delicious too. May I have a taste? The Insect King, finally realizing there was a new predator on the field, launched a hasty attack. It recoiled in disgust upon seeing what I truly was. Then came the flicker of recognition in its insectoid eyes as it sensed the familiar aberrant aura. You humans, you dared to tamper with this power? I let my form unfurl, a monument of black tendrils and crimson hatred. My true face smiled from within the chaos. Hello there, alien creature. My name is -1, and I'm here to eat you. I lunged, ready for my first real meal on this pathetic planet. The insect could only scream one final useless word. Arrogant. This so-called alien creature proclaimed his invincibility right before his body shattered under the slightest pressure. He stared in disbelief as his flesh began to unmake itself. He shrieked something about his flesh and blood being eaten, as if a predator requires consent from its prey. My form began to shift, the ground cracking under the strain of my evolution. I became a living abyss, a maw of infinite teeth, ready to swallow him whole. I decided to educate him in his final moments, asking if he'd ever heard of an anglerfish. Before he could answer, the jaws slammed shut and the process of consumption began. He was a dominant creature, I'll give him that. His essence was potent. Even now he struggles inside me, a pointless thrashing against the inevitable. The lesser creatures scuttled away, attempting to drag their precious Dean Chen to safety, but I made sure Elder Moon knew I hadn't forgotten him. He would make for a perfect dessert. Then I felt it, a new energy signature piercing the sky. I feigned a moment of surprise, a small courtesy for the dramatic entrance. A brilliant blue lance of energy tore through the clouds, aimed directly at me. The remaining humans watched in terror as it descended. They babbled about another overlord, their tiny minds unable to comprehend that this was merely a personal squabble. The bolt of raw power closed in, promising oblivion. It struck with a deafening roar, enveloping me in a storm of azure light. At least one of them had the sense to realize this attack wasn't for them, but for me. They screamed to protect their leader, a useless gesture in the face of such power. The ground itself vaporized under the sheer force of the blast. When the light faded, he stood there, a boy burning with misplaced justice. He claimed he couldn't let me get away with consuming his friends, as if his permission was ever a factor. He found my very existence nauseating. The feeling was mutual. Without another word, he unleashed a torrent of his sanctimonious energy. He shot towards me like a falling star, intent on delivering a final judgment. His sudden assault tore through my temporary form, sending me reeling back in a spray of my own essence. He promised I wouldn't die so easily, a threat that sounded more like a desperate plea. He became a blur of blue motion, circling me like a persistent gnat. He swung a blade of pure energy, cleaving the air itself. Drawing power from the heavens, he prepared his most theatrical attack yet. He let out a primal scream, pouring every ounce of his being into the final strike. He even gave it a name, Earth Throne. How quaint. A column of destructive light slammed down, intending to erase me from existence. I don't give it a moment to recover, vaulting through the air with another attack already prepared. Stop barking like a dog, I command, my voice laced with absolute contempt. With my arm cloaked in the blackness of void energy, I unleash a precise beam of destructive force directly at its core. The concentrated bolt of power slams into its armored hide, a direct hit that should have vaporized any lesser being, but the creature just laughs, a grating, guttural sound that echoes across the ruins. Keep fighting, it taunts, its arrogance somehow still intact. Its grotesque face, a chaotic mess of glowing red eyes and gnashing teeth, contorts into a pathetic promise. Black, corrupting tendrils erupt from its body, a foul display as it attempts to regenerate from the damage. I gather my own energy, a crackling sphere of blue lightning that illuminates the desolate landscape. This is the first time I've seen someone even more arrogant than me, I muse. A cold smile touching my lips. This foolish attempt to intimidate me only serves to fuel my power, as its expanding form presents a much larger target. Getting bigger just makes it easier for me to blast you to pieces, I state plainly before unleashing the full might of my technique. The beam of pure energy cuts through the darkness, so immense that it shocks the distant onlookers, who can only gape in awe. They note the unique blue hue of my energy fluctuation, something completely alien to their limited experience. One of them breathes a foolish sigh of relief, naively assuming I'm some kind of hero. Fortunately, he is on our side, he says. With this strong man in the West City war zone, we should be safe. But my attack doesn't have the intended effect. The creature's voice echoes from within the blast itself. I told you, it's useless. You can't kill me. I can split infinitely. The single entity fractures into dozens of smirking, ghostly visages, each one a piece of the original abomination. Your nuclear attacks, it explains, its voice coming from everywhere at once, are only accelerating the division of my cells. Haha, what a truly disgusting thing. However, the Maximum Emperor's gift granted me an unparalleled sense of chi and blood, a perception far beyond normal limits. I can perceive the changes in each of its cells with the precision of an electron microscope. This thing is constantly adapting its atomic energy to my own. It continues to gloat about its invincible evolution, convinced that no matter how strong I become, I can never truly defeat it. I can feel the incredibly powerful genes within you, it hisses, its many eyes fixed on me with a predatory hunger. Compared to your top-tier genes, even the overlord-level genes you just devoured seem so dull and worthless. It boasts about devouring countless living beings to perfect its own bloodline, yet it still admits that it cannot compare to me. Why should I? I reply to its unspoken question, my patience worn thin. I'm going to eat you alive. In response, the creature manifests its true form, a colossal serpent-like horror erupting from the ground, intent on devouring the entire city block. Its disgusting body, a tide of black flesh and red ooze, begins to swallow the skyscrapers whole. It creates a swirling vortex of its own corrupted flesh, trying to drag everything into its maw. The pathetic onlookers watch in terror, their fragile hope dwindling. Will that mysterious powerful figure be able to handle it? One of them wonders aloud. I look upon this desperate, gluttonous display with cold amusement. After all that talk, he's just a foodie. There's no need to hold back any longer. I begin to summon my true power, my arm transforming into a weapon of absolute destruction. The genuine dragon armor materializes over my limb in a flash of dark energy. One arm liberation. I channel my energy into the gauntlet, the air itself crackling as I prepare to end this tiresome charade. I draw my arm back, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. One punch splits the sea. I unleash a slash of pure blue energy that cleaves through the very fabric of the air. The beam travels instantly, a silent, unstoppable force of total annihilation. It's a vertical cut of pure power that dwarfs the skyscrapers and the pathetic creature itself. The azure light of my attack illuminates the entire battlefield in its final glorious moment. The creature's massive form is completely bisected before its primitive mind can even register what has happened. A disbelieving whisper escapes from what remains of its consciousness. How could its body begins to dissolve, unable to comprehend the absolute power that has just erased its very existence? How could you? But its central core, the golden armored figure from before, survives the initial slash, though it is grievously damaged. It screams in a rage born of pure disbelief. How can your power increase? Thought I face its grotesque final form, completely unimpressed by its tantrum. Yes, my strength will always be greater than yours, I state. A simple and undeniable fact. It's time to demonstrate a different kind of power. Genetic ability. Air explosion. I manifest countless unstable molecules in the air all around it. A death sentence waiting to be signed. They detonate simultaneously in a chain reaction of blinding, silent light. The sky is filled with hundreds of miniature explosions, each one tearing away at its atomic structure. The onslaught is relentless, a storm of pure concussive force from which there is no escape. The creature is utterly engulfed in a cataclysm of my own design, and from the fading light of the countless explosions, I emerge, completely untouched. I examine my hand, feeling the surge of new power coursing through me after absorbing its energy. I meet the gaze of whatever remains of my enemy, a predatory grin spreading across my face. And how can you be so sure this is my prime? In return, it got a taste of my own power, a cascade of molten lava and a whip of pure lightning that seared its monstrous flesh. It shrieked in disbelief, its entire philosophy crumbling with every blow I landed, wailing about how it was supposed to be the perfect being. How pathetic. In a desperate tantrum, it unleashed a sonic blast meant to pulverize everything in a 10-mile radius. I stood my ground, utterly unimpressed by the sound and fury, and let the shockwave wash over me as if it were a gentle breeze. It had exhausted its playbook, while I was merely getting started. My physical body, my very spirit, has evolved to a state this creature couldn't possibly comprehend, a level where its attacks are registered as nothing more than background noise. Finally, the horror began to dawn in its multiple frantic eyes. It understood that even if I stood perfectly still, it lacked the power to leave so much as a scratch on my defenses. The gap between us was not a simple matter of strength, it was a chasm of existence itself, and it had just realized it was on the wrong side. My form is the pinnacle of evolution, a perfect synthesis of power and control. It could sense its impending doom, clinging to the pathetic fantasy that with more time, it could somehow surpass me, but I've made it perfectly clear that its time is now over. It tried to bargain, a pathetic attempt to reframe its defeat by blaming some external power-up of mine, promising not to invade my territory if I just let it live. It even offered to become my attack dog, traveling to other nations to counterbalance their power, a sudden desperate pivot from would-be conqueror to political pawn. The delusion reached its peak as it proposed we divide the world between us, a pathetic fantasy from a creature that was about to be erased. My own power whispered a far more efficient solution, a toxin engineered from the blood of the world's strongest, a perfect tool to eliminate any and all obstacles. The creature could only stare, its primitive mind utterly failing to grasp the meaning of my gesture. I gave it a simple ultimatum, holding up a single finger. 10 minutes. I then put my finger to my lips, a final gesture of contempt for its entire existence. It chose to laugh, boasting that it couldn't be killed even if it tried, a final desperate roar of defiance. It prattled on about its cells evolving, mistaking a chaotic mutation for true immortality. I had heard enough. I grabbed the monstrosity and simply said, "Take off." With a flick of my wrist, I launched it from the planet's surface, like a discarded stone. It streaked through the upper atmosphere, a monument to its own failure. Even as it was being forcibly ejected from the world it sought to conquer, it still screamed its impotent boasts, clawing at a skyscraper that crumbled to dust beneath its feet. The rubble it stood on disintegrated as its ascent became unstoppable. It was only when I appeared above it, dragging it further into the void, that it finally felt a flicker of fear. It thrashed uselessly, screaming that the vacuum of space and cosmic rays would only make it stronger, that it would simply evolve and return. I brought us to a suitable altitude, far above the world, where our final conversation could take place, without any unwanted observers. From this height I knew its connection to the planet and to its little safety net would be severed. I watched the realization finally hit its grotesque face as it sputtered. How? The truth is, this thing was never invincible. Its energy reserves were already depleted by a third, just from fighting me, leaving it weaker than 3 ordinary overlords combined. I was well aware of its little trick, the ability to regenerate from severed body parts that lie dormant across the globe. These derivatives, as the system called them, were its insurance policy against final death. Each piece stored a backup of its consciousness, a crude and cowardly method of achieving a false resurrection. It asked me how I knew, and the answer was insultingly simple. I am superior in every conceivable way. I didn't need a system file to tell me. I could feel the faint tethers of energy connecting it to its detached pieces, and I observed them weakening the further we got from the planet's surface. I leaned in close, letting it savor the absolute certainty of its demise as I delivered the final verdict. It resorts to a desperate final gambit, self-destruction, hoping to scatter its essence to the winds. As long as even a single piece of flesh can reach the ground, I can survive, it shrieks, deluding itself with false hope. Amusing. I manifest my own power, a colossal specter of azure energy, and I ask the fragments a simple question. Are you afraid? An instinctive fear of death? One of its larger pieces looks up in horror, unable to comprehend the scale of my true form. My ethereal hands begin to close, moving with an impossible speed that makes the very stars seem to blur. I have no intention of playing its game of catching scraps. I'll simply hold all of them in my palm. My avatar fully materializes, a titan of judgment staring down at the scattered remains of my prey, and I inform it of a simple truth. You have nowhere to run. As my colossal limb slams down, trapping the main fragment, it squeals in terror, asking what I'm doing. It pleads, asking if I intend to eat it, as if its preference has any bearing on the outcome. My maw opens, a gateway to oblivion, ready to consume the core of its being. It screams in defiance, calling me arrogant and threatening to devour me from within. A parasite's last empty threat. It laughs, thinking it has narrowly escaped death, as my energy form swallows it whole. The fool doesn't realize the trap has just been sprung. Devouring it is merely the first step of my extermination plan. I ignite the very space within my avatar, turning my stomach into a star. The creature's silhouette rides within the crimson furnace I've created for it. Its screams echo. Where am I? How could there be a living being capable of emitting stellar temperatures? It wails that its gene pool has no way to adapt to such an environment, as if I care for its evolutionary limitations. Are you trying to use me as a medicinal pill? It screeches, finally grasping the horrifying truth of its situation. Its delusions of perfection shatter as it begs for more time, a resource it has just run out of. The last whisper of its consciousness fades with a single word, God, as its very essence is unmade. The energy I've refined bursts forth in a clean, powerful arc. The release is so potent it's visible from orbit, a new temporary star in the night sky. Unbeknownst to me, my actions have not gone unnoticed. 10 minutes ago, a military commander named Aniclimax was receiving a report. His squad was relaying the news that the West City Beast Tide had been annihilated, all thanks to an unknown power. He expresses his desire to meet this mysterious person, asking for my identity to be kept secret until he can thank me personally. He's told I'm at his university, and his mind races, trying to place which powerful professor I could be. A flashback of the brilliant blue energy I unleashed fills his mind as he realizes none of his staff fit the profile. The truth hits him like a physical blow when he's told I'm a student and his junior by 3 years. The battle is over, the pest consumed. I consider the power I've just absorbed. It's an acquired taste, but the yield is undeniable. My nanosuit is already burned away from the sheer temperature, but that's irrelevant. Now, -1, I say to the new symbiotic power within me. Let's assess your true potential. Their operators are in a panic, wondering how I could possibly detect their precious satellites in orbit, and questioning if Great Xia has a 4th Grandmaster. They watch as I gather energy, completely terrified of what I'm planning. A general screams in desperation as I prepare to swat their little fly out of the sky. Let me give them a little demonstration of what happens when you point your toys at a god. Their expensive piece of scrap metal never stood a chance. With the Emperor's template fully utilized, my life magnetic field has expanded to cover the entire globe. I can sense not only the aura of every carbon-based life form, but the signals emitted by every machine. With this power, I wonder if I am now capable of setting foot in those 11S level forbidden zones. To test this, I allow my magnetic field to unfold completely. It sweeps across the cities like an invisible, all-seeing crimson tide. The negative biomass and my own life field combine, constructing a complete regional distribution map. The urban layout of Daxia is now laid bare before me. Every detail precise and clear. My eyes land on Guanshan City, which predictably fell to an S-level secret realm. After all, even the most powerful humans are utterly helpless when faced with a true S-class threat. The fall of one city is expected, but what about the other places? My senses spread throughout Great Xia, and then across the entire eastern continent of Blue Star. It is time to explore and build everything once more. My perception lands upon a solitary, snow-capped island. Inside the Jing Imperial Palace, a pathetic emperor is coughing his life away. He desperately begs his servants for medicine. A weak and dying ruler. My perception spreads to Dongri, and this decrepit figure actually notices my gaze, wondering which of his old rivals is testing him. He babbles about refining a god object, dreaming that his eastern son will conquer the world from his deathbed. I shift my focus to the western continent, the so-called pilgrimage center of the gods, where they worship a false idol. These ignorant masses pray for blessings, not realizing they are casting themselves into an abyss of death. The statue stirs, its voice echoing, as it asks what arrogant gaze dared to awaken it. It reveals a monstrous, horrifying true form hidden behind the facade of divinity. Its servant writhes in agony under the pressure of its foul energy. The creature's grotesque form looms over its pathetic worshipper. The servant grovels, calling my passive observation a dereliction of duty, and begging his master to rest. I move on, my gaze shifting to the frigid offshore waters of Ao. A massive vessel cuts a path through the ice, a black behemoth in a sea of white. On board, a familiar face recognizes my presence, whispering my name. Yehe. He seems astonished that I could grow to this level in such a short time, the fool. He clutches his uniform, a captain trapped on a prison ship of his own making. He's still bitter about his defeat, blaming some freakish blue-haired human for his injuries instead of his own weakness. His ship plows onward, a monument to his failure, and he foolishly swears to find me again once he's free, a promise he will never get to keep. My magnetic field spans the entire planet, yet I can sense at least 12 other places like black holes, devouring my senses and trying to track my location. I can't help but smile. The waters of this world are indeed deep. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through my perception, a desperate telepathic message from Principal Shi Jingwen. Be careful, he warns, of Fu Hongsheng. The source of this frantic signal is the Kunlun Mountains of Daxia. The entire mountain range pulses with a strange, malevolent energy. The principal's warning is strange. Wasn't the national warrior Fu Hongsheng in seclusion, recovering from serious injuries? Something is terribly wrong. Nua, I command, what happened on Kunlun Peak? I ask my AI if she can detect Principal Shi's location signal, but the results come back negative. I try another target, the Azure Dragon, but again, nothing is found, only a record of a secret trip to Kunlun Peak. The pieces click into place with sickening certainty. So, they really were together. For this to happen at such a crucial juncture, a dark thought crosses my mind. The image of the so-called hero looms in my thoughts, twisted into something monstrous. The world is changing, and the wolves are gathering to feast on the corpse of the great Xia. They call this a dangerous period, a time to be cautious. I call it a power vacuum. Kunlun Peak, a valley that suppresses all power, a place where only the most cunning and ruthless can thrive. The Grand Masters who once ruled this land are nowhere to be found, their battlefields strangely silent. This leaves only one loose end. Fu Hongsheng, but chasing him is a tedious puzzle, and I've always preferred the simple elegance of overwhelming force. Scheming is for the weak. I am the optimal solution, having already maxed out my templates and prepared to acquire even more. The Golden Gene, a gift from a so-called mad scientist, is merely another key to unlocking my true potential. If the Great Xia truly has no protectors left, then I will simply take the throne and become this world's new supreme ruler. My first objective brought me to a derelict commercial building in the Western District. My senses immediately pinpointed my target's location within the decaying structure. The creature he was using for cover was making an irritating amount of noise. He thought he was well hidden, concealing his presence like like a rat in the walls. But there is nowhere to hide from me. I tore open his pathetic shelter with a single thought. The very foundation of the building cracked and split under the force of my will. Finally, the guard dog showed its face, roaring in pathetic defiance. It stood before me, a mountain of flesh and teeth, and I felt nothing but utter boredom. I didn't even need to move my body to deal with it. A simple killing force mental slash was more than enough to silence the beast permanently. As its body fell apart, I finally understood his hiding place. He was incubating inside the monster's belly. The mad doctor stumbled out, drenched in the creature's foul digestive fluids. He fell to his knees, calling me his lord, but the stench was so repulsive I had to take a step back. The man was absolutely disgusting, and I had to cover my own face to tolerate his presence. He explained he used some parasitic worm to conceal both himself and the golden gene he was protecting. He began to panic, warning me that his former master, Laserbird, had sent an ultimate creature to reclaim the gene. This ultimate creature you're talking about, I interrupted, gesturing to the biomass now fused with my own body. You mean him? The doctor's eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief. I simply told him I had refined the beast, a much more elegant term than devoured. He immediately tried to grovel again with some futile nonsense, but I stopped him before he could start. I held up the prize, the golden gene now stabilized within a vial, its true name Verudo. The moment I held it, every cell in my body screamed with a primal hunger to consume it. But now is not the right time. Absorbing this kind of power requires a secure location, and this war zone is far from ideal. Madman, you did a good job, I told him, and the fool looked as though he was about to weep with gratitude. He began stammering about his duty, so I cut him short by plunging a tendril of my biomass directly into his chest. He is far too weak to be useful, but his loyalty is a resource I can cultivate. Their commander, filled with a pathetic sense of victory, screams for them to mop up the remaining beasts in one fell swoop. But then a flicker of intelligence lights up his eyes as he realizes whose power signature just leveled a city block, and he frantically orders his warriors to evacuate. Too late for them to run. I've already decided to put on a little show. A simple sphere of condensed energy is all it takes to get their attention, a miniature sun hanging over their heads. From the shadows, I watch it all, my will guiding the storm that is about to break. This is more than just raw power, it's an art form, and my energy flows like ink, painting the sky with tendrils of dark. From that darkness, I forge an arsenal, shaping rifles and cannons from pure will. The tendrils weave themselves into a perfect sphere of death, a floating fortress bristling with muzzles, my very own cannonball. With a single thought, every weapon fires as one, unleashing a maelstrom of judgment upon the creatures below. The remaining beasts, who thought they might escape into the alleys, are instantly torn to shreds by the rain of projectiles. They are rendered into nothing more than a red mist and shattered bone. The resulting shockwave is a beautiful, radiating pattern of absolute destruction. Back in their command center, the so-called leaders watch their screens, calling me a non-human monster. Then I deliberately pause the assault, letting them think I have limits. They immediately assume my weapons have overheated, applying the logic of their primitive machines to me. Their commander, in a display of pointless valor, orders his men to buy me time to fill the gap. Their grand solution is to bring in a mobile energy cannon from one of their ships. It fires its payload, a brilliant and loud display that does almost nothing. The commotion is enough to annoy the true threats hiding in the horde, with one of the larger beasts complaining about the humans' coordinated attack. I watch with cold amusement as the beast lords scheme amongst themselves, trying to push their subordinates to charge into the battle first. A pathetic display of self-preservation, but their time is up. My cannonball's barrels glow once more. The intermission is over. The second bombardment begins, even more intense than the first. The beasts finally realize the truth. They are being systematically exterminated, with even their underground hideouts being blown wide open. I stop the cannonade again, the silence hanging heavy in the air, baiting the hook for the last time. A three-headed alpha takes that bait, roaring for its brethren to kill my creation while it's recovering. An operator back at the human base suddenly screams in alarm as a massive energy reaction appears in the city. Her screen lights up like a Christmas tree, confirming at least 20 Lord-level magical beasts have finally shown their faces. The human soldiers, in their utter ignorance, panic and decide they must form a defensive line to protect my weapon. Their leader screams for his brothers to hold out until my next round of fire, ready to throw away their lives for me. I watch as the lords descend, a tidal wave of death about to crash upon these foolishly brave insects. And just as their claws are about to find flesh, I decide I've seen enough. A pillar of pure, unadulterated energy erupts from the very ground they stand on, vaporizing every single Lord-class beast in an instant. The soldiers can only stare, dumbfounded, as their certain death vanishes into thin air, asking if it's all done. Did they really think I was just gonna stand by while my weapon was on cooldown? I reveal my true form, cloaked in shadow and absolute power, the source of all their terror and salvation. The recapture of Exxon is now a foregone conclusion, because I have arrived. The message confirmed what I already knew. Participating in these so-called large-scale events triggers an achievement fusion, guaranteeing a superior reward. It's a familiar gacha mechanic from a world I left behind, and the fools here still haven't grasped its potential. They waste their low-rank templates, while I save them for a single decisive draw. An A-rank template would put me on par with the Emperor himself, a thought I found amusing, even as the news droned on about 3 cities being recaptured in a single day. The masses cheered in the streets, celebrating their fleeting victories, completely oblivious to the real war being waged in the shadows. The first city, Liancheng, fell to the Dragon Sparrow Division, a brute force victory if there ever was one, and the third, Sicheng, was claimed by Dean Chen Tianyu's team from Huada University. Some woman in a skin-tight suit was admiring the news on her phone, captivated by the dean's accomplishment. Pathetic how easily they're impressed by a flash of blue light and a pretty face. Meanwhile, at the general headquarters for the recapture of Great Xia, the bureaucrats were busy trying to contain the truth. They classified my identity as top secret, fearing the attention it would bring from other factions. Their fear was palpable when I walked right into the dean's office, not to ask, but to demand. The old man practically jumped out of his skin, bowing as if I were his superior, which in every way that mattered, I was. He flattered me, saying I was already far beyond the dean, and that my classmates should be ashamed to even compete for student leader. He then began to drone on about the standard bureaucratic process, some pointless confirmation required from a foreign university, but then he changed his tune, realizing the absurdity of making me wait, and offered to certify me on the spot since the very person he needed was conveniently here. The door slid open, and in walked the student council president from the University of Washington. He invaded my personal space, his face uncomfortably close to mine. "Senior," he began, his voice filled with a reverence that bordered on fanaticism. "Thank you for saving us all." I pushed his face away. His groveling was a waste of my time. He was insistent, however, babbling about the path of martial arts where the most capable is always the senior. Fine, whatever it took to get this over with. Finally, the system notification I was actually here for appeared. Top student status achieved. A swirling vortex of raw purple energy materialized before me. I stood before the maelstrom, completely unbothered by the chaotic power radiating from it. It was time to claim my reward. From the void, a mass of writhing, shadowy tentacles emerged. The system identified the template, Hellstar, with a B+ rating. The parasitic energy began to merge with my body, a cold and alien power that I would soon make my own. The tentacles coiled around my form, a storm of cosmic horror that would become my new weapon. The fusion intensified, a violent baptism of shadow and energy. Its abilities were listed: control over cosmic radiation, manipulation of light and energy, and the power to devour all things. This was no mere physical enhancement. Its ability to control light and energy could perfectly synergize with the Emperor's nuclear power, creating a potential far beyond its simple B+ rating. I couldn't wait to begin its development, and the fallen city of Qinsheng would be the perfect testing ground. The city was a jagged wound on the landscape, a fortress of corruption and ruin. I watched a pathetic squad of so-called guild leaders huddled around a fire, complaining about their failures. They whined about the endless swarms of rat-like beasts, the scoundrels that had completely overrun their forces. These vermin had established a complex network of tunnels, waging a guerrilla war that these fools were completely unprepared for. Their grand strategy of bombing the outskirts to lure them out had failed spectacularly. The rats were simply too intelligent, too organized. One of the women received a report that other cities had been reclaimed, and the news of their own failure sent her into a rage. She slammed her fist down, a pointless display of emotion that solved nothing. Their leader correctly deduced the overlord beast was hiding deep underground, but then declared that navigating the tunnels swarming with millions of rats was simply impossible. My foot touches the corrupted soil of Qinsheng. This city will be mine, and I will do it quietly. The world is blind to the real threat, but I see it clearly. The three protectors of Xia are gone, and the puppet master is almost certainly the martial saint, Fu Hongsheng. I have to question his motives. Why would a man who has everything, power, fame, status, risk it all to hunt the other apex predators? It's simple, really. A man like that doesn't just want a piece of the world. He wants to be its god, a figure etched into history itself. By targeting the pillars of the kingdom, he seeks to cripple it from within, and I know with absolute certainty that my rapid growth has put me on his list for extermination. It is inevitable. A battle between me and Fu Hongsheng will decide the future, and I will be the one standing over his corpse. But until then, I must move in the shadows, leveraging my greatest advantage. He has no idea I exist, or what I'm truly capable of. With enough time to evolve, no enemy is a threat, which makes this fallen city the perfect crucible for my ascent. After completing the absorption process, I extended my senses across the ruins, but the sheer density of millions of biological signals made finding the Alpha impossible. It's no wonder the so-called martial arts alliance failed to reclaim this place. They were ants trying to find a king in a colony of millions, and just as cunning. This creature's tactics remind me of the blood-eyed ape from Anshan, another treacherous beast that thought it could outsmart me. But it's a foolish assumption to think I can be outmaneuvered. With my arsenal of abilities, there is always a perfect tool for extermination. I let a small portion of my devouring swarm seep into the earth, a silent promise of the feast to come. The ground darkens as the swarm manifests, a tide of pure consumption. From the sewers and tunnels, a plague of mutated rats emerges, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders above. The alpha beast lets out a defiant roar, unaware it's merely announcing its position on my menu. My tendrils descend from the darkness above, a silent, creeping death. The swarm rains down upon the horde, a storm of black and red hunger. The pathetic grunts can only let out muffled grumbles as my biomass latches onto them, beginning the process of dissolution. A larger specimen struggles futilely, its strength meaningless, as it's broken down on a cellular level. Another is pulled into the writhing swirling mass, its panicked claws scraping against the inevitable. I watch the cleansing from a distance, a faint smile playing on my lips as my power consumes everything. The biomass swirls, drawing in the life force of thousands of these creatures into a single concentrated point. Within minutes, the cannon fodder infesting the city has been all but wiped from existence. My devouring swarm has already spread for hundreds of meters underground. It's about time the real target showed itself. The ground beneath me begins to tremble violently. Cracks splinter across the concrete as something massive forces its way to the surface. Finally, the overlord emerges, a grotesque, multi-headed amalgamation of fur and teeth. "Human, are you the only one?" It growls, its voice laced with arrogance. I expected an ambush. It lets out a dry, rasping laugh. "Your little black trick is powerful, but my sonic roar counters it perfectly." All of its heads inhale deeply before unleashing a deafening concussive blast meant to shatter my very being. I look up, utterly unimpressed. What makes you think I only have one move? I simply raise a hand to the sky, calling upon a power this world has never witnessed. The beast's bravado shatters as a swirling storm of violet energy rips open the sky, its voice trembling as it screams. "What kind of energy is this? This is a force that can erase cities, a power that blots out the stars. This is heaven's punishment. A pillar of pure destructive energy. A judgment I summoned from the heavens descends upon this blighted city." The beast below screams, finally understanding the futility of its situation. "What the hell is this? I'm not playing with you anymore." As if it ever had a choice, it turns tail and flees, a pathetic display of instinct over bravado. Did this creature truly believe its clumsy wings could outpace the very concept of light itself? Its shrieks were a brief, satisfying melody of agony, but it still clings to life, its flesh grotesquely reknitting itself as it boasts that killing it won't be easy. I merely raise a single finger and issue a one-word command to the universe: fall. A second, more focused vortex of power descends to finish the job. The beast's defiance dissolves back into raw, unfiltered terror. A Hegman-level creature, to be sure. Even as its body is reduced to pulp, its demon core remains. A pulsating heart of pure energy, the prize for this trivial extermination. I reach out my hand, ready to claim what is rightfully mine. But something is wrong. A flicker of unexpected energy. The core begins to pulse erratically, a final desperate gambit. From the rubble, countless lesser beasts, filthy rats begin to stir. The core sprouts grotesque tendrils of flesh, a pathetic imitation of a long-dead demon king. The fleshy appendages lash out, attempting to ensnare me in their foul embrace. But I am not their target. Instead, they pierce the bodies of the lesser rats, absorbing their life force. It draws them all in, a disgusting maelstrom of flesh and fur. A cage of writhing tendrils forms around me, a pathetic attempt at containment. For a hegemon, its survival instincts are remarkably cowardly. A rat will always be a rat, no matter how much power it steals. The mass of flesh coalesces into a new muscular form, striking a pose and uttering a phrase from some forgotten human entertainment. It hoists me into the air above its new army of vermin, a truly laughable display of arrogance. But my own control over time has evolved. I can sense the life force of every single creature here, like a constellation of flickering red lights. This creature was cunning, using its swarm to hide its true nature, but its destiny was sealed the moment I arrived. It slaughtered an entire city. For that there is no redemption, no place among my subordinates. Perhaps it will have better luck in its next life. Deep beneath the earth, in a palace built of filth and bone, the true coward hides. Here its countless spawn gather, their glowing red eyes fixed on their master. They worship a massive pulsating cocoon, the true heart of this infestation. This is the real demon core, the source of its power, and the seat of its consciousness. The rats swarm around it, a living shield of expendable bodies. Inside the cocoon, the Rat King's true form shudders in terror, feeling the death of its powerful clone. "I almost died," it screeches, the pathetic whimper of a king who has never faced a true threat. Its companion, some kind of arachnid demon, panics, urging a retreat back to their sinful realm. The spider rambles on, admitting it underestimated the freak that appeared, revealing it used a clone technique to escape. It laughs, convinced of its own cleverness, believing the foolish human only killed a decoy. It opens a dimensional rift, already tasting the safety of its foul home. They panicked, chattering like frightened birds, wondering what new terror was upon them. Some of them theorized about space-based energy weapons, their tiny minds incapable of grasping that this was the work of a single being. The aftermath was a perfectly silent, scorched crater, where an entire army used to be. Their scouts looked down from the cliffs, unable to feel a single life sign, wondering if their enemies had simply vanished. Their commander could only stare into the abyss I created, asking the empty air who on earth could possess such power. Of course, the worthless parasites in charge were quick to claim my victory as their own, with the masses cheering for the great Xia dynasty. The news spread like wildfire, celebrating how the dynasty had recaptured 4 cities in a week, all thanks to my anonymous efforts. I watched the broadcast, amused by the senior executives in their high towers, completely baffled by their own success. They bowed to their superiors, reporting how a mysterious power had conveniently solved all their problems for them, just like in West City. With the major fronts now pushing forward thanks to my intervention, I considered my next target. 2 of the remaining fallen cities were already contested, but the third wave city was suspiciously quiet. It was an insignificant place which made it the perfect hunting ground. The purple energy signature I had been using was too recognizable. It was time for a new identity. I let my power flow, shedding my human form for something far more appropriate for the task ahead. A mask of bone and rage, hair like spun moonlight. A demon. My Starfall blade was also too famous for this quiet affair. A simple disguise was in order to avoid any unwanted connections. I wrapped the blade in pure killing intent, twisting its form into a brutal, monstrous glaive. This new persona would focus on pure martial skill, a style only my master and one other know, ensuring my true identity remains hidden. With my preparations complete, I let the night fall and set my sights on Wave City. The city itself was a pathetic sight, filled with soldiers going through the motions of preparing for a battle that would never come. I found myself observing a particularly pitiful display, a grown man feigning bravery while terrified of what awaited him. He was weeping, a supposed martial artist breaking down at the mere thought of combat. I watched him from above, a silent judge to this bizarre pantomime. Something was deeply wrong here. The overlord of this city was keeping things quiet, but this charade felt more terrifying than an open war. I looked closer at the inhabitants and saw the truth, a rot festering just beneath the skin. They were all dead, their flesh held together by a dark power, forced to repeat their last day for an audience of none. This mockery of life, this cruel deception, was an abomination that had to be eradicated. I descended, grabbing one of the puppets, my touch like ice against her decaying skin. My power flooded her consciousness, a crude form of spiritual hypnosis to break the spell. She stared at me in horror as the truth finally dawned on her, her programmed reality shattering into a million pieces. In her last moment of sanity, she screamed that the city's overlord had killed them all, turning them into these living dead. As the magic that animated her failed, her body began to dissolve into dust. Another puppet knelt beside her, placing a hand on his fallen colleague and vowing a meaningless revenge. Instead, the life signals of every monster pulsed in perfect, mindless unison, like an army of mass-produced puppets. They were nothing more than flesh and circuits animated by another's will, their strings pulled by a coward hiding in the shadows. Is that so? I mused to the empty air, my voice a cold promise. Then I'll just have to force you out. My true aura erupted from my body, a torrent of pure malice that blotted out the sky. My darkness poured over the cityscape like a plague, tendrils of shadow clawing at the heavens and staining them black. The streets below were consumed, becoming rivers of despair flowing through the concrete canyons. And from that abyss, my children began to stir, their mournful howls a symphony heralding the end. Their collective roar was a promise of the agony I was about to inflict upon this city's hidden master. But the fool still believed he could hide, whispering to himself that his true form wasn't out yet. A pathetic delusion. I know where you are. I projected my thoughts directly into his mind, shattering his false sense of security. My gaze fell upon the distant mountain range, his little sanctuary now illuminated for all to see. There he was. Li Chongzhen, a grand master of the allied forces, posturing on a cliffside like a king on a throne of dirt. All warriors, heed my command, he bellowed, his voice laced with a desperation he couldn't quite conceal. His army of fools roared back their affirmation, a sea of insects ready to be crushed under my heel. One of his underlings screamed that the overlord of Wave City was alone, as if numbers could ever be a factor against me. Kill him and we can liberate Wave City, they chanted, their ignorance a source of mild amusement. Li Chongzhen himself wore a smug grin, utterly convinced his mob could achieve the impossible. To disabuse them of this notion, I tore a vortex of violet energy into the sky directly above their heads. They stared up in slack-jawed awe, pathetic creatures wondering if this was some kind of reinforcement. They were right about reinforcements, just wrong about who they were for. I descended from the swirling chaos, a god of destruction arriving to pass judgment. My verdict was simple and final. Rest in peace, I whispered. A storm of purple energy rained down, a cleansing fire that vaporized his ground troops instantly. One of their commanders shrieked in terror. He's attacking us. Why is he attacking us? As if my intentions were ever peaceful. Another reported that their fighter jets and missile stockpiles had simply vanished into thin air. The commander could only babble in denial, unable to comprehend a power that rewrites reality at a whim. But their leader, Li Chongzhen, finally began to grasp the abyss that separated us. He lamented that his grand plan to infiltrate the human ranks was now ruined. A pity, indeed. In a final desperate act, he began to channel his own insignificant power. He shouted the name of his technique, Hongwu Sect Earthly Fiend Martial Arts, as if a fancy title would save him. His body began to swell and contort into a monstrous form, a cheap parlor trick meant to inspire fear. He was nothing but a vessel, bloating with borrowed energy he couldn't possibly control. He unleashed a wave of violet energy, his ultimate attack cutting through the air towards me. The blast tore through the battlefield, a spectacular display of wasted effort. It culminated in a blinding explosion, filling my vision with light and fury. He expected to see my smoldering remains, a testament to his power. Instead, he saw me floating serenely in the air, completely unharmed, and his face was a mask of disbelief. Yet the fool still had the audacity to laugh, praising the extraordinary techniques of humans. I decided it was time to end this farce, gathering my own energy into a single focused point. A beam of pure force shot from my hand, a simple rebuttal to his grandstanding. He stood his ground, boasting that my attacks couldn't cause even the slightest damage to his powerful body. As my fist began its descent, I offered him a final thought to ponder. On the contrary, I stated coldly, "Can you withstand this punch?" For the first time, I felt a flicker of genuine terror from the entity possessing this body, its thoughts screaming, so strong. My fist connected, shattering not only his physical form, but his laughable arrogance as well. And as his borrowed body disintegrated around him, the fool was still wearing that same pathetic, confident smile. "Since you were able to see through my scheme, you must be one of the best among humankind," he stated. A pathetic attempt at a compliment, my form twisted with contempt, the very air crackling, with my irritation at his infantile games. He dared to call that transparent ambush a scheme, then offered me the honor of becoming his next puppet. The fool then gathered his energy, ranting about absolute power, as if he had any concept of the term. A blinding flash of light erupted from his palm, aimed directly at me. I let the attack connect with the ground where I stood, a cloud of dust obscuring everything. The shockwave sent a tremor through my bones, but the pain was a welcome, clarifying sensation. He stared into the crater, a flicker of confusion on his face as he muttered, "No, that's not right." His primitive senses finally told him that a killing blow should feel more final. In a desperate show of force, he conjured a pocket dimension, a blood-soaked moon he called the slaughtering moon wheel. He truly believed he had trapped me, floating alone in his sea of crimson arrogance. The look of smug satisfaction on his face was almost enough to make me laugh. But I had grown tired of this game, so I simply sliced his little world in two. The blade of my will tore through his fabricated reality without the slightest resistance. His crimson sky cracked and shattered like cheap glass before my power. The illusion exploded into nothingness as my attack found its true target. He never even realized he was fighting an afterimage. As he himself admitted, a fake is a fake. It can't sense the keen senses of a true master. Even the optical imposter I created was enough to fool him completely. He was so preoccupied that he didn't notice me systematically annihilating the puppet army he had so carefully prepared. He then boasted that I had managed to put a mere scratch on his host body, a vessel supposedly stronger than most overlords. "Very well," he declared, his greed overriding his caution. "It belongs to me now," he charged, channeling his power through the stolen physique. The fool descended upon me like a falling star, convinced this shell would be enough to claim my own. A ruler possessing a human body is indeed a rare sight, but he was dealing with something far beyond his limited comprehension. He threw a punch, sneering that I couldn't possibly break his golden ring and should just hand over my body. My scythe met his fist, stopping his momentum dead. "Giving the body of a top martial artist to a brute like you," I mused, "is such a monumental waste." Before he could process my words, I decided to give him a lesson in what real strength looks like. I moved my blade, becoming a whirlwind of crimson slashes that left him utterly bewildered. "Your technique is weak, your reaction is slow, and your movements are utterly predictable," I stated, dissecting his every failure. His arrogant expression finally shattered, replaced by disbelief. He couldn't believe that even with the reflexes of a grandmaster, he was completely unable to follow my attacks. On the contrary, he began to realize with dawning horror that I could see right through him. Every muscle fiber, every flow of energy, every twitch of his life's magnetic field was laid bare before me. "You can disguise your position, but you cannot hide your true nature from me." My senses pierced through the flesh and bone, locking onto the parasitic entity hiding within. "I've found you." The entity panicked, realizing its grandmaster physique was nothing more than a cage, and tried to flee. But it was far too late for that. My will had already clamped down on its very essence, freezing it in place. "No, don't," it shrieked as my final judgment descended upon it. Its stolen body contorted in a silent, agonizing scream. A vortex of pure energy ripped open, tearing the parasite's soul from its host and pulling it into oblivion. As the creature was annihilated, a brilliant light emerged from the collapsing dimension. A golden crystalline structure, the very core of its power, was all that remained. The spoils of war were far more substantial than I had anticipated. From the residual energy, a grotesque tree of corrupted flesh began to grow, a fitting monument to his failure, an unexpected harvest. The system's analysis confirmed my suspicions. The 10-headed Yahello template was indeed S-level, a grotesque but powerful foundation. When pushed to its limits, its destructive potential could even rival my Starry Sky Demora, making it another top-tier skill template ripe for the taking. A prompt appeared, offering a fusion between the plant-like 10-headed Yahello and my own Mad Emperor Mora template. It seems these templates can be integrated, much like a child's card game, but with far more permanent consequences. Success would grant me an unimaginably powerful new form, but failure would ruin both templates, reducing them to a shadow of their potential. However, the system noted that I possess the golden gene, a unique factor that optimizes bloodlines and dramatically increases the probability of a successful fusion. This golden gene, I always felt its acquisition was too convenient, as if some unseen author was manipulating events from beyond my perception. But if this cosmic game master wants to give me power, I have no reason to refuse. To defeat Fu Hongsheng, I need to be 100 times stronger than I am now, so I initiated the integration without a second's hesitation. The process was agonizing, but it was nothing compared to the slow death of weakness. The system confirmed the fusion had begun, injecting the golden gene to optimize the mutation. My attention returned to the dying husk of the creature before me, its petrified form a testament to my power. You killed him." I gave it the simple courtesy of the truth. "Yes." It gargled, its gaze shifting to the devastation around us. And what about the warriors of the Wave City Allied forces? I looked down at the pathetic creature, my expression unreadable. They'll all be wiped out. The creature seemed to find some grim satisfaction in that. Good, at least let not our corpses be. I picked up one of its severed tendrils, a morbid trophy from our battle. The beast warned me that an overlord-level magical beast, one of the 4 emperor's envoys, was coming, its strength already surpassing that of a grand master. More importantly, this thing could utilize martial arts, a skill that elevated it to the level of a true grandmaster. In its dying breath, it told me its final destination before it was killed. Huadu. Huadu, a supposedly secret base of the Great Xia dynasty, was now critically vulnerable. The nation's 36 grandmasters had been dispatched to the borders to reclaim lost territory as part of the reconquest plan. This left the nation's core cities, including Huadu, almost entirely defenseless. In other words, Huadu was an empty city, ripe for the picking. This hidden base was built underwater 5 years ago, but a strange phenomenon had made the magical beasts in the area scarce, downgrading its danger level significantly. The result was predictable. The garrison soldiers had grown complacent, spending their days drinking and eating barbecue. They laughed about their cushy lives, born into wealth and privilege, completely oblivious to the impending doom. One of them even complained about being on lookout duty, more concerned with drinking than with protecting the realm. Through the thick foliage, I watched their pathetic celebration. Their laughter was cut short as a massive armored figure slammed down from the sky, shaking the very earth. One of the emperor's envoys had arrived. The fool cackled as his body turned to ash, his final words a testament to his own pathetic ignorance. The simple pressure of my subordinate's passage was more than these inferior humans could bear. He stood over the corpses of their so-called elite, looking down on the last whimpering survivor with utter disdain. How sad, he stated, a simple truth that echoed my own thoughts. With his task complete, he stepped through the dimensional gate I opened for him. The fabric of reality groaned, trying to reject his presence, but my power easily stabilized the passage. On the other side, their vaunted emperor was struggling with this same principle, complaining that such repulsion was the only thing keeping him from conquering this world himself. He pathetically relied on the scraps of power left behind by long-dead demons, a disgusting display of weakness. He clawed at the air, attempting to conjure some vile corrupted biomass from nothing. The disgusting pink substance coalesced, a testament to his desperation. It then splattered uselessly onto the ground, a failed attack from a failing king. My subordinate merely stomped on the remains, crushing the pathetic spell under his heel without a second thought. He then unleashed a wave of cleansing energy, a torrent of pure power that washed over the tainted land. He paused for a moment, sensing the world before him. Is the world called Blue Star right across from us? He asked, confirming his arrival. His presence was immediately felt. In some pathetic little headquarters, the Huadu 9 councils received the warning alert. These withered old men, who fancy themselves rulers, were already in a state of panic, demanding a grandmaster-level expert be sent at once. One whined that if it weren't for my arrival, these old fossils would have never gathered before they died. Another cried out that their supposed protector Fu Hongsheng was in seclusion and that the capital couldn't afford his absence. They bickered about their other missing champions, their chain of command already shattered. The fools debated whether their champion was at a critical point in his training or had simply abandoned them. One of them, predictably, began to scream about suppressing martial artists and protecting the power of his decrepit family. He blathered on about their foundation collapsing if they lost this battle, as if their squabbles mattered in the slightest. Finally, one suggested a strategic retreat, the first instinct of every coward. They sat in silence, their grand council rendered utterly useless. Meanwhile, in their capital city, the river Jiulong began to boil. A colossal pillar of dark energy erupted from the water, a beacon announcing my arrival. The mortals on a nearby bridge could only scream as the shockwave hit them. They stared in horror as the river turned black and all the fish floated to the surface, dead. From the center of the blast, a figure was launched into the sky. It was my subordinate, descending upon their world like a vengeful god. He surveyed their fragile city and rendered his simple brutal verdict. Vulnerable, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, he declared, preparing to deliver his judgment. His form began to glow, radiating an immense power that dwarfed anything this world had ever seen. Then come the reinforcements, low-altitude bombers swarming like insects, preparing to fire their payloads. They achieve a target lock, unleashing a swarm of interceptor missiles that streak towards me through the night sky. I simply stand my ground, allowing my aura to flare as the realm of death and decay unfolds around me. Their primitive projectiles detonate uselessly against my defensive field, and the fools finally realize that their toys are worthless against me. 2 of Dragon Sparrow's prize subjects then lunge forward, shouting about crushing me with their martial arts. Their orders are clear: unleash their maximum energy output and stall me for as long as they can. Back at their command center, the reports of their failure are already flooding in, entire divisions sacrificed for nothing. The man in charge can't believe it. 4 of his so-called transcendent stage grandmasters have already perished. He frantically asks if there's any way to contact his superiors, the true powers he serves. His voice cracks with desperation, wondering why the great 9 families of Huadu haven't sent their vaunted grandmasters to stop my advance. As the grim reality of their utter abandonment sets in, he knows there is only one option left. His subordinate begs him not to, but the director declares this a matter of life and death, vowing to take full responsibility for unleashing them. I continue my leisurely stroll through their ruined city, unbothered by the chaos. Another one of their soldiers, a man wielding a spear, foolishly tries to block my path. I glanced back at the mangled corpse he was trying to protect, casually remarking, I thought Dragon Sparrow was supposed to be powerful, but it turns out they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Since blood from my armor, I sigh. This has really dirtied my hands. A mocking voice rings out from a nearby building. Wow, does Warcraft even care about cleanliness? I turned to see them, three monstrous figures, clearly prisoners released from the deepest pit this city has to offer. One of them, a man covered in bandages, grins maniacally. I never imagined that Huadu could be destroyed like this one day. It's too bad you'll have to die, prison mate. One of my celestial brethren observes from above, noting, oh dear, we're being looked down upon. I ignore the rabble on the ground and hold up a hand, silencing their leader's pathetic war cry. The hulking brute glares at me, his simple mind unable to process why I would interrupt his charge. I direct my attention to the sky. The three of you are worth hunting, but not as valuable as that one in heaven. The bald convict scoffs, calling me a shameless bastard, and boasting about overlords he killed back in his day. I raise my hand, my fingers flexing, as I prepare to show him the difference between a prison king and a god. He lunges, his own clumsy hand reaching out to meet mine. My form blurs, my limbs extending with impossible speed and precision, a technique far beyond his comprehension. I feel the gaze of the celestial being above me, and I give it a show. Domain expansion. The convicts freeze in utter disbelief. What? How could a Warcraft possibly use a martial arts domain? From the encroaching darkness, my true power manifests, its claws poised to strike them down. From my vantage point, the dark sphere they had conjured pulsed like a diseased heart above the skyline. Their leader, a garish creature plated in gold, floated amidst the wreckage of our orbital defenses, mocking our fallen soldiers. He seemed disappointed that our best fighters were so easily eliminated, and I had to agree with him on that single point. His brutish subordinate chimed in, whining that humans were too fragile, and hoped I would provide him with some stimulation. These creatures spoke of battle as if it were a game, a childish hunt for a stronger opponent. It seems the last one I dealt with was already gone from their short-term memory. In a fit of pique, the brute slammed his fist into the ground, a tantrum that tore the very earth apart. They threw their weight around like spoiled children, causing meaningless destruction across the landscape. The city's defense systems flared to life, a desperate attempt to shield itself from the inevitable. An automated voice announced the energy shield was at maximum power, a pathetic whisper against a hurricane. The golden leader's eyes glowed with contempt as he screamed, useless, 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 at the flickering barrier. His energy beam struck the shield, a brilliant but ultimately futile display of power. In response, the city launched its anti-aircraft missiles, a final predictable move from a cornered animal. Another one of the invaders just scoffed, stating the obvious fact that conventional firearms couldn't harm them. It was growing bored, screaming its desire to kill into the void. It unleashed a pathetic storm of red energy beams, a light show signifying nothing. The golden leader then noticed my energy signature had vanished and foolishly assumed I had escaped. She moved like a phantom, a streak of silver and black against the burning sky. She closed the distance in an instant, her blade aimed true. The winds of death and corrosion, she declared, as her power began to eat away at the creature's armored flesh. A black rot spread across its body, a truly gruesome sight. She clicked her tongue in disgust, muttering, "Tix, tix, so dirty." This finally got the attention of the others, with a gorilla-like brute roaring that a decent one had finally arrived. Another was enraged that they had actually been wounded, its pride shattered by a single scratch. A third analyzed the attack, noting its purity, but their comprehension was far too slow to matter. The golden leader simply grinned, his gaze fixed on my ally. "Human powerhouse," he purred. "You are the most valuable creature to hunt so far." I decided the time for observation was over, stepping out from the shadows. "That's far too much of a compliment," I said, my voice cutting through their chatter. Should I also try to appear more accomplished? The moment they turned to me, I unleashed my killing intent, and the world around them bled into crimson. They foolishly believed I had simply opened a domain, unable to grasp that I had remade their reality into my own personal slaughterhouse. They stood there trapped and confused, as my associate gave her critique. "Compared to your filthy and disgusting corrosive aura, mine is much better." I held up a hand, silencing her. "No further explanation is needed." I gathered my energy, announcing the technique that would end this farce. Earthly Fiend Martial technique, Sunset Hammer. A colossal hammer of pure force materialized above them, blotting out the sky. But just as it was about to connect, I let it dissipate, my true attack already in motion. "It's gone," one of them stammered. "Didn't you hit it?" They tried to rationalize what they couldn't see, questioning if a mere magical beast could use martial arts. The leader wondered if it was teleportation or an illusion, his mind incapable of processing the sheer speed of my movement. I was already behind him, my presence a cold certainty. I let the corner of my mouth curl into a slight smile. "I'm about to get serious. I invoked my true power, a technique reserved for those who truly needed to be erased. Genetic technique, blood slaughter and death by 1,000 cuts. In an instant, his body was perfectly disassembled, each part suspended inside a shimmering droplet of blood. He was still conscious, his mind reeling, as he tried to understand the strange blood beads surrounding him. He could just barely perceive the thin red lines connecting each and every droplet. Then the lines of force ignited, revealing the inescapable cage I had built around his very atoms. He was caught in a web of my creation, a dense network of blood that not even a mosquito could pass through. I looked into his terrified eyes and delivered his sentence. "You can't escape now." I let the crimson energy energy bleed from my fingertips, weaving it into a cage of absolute death. The pathetic creature looked up, its singular eye wide with an emotion it had likely never felt before. Genuine shock. My attack descended upon it, a storm of 1,000 cuts delivered in a single fluid instant. Even my own perfected ironclad body would be shredded to atoms by this technique. This beast stood no chance. I could feel its very essence being carved away by the sheer pressure of my assault. And yet through the crimson storm I heard a low guttural laugh, as if it was enjoying this. It thought this was a fight, a worthy struggle to be savored. But this wasn't a fight, it was an execution, and I was simply taking my time. Then came the confusion, as its legs suddenly felt heavy, bogged down by an unseen weight. From the blood-soaked ground, the hands of the damned I commanded, reached out, grasping its limbs with unyielding strength. Its gaze dropped, finally comprehending that it wasn't just fighting me, but the very abyss I controlled. The spirits of those I've slaughtered materialized around me, their ghostly forms a testament to my power. Some would call my capacity for killing astonishing. I simply call it efficient. I could feel the creature's pathetic thoughts leaking out, some nonsense about psychological trauma holding it back from its full potential. Excuses are the last refuge of the weak, and this thing was screaming them from the rooftops. Enough of this tiresome monologue. We needed to hunt down more powerful opponents, and this one was wasting my time. It began to gather its energy, preparing a last-ditch effort it called a domain expansion. The familiar atmosphere of the martial arts, a clumsy attempt to impose one's will on reality. A smirk crept across my face as I pulled out my phone. I could do that too. The entire spectacle was being recorded, a little lesson for my student, Zhao He, on what true power looks like. I raised my hand, the world around us beginning to warp to my command. Domain expansion, I announced, my voice echoing, with finality. Limitless decapitation. An impossible guillotine of pure energy materialized above us, a monument to the concept of the end. The creature, Mahakala, was now trapped in my world, a world designed for a single purpose, its annihilation. In a final act of defiance, it roared out the name of its own technique. Great black heaven, pathetic chains of its own dark energy, tried to resist my domain, but it was futile. It felt its very existence fading, and had the audacity to thank me for a good fight before bidding me goodbye. I would grant it no such honor. I would simply erase it completely. The chains of my domain tightened, pulling it apart piece by agonizing piece. You're good at bragging, I said, my voice dripping with contempt as its form destabilized. I'll chop you up first. The blade of my domain fell, a silent absolute judgment. A clean perfect slice severed its connection to this world. The backlash from the technique sent me to my knees, my energy nearly depleted. Damn it, my own martial arts realm nearly collapsed under the strain. But then I heard its voice again, acknowledging my power was far greater than the last grandmaster it faced. So the thing survived even that. It proclaimed that human martial arts were ultimately limited as it began to transform, revealing its true monstrous power. Its body erupted into a grotesque form, a being of pure chaotic strength. 4 arms, each wielding a different terrifying power, sprouted from its torso. This was the true beast that lay beneath the arrogance. Wait patiently, it hissed, its new blades glinting with malice. And you deserve my I ignored the threat, focusing on its intent. I was a titan in the field of killing. I could feel the probability of my own death with chilling clarity. My eye flared red as I analyzed its unstable domain. In a head-to-head match, a contest of pure killing intent, I was certain I wouldn't lose. But as I prepared to move, a dark corruption began to consume me from within. My body was failing, and then a vision flooded my mind. I saw a scene of a predetermined death, my own. This was a glimpse of fate, something only a grandmaster with powerful spiritual strength could ever hope to see. I saw a future where I was gone, a statue erected in my honor, my students paying their respects. Even the monster I was fighting gloated about its own endless life, filled with new games and novels. Facing my enemy one last time, my thoughts turned to my apprentice. Shall he? I whispered to the wind. Your teacher is about to leave. Take care of yourself. With a final desperate roar, I resolved to defy fate itself. I'll fight you to the death. All my remaining power erupted outwards in a swirling vortex of destructive energy. I hurled my final attack, a spiral of pure will meant to tear reality asunder. But just as it was about to connect, my senses screamed. An expert was here. A dark, cloaked figure appeared from nowhere, his energy swallowing my attack with effortless grace. Their lead technician sweats, wondering what went wrong with their precious special forces warrior, blissfully unaware that I was the anomaly in their equation. The magnetic field is in chaos because I willed it so. Their surveillance is blind because I have no desire for an audience. While a child asks his mother if the monsters will be destroyed, the sky itself warps with my presence, a vortex of violet energy that promises an answer he won't like. The heavens themselves churn with my aura. It's a power they can't possibly comprehend. As I descend, the very fabric of the city groans under the strain, my opponent and I facing each other in the eye of my storm. The golden creature has the audacity to demand my identity. I remain silent, my gaze fixed upon the abomination before me. It wants a name? Fine. I will give it one. Monster. The thing seems surprised, almost offended, just as another figure appears from the shadows. He introduces himself as Demon Eye, a member of an organization that shares my new title. The golden creature pauses, processing this new variable, wondering if its master made a fatal oversight by not mentioning this group. It makes a typically arrogant decision. Fine, let's kill them first. It lunges forward, screaming for them to prepare to die. A truly pathetic battle cry, a blur of motion, and Demon Eye is seemingly split in two. But it was a mere feint, as he counters with a technique of his own. Original martial art, Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. The golden beast's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise on its monstrous face. It felt the slash, but its primitive mind can't process the attack's nature. As it wonders if its foe is still alive, I decide the warm-up is over. A pillar of pure destructive energy erupts from beneath me. The creature shrieks in alarm at the sheer scale of the power I'm unleashing. My aura expands into a swirling vortex, consuming everything. The shockwave shatters the nearby skyscrapers into dust. My compatibility with the Tenjinosa template is still in its infancy, but it's more than enough to deal with this insect. My eyes, now swirling galaxies of power, stare down at the lesser being. The Emperor has evolved. Get up, I command, my voice echoing across the ruins. Stop pretending. A monster of your level can't be killed so easily. The creature reforms from the rubble, chuckling as if this were all a game. Interesting. It fires a pathetic beam of light from the sky, a desperate probe. The thing actually laughs, flailing its multiple limbs in a chaotic assault. But since I acquired the passive skill Eye of Cause and Effect, its every move appears to be in slow motion. It seems to be enjoying itself, completely oblivious to the fact that it is already dead. Since you're my first battle after unlocking the S template, I state calmly, I'll use you as a testing ground. I activate my new ability, Cellular Refinement. The creature's eyes widen in sheer terror as it senses the fundamental laws of nature bending to my will. My very cells begin to mutate and multiply, reshaping my body into a weapon. My arms transform into rows of hardened, skeletal appendages. A ring of perfect black spheres materializes around me, the foundation for my next attack. These clones are created from the essence of sacred tree cells, enhanced by my own substance. I let the creature savor its despair as I explain the mechanics of its demise. It can be said that each of these clones possesses power comparable to my main body. Its face is a perfect mask of horror as it beholds my army. They may be fragile, but their destructive capability is anything but. To complete the formula, I've added the light energy traction of Hellstar, multiplying their power to an absurd degree. The creature finally grasps the futility of its situation and tries to flee, but it is far too late. It freezes mid-motion, trapped in a pocket of stop time, its mind screaming in confusion. It is a spectator to its own execution. This is something I prepared especially for you, I inform the statue. My clones unleash their power in perfect unison. The beams of light converge on the helpless target, creating a brilliant, silent explosion. A beautiful cage of light and death. I call this formation the perfect instrument for erasing arrogant filth from existence. The nuclear immortal slaying formation. Their primitive technology finally registered the obvious. A second sun had appeared in their sky. My sun. A beautiful, incandescent sphere of pure annihilation. I had gifted them. The energy I released washed over their pathetic city like a cleansing fire. I gave them 17 seconds to contemplate their mistakes. As the timer ticked down, their glass and steel towers began to weep, dissolving into dust. Every second brought them closer to understanding the true meaning of helplessness. And just as I predicted, the rats were flushed from their nest, emerging into the searing light. Their so-called immortal bodies melted like wax figures, their golden masks dripping away to reveal the terrified flesh beneath. Just as quickly as it began, the radiation dissipated, the temperatures returning to normal. The initial purge was complete. Somewhere a useless bureaucrat was screaming into a comms unit, asking if I had gone mad. I stood amidst the silence, feeling the last vestiges of my power settle around me like a comfortable shroud. With a simple thought, I called upon my servants. The man watched my orb of dark energy, mistaking it for the work of a mere emperor's envoy. One of the scorched survivors staggered forward, expressing his disbelief that anything could withstand my immortal slaying array. Underneath the charred cloak was a grotesque collection of bones, a creature of nightmare. Its master, speaking through it, had the audacity to compliment me, calling me a high-class product. The bony puppet desperately cried out to its magic source, attempting to restore its broken body. It actually thought I would stand by and allow it to recover. The arrogance was almost insulting. I sent a precise beam of energy to interrupt the process, a simple message to stay down. Then I closed the distance and delivered a more personal form of correction directly to its jaw. Their support ship finally arrived, not to fight, but to beg me to take the battle elsewhere, worried their precious city couldn't handle a third sun. The creatures below looked up, murmuring that their kind had never been so wounded before. One of them, trying to save face, claimed I should be proud, even though I was still far from being able to kill them. Then came the inevitable, pathetic offer, abandon my humanity and join their superior race. It tried to tempt me with the promise of becoming a fifth envoy in a few decades, showing off its own garish transformation. The fool was resentful of its own place in the hierarchy, yet offered me a subordinate position. I had to ask if this was their standard recruitment test. I crushed its skull in my grip, informing it of our true relationship. Your father is me. With that, I threw the trash away from my city, reminding it that I had stopped being human a long time ago. The creature became a screaming meteor, arcing towards the distant mountain range. It impacted with a satisfying crunch, shattering a large portion of the rock face. The resulting explosion was a brief, brilliant flash against the dark stone. Its allies finally arrived, respecting my choice before promising to bestow death upon me. They declared that outside the city, they could finally unleash their true power. One of them swelled into a hulking armored beast of jagged angles and glowing energy. Their systems gave this transformation a predictably dramatic name, Nuclear Light Battle Body. The first creature I dealt with, now a mere spectator, could only stare in shock at its allies' power. I could practically hear its pathetic thoughts racing, realizing its emperor's grand strategy was in jeopardy because of my organization. Monsters. Its feeble mind came to a desperate conclusion. We must be eradicated. The skeletal skeletal fool raised its weapon, preparing to intervene in a battle far beyond its station, but its powered-up ally turned on it, a predator culling the weak from its own pack. It claimed to be eliminating its own comrade in the name of the monster, a truly delicious irony. A torrent of blue energy erupted from its body, aimed not at me but at its fellow creature. The blast consumed the skeletal underling in an instant, a fittingly swift end for its incompetence. The entire mountain peak was vaporized in the attack, a spectacular, if inefficient, display of power. I watched the swirling energies, noting their composition for future reference. The creature turned back to me, lecturing me about the battle between superior and inferior beings, and how it decides life and death. The pile of bones shrieked at me, a hollow sound from a hollow creature, warning me not to be arrogant. My energy met its pathetic crimson aura, a collision of true power against a fading echo. It actually tried to boast, admitting its own weakness, while claiming it was still beyond a mere human like me. With a desperate roar, it lunged forward, throwing everything it had left into one final predictable strike. A flash of angry red energy tore through the air, an attack that was more noise than substance. It even had the audacity to lecture me about my monster organization being a threat to its long-dead emperor, vowing to eradicate us. I met its fading light with my own, thinking to myself that a forgotten relic challenging its own extinction was the very definition of arrogance. As expected, the clash sent the skeletal fool tumbling backward through the air, completely overwhelmed. I pinned it to the ground with a casual blast, its brittle form cracking under the pressure of my energy. Then I decided the time for games was over and allowed the true nature of my power to manifest around me. These are my YH cells, a perfect synthesis of the cosmic cells from Celestial Emperor Mora and the voracious cells of the 10-headed Yahello. I watched with cold satisfaction as my creation began its work. The ancient creature could only scream in confusion as the YH cells swarmed its body, paralyzing it completely. The dark spores crushed its skull into dust, silencing its worthless protests for good. Its remaining servants cried out in terror, their bodies no longer their own, babbling about a failed mission as they were consumed. They were infected with Mora's base cosmic cells, a power that could assimilate an entire planet's ecosystem over time. But I corrected their flawed understanding. They weren't just infected, they were being rewritten by a far more advanced variant of that power. From their combined biomass, I forged something new, something useful. Become my avatar, I commanded the towering golem that now stood before me. A flicker of its former consciousness remained, just enough to understand obedience. Very good, I said, looking up at my new creation. Squat down. A simple command followed by another. Jump up, I ordered, testing its responsiveness. It obeyed instantly, launching itself into the air with enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. The landing was just as impressive, a testament to the raw power I now controlled. Its intelligence, however, had been warped into something primitive. It barked like a dog, eager to please. The sight of this once proud warrior, now a loyal pet, was so absurd I tested its new form further, slicing apart a boulder and ordering it to retrieve the pieces. It brought me the creature's core, the last remnant of its identity, and I praised its perfect, mindless obedience. This power, refined from the Boston Kingpin's cells, was working far better than I'd anticipated. My work here was drawing attention, as I knew it would. At the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, their analysts were scrambling, reporting on the unusual phenomena I'd left in my wake. They had finally connected the dots, attributing the destruction to a single masked man. Their intelligence reports noted that my masked persona ignored their petty politics, focusing only on hunting the overlords in the fallen territories. They even correctly identified the purple cosmic light that accompanied my appearances, though they had no concept of what it truly was. The director, in his infinite wisdom, wondered if I was some kind of hero, trying to reclaim their lost cities for them. His subordinate was quick to shut down that foolish notion, showing him an image of me standing atop a mountain of monster corpses. Their psychological profile was surprisingly accurate. I wasn't a savior, I was a hunter. Just as they were struggling to comprehend my motives, a call came in from another one of their so-called experts. It was the girl I'd let live, now serving as my unwitting messenger, telling them the masked man belonged to an organization. With terrified eyes, she screamed the name I had planted in her mind, an organization called Monsters, with my codename being Demon Eye. The director and his aide could only stare in shock, utterly baffled by the new pieces on the board. The fools in the control room stare at a ghost, a name they can't possibly comprehend. They scramble through their pathetic databases, searching for an organization I created in the ashes of their failures. They question my timing, my motives, as if their minuscule plans for reconquest even register as a threat to me. Then one of the ants finally looks up from his terminal and sees the sky breaking apart. My fortress, Asura, descends from the clouds, a monument to true power that eclipses their entire city. They see its new form, sleeker and deadlier, a clear sign that I have surpassed anything they once knew. It takes them a moment, their slow minds struggling to process the impossible, before they finally spot the figure standing on its shoulder. That's when they see me, draped in shadow, looking down on them like the insects they are. The chief's face contorts in a pathetic display of shock. The name Demon Eye escapes his lips like a prayer to a god he now fears. They can't connect the dots. The hunter of overlord beasts and the pilot of Asura are one and the same. I cut their surveillance feed effortlessly, leaving them blind and deaf to my movements. Their life sensors were just a courtesy. I let them see that I was leaving, a cat walking away from cornered mice. I can almost hear them now, weeping over their fallen nation, a nation they let rot from the inside out. The chief spits his useless rage, blaming his dead soldiers and the families that abandoned him, never once looking at his own incompetence. He curses the 9 families of Huadu who fled, but their cowardice is merely a symptom of the disease that is Great Shah. Meanwhile, the truth of my arrival spreads through the civilian networks, a truth so absolute it's mistaken for a dream. My attack on their capital is the #1 story, a brutal headline they cannot ignore. The common rabble dismisses it as rumor, unable to fathom that the walls of their gilded cage could be so easily shattered. In their schools, the next generation of failures asks their leaders if the news can possibly be real. A student president, armed with a sliver of inside information, confirms their worst fears. They wonder where their precious Grand Master of National Protection was, a question I already answered by tearing his city apart. The boy confirms it. Not a single one of their so-called top-tier experts showed up, because there are none left to answer the call. He mutters that things are going to change, a child catching a glimpse of the storm I have unleashed. While the mainland panics, the rats have already found new harbors, like this remote place called Liuli Island. Here, the head of the Kai family, one of the traders who fled, stands waiting for his new masters. A foreign ship arrives carrying vultures from the Northern Commonwealth, eager to pick at the corpse of a dying nation. Their agent steps out, a smug look on his face as he's welcomed by the betrayer. They shake hands, sealing a disgusting pact born of convenience and greed. The old man is impatient, eager to sell out his country for a pittance, his face a mask of desperation. The agent confirms what I already know. With Great Xia's protectors gone, the wolves are gathering at the door. But while they scheme over scraps, I am building an empire. I look at my first recruit and give him a new name, a new purpose. He will be the first of many in my organization, because in this new world, only overwhelming power matters. Chaos is a ladder, and I'm preparing to ascend, starting with a visit to the secret base of a certain Dr. Mad. The headlines I'm causing are amusing, but it means I can no longer travel in the open. I cloak us using Hellstar's light-bending ability, disappearing into thin air. We reappear in a forest shrouded in an unnatural mist, and I can see my new subordinate is already on edge. He looks up at the gnarled, twisted trees, sensing the malevolence that permeates this place. A low growl echoes not from an animal, but from the ancient wood itself. He stops before a particularly monstrous tree, a living nightmare of bark and shadow. A single colossal red eye snaps open on its trunk, fixing him with a gaze of pure hatred. The boy screams, a raw, primal sound of terror. He has much to learn about the true horrors of this world. The grotesque tree creature, with its single glowing red eye, bellows at me, demanding I take its punch. Amusing. So I leap forward, my fist crackling with energy, aimed squarely at that arrogant eye. My knuckles stop just short of shattering its cornea, and from my side the mad doctor yelps his own name in a panic. He practically prostrates himself in the air, begging me to calm the anger he himself provoked. With a nervous cough, he explains that this entire grotesque forest is his creation, a network of biological monitors synthesized through biotechnology. I look around at the silent, watching trees, each one a testament to his unique and disturbing genius. Wow, this is amazing, I state, a flicker of a smile on my face. Madman, you're a real genius. He practically preens, inviting me into his base, apologizing for its shabby state after only a month and a half of construction. As we descend into the earth, I watch the walls of his massive facility rush by. I turn to him, my voice flat. How did you set up a secret base in such a short time? Wasn't your research a bit too fast? He explains his simple, brilliant business model, extracting a self-healing factor from my own blood to sell to the dying elite. Furthermore, he reveals he's already sourcing candidates for vampire transformation, a resource that will prove invaluable for my organization's development. You can decide what to do yourself, I command, as long as you don't follow the same crazy methods as the old laserbird. He nods eagerly, moving on to his scientific results, explaining that the black and red biomass I provided was beyond perfect. He also informs me he's converted past scholars like Prometheus into a new research team for me, a fact to which I have no objection. We step into an elevator, the large red F indicating our destination deep below. The doors slide open, revealing a sterile, sprawling, and highly advanced laboratory. I walk through the facility as his scientists, all clad in identical lab coats and strange helmets, rush past. I notice the cybernetic headgear they all wear, glowing with a single blue light. These people are cyborgs whose brains have been modified, he explains with a touch of pride. My eyes drift to several glowing tanks containing disembodied organs, floating like some macabre art exhibit. What the hell is this? I ask, unimpressed. The mad doctor I was speaking to suddenly transforms, his body becoming a twisted amalgamation of flesh and steel. My lord, what stands before you is my cyborg vessel. Where is your real body? I ask, my patience wearing thin. He reveals his true form, a colossal brain suspended in a tank, a nexus of wires and machinery, having discarded all unnecessary organs to better control his puppets. He explains that only a portion of his consciousness is grafted onto a carrier, allowing him to move freely through his network. I can't help but let a bit of sarcasm slip. You're not thinking of going on a blind date with the newest system cybernetic, are you? He introduces me to one of his other vessels, a robotic female body, but I just wave it off. Whatever makes you happy, He then points to a monstrous construct outside, another one of his external bodies, ready to receive his consciousness at any time. I hand him the research sample. I'll leave it with you. Please don't do any random research on it. He gets a disturbing look in his eyes, guaranteeing the same level of care as if I were there in person, even offering cyborgs for physical care. That's not necessary. I cut him off before he can elaborate. He quickly changes the subject, leading me to a massive underwater viewing area. There must be some tricks to this aquarium, right? I ask, playing along with his showmanship. Next, I will introduce you to the most important research and development project, he declares, pressing a button on a console. From the depths, a horrifying aquatic creature emerges inside a massive containment tube. He announces its name with a flourish, Project Artificial Demora. He gestures to the beast with the air of a proud father. My lord, look. He explains this creature was born from the sacred object I entrusted to him, fused with the black and red biomass. It inherited not only the racial talents of the original, but also the infinite adaptability of my biomass. This will be the pinnacle of all the creatures I have created, he declares, dedicating this genuine ManhwaCapped to me. A cold premonition washes over me. I have a feeling this gift possesses a special attack capability, aimed directly at Xiaobong Island. I mask my thoughts with a smile. Very good. I am very satisfied with your results, Dr. Mad. He is completely overwhelmed by my praise, stammering that he can never repay my immense kindness. He bows so low his cybernetic head smacks the ground, muttering that the grand gift part of his speech should be revised. Now that the matter entrusted to him is finished, it's time to leave this madhouse and head back to Huadu. The fools on the outside celebrated a victory they didn't understand, crediting some mysterious master for their reclamation of Great Xia. Of course, their fragile peace couldn't last. The government immediately imposed a strict curfew, locking down the entire country from the outside world. Their propaganda machine worked overtime, suppressing any whispers of the truth, all to prevent the public from realizing the nation was teetering on a razor's edge. Standing in the heart of Huadu, I had to admit their technological prowess was impressive. They'd rebuilt the city so quickly you could almost forget the battles that had scarred its streets. Almost. A simple command into my device was all it took to plot a course to my true destination. The Dragon Sparrow headquarters loomed ahead, an architectural monstrosity shaped like a bird, a monument to their own arrogance. This was to be my first day as an intern, a perfect cover story they'd swallowed without question. Their security systems beeped obediently as I approached. The gates slid open, welcoming the very entity they should have been trying to keep out. Inside the elevator, I maintained a placid expression, my mind already dissecting their organization from the inside. A cheerful hello greeted me as I stepped into the office, a room filled with the quiet hum of activity. A woman with tired eyes and blue-streaked hair adjusted her glasses, peering at me with professional curiosity. I played the part of a humble student, introducing myself as Yi and allowing her to direct me to my desk like some errand boy. She identified herself as Lin Ju, complaining about being overwhelmed since the first division was annihilated in Huadu, a mess of my own making. Though she was blissfully unaware, she lamented about not having slept in over 30 hours, her exhaustion practically radiating from her. How pitiful. From my own essence I secreted a tiny potent catalyst of black and red matter, a substance that could sharpen a dull mind or shatter it completely. I offered her a cup of coffee, a simple gesture of a thoughtful new colleague. She drank it down without a second thought. The trap now sprung. Just then an emergency alert blared through the office. She jolted, her fatigue warring with her duty as a report of riots in the southeast came through. In her haste she leaped from her chair, knocking over her mug. Then her eyes landed on me, the special admissions student, the perfect disposable asset for a dangerous mission. She tried to warn me of the dangers, her tone laced with the condescension of a senior addressing a reckless freshman. But as she spoke, her expression shifted to one of confusion. A new scent filled her nostrils, and she murmured, "This taste," as my influence began to rewrite her reality. A soft purple glow emanated from my eye and her world dissolved. She found herself standing not in an office, but before a grand feast in the cafeteria, her professional demeanor shattered, replaced by a slack-jawed grin as she drooled over a tray of her favorite foods. "Are you a handsome young man or a master of illusion?" she asked from within the fantasy. She tried to regain her composure, boasting that their top specialists are trained to resist such tricks. She claimed that only a truly powerful illusion could bypass her defenses, desperately trying to justify how easily her mind was conquered. Her flattery was a weak attempt to comprehend a power so far beyond her own. As she continued her lecture, I simply took a sip from my own drink, utterly unimpressed. Her voice softened, feigning concern that she couldn't bear the responsibility if I got hurt. I turned to leave, tossing a small item onto her desk behind me. It was a bottle of medicine, left on a note that read, "Senior, you're too weak. This can help you recover." She picked it up, a blush spreading across her face as her mind, now completely suggestible, drew its own conclusions. The bus rattled along the dusty road, kicking up filth as it crawled toward the lawless frontier of the Southeast Triangle region. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of sweat, unwashed bodies, and despair, a perfect symphony of human misery. It was an assault on the senses, but I'd endured far worse. I simply formed a protective film over my lungs and skin, a minor exertion of my abilities to make the journey tolerable. While other agents were busy playing whack-a-mole with rioters across the border, I was here to dig up the root of the problem. Now that their agents have been exposed, it's my turn to drag the true puppet masters from the shadows and sever their strings permanently. Suddenly, a rusted-out van swerved aggressively in front of us, forcing the bus to a screeching halt. The driver, a man with a rather unfortunate mustache, leaned on his horn and screamed impotently about their driving. The van door slid open, revealing a piece of human garbage covered in cheap dragon tattoos. "Open the door," the thug demanded, his voice betraying a pathetic attempt at intimidation. I leaned back in my seat, a flicker of amusement crossing my mind. Even in a nation as supposedly safe as Great Jia, the borders were always teeming with vermin like this. A scrawny degenerate with a psychotic grin boarded the bus, spreading his arms wide. "Don't be nervous," he chirped. "We're all good people here." His accomplice quickly clarified their leader's intentions, explaining that they weren't interested in money, but that everyone needed to cooperate with his work. The combined stench of these lowlifes was beginning to overwhelm my protective barrier. My system flashed a silent warning about my breathing functions. The passengers recoiled in fear, and the skinny one's face twisted in rage. I said, "We're good people. Anyone who moves gets chopped up." He then gestured grandly towards two hulking brutes behind him, introducing them as professional tattoo artists. In a little while, he sneered, his eyes gleaming with madness. "All of you men and women, old and young, will get a tattoo." He ripped open his shirt to reveal a crude design on his chest, a bleeding heart pierced by an arrow. My eyes narrowed. I recognized that symbol. Manhwa had shown it to me, the mark of the heartless bastards, the very organization I was sent here to eradicate. An old man, braver than he was wise, stood up and denounced them as traitors to their ancestors. "You old geezer, are you tired of living?" The skinny thug shrieked, lunging forward with a blade. His face was a mask of pure, unrestrained sadism, but his blade never found its mark. I held his wrist in a grip of iron, his momentum stopping so abruptly it nearly snapped his arm. The blonde man with the skull buckle, clearly the leader, finally turned his attention to me, his eyes widening slightly. The thug struggled uselessly in my grasp, sputtering. You want to rebel?" I gave his wrist a slight twist. "Ouch," he yelped as his own knife slashed deeply into his arm. "Kill him," the leader barked to his men. The idiot screamed, clutching his self-inflicted wound. "A big deal," he called it. "Pathetic." Before his men could even react, I was already moving, my fist connecting with the leader's jaw with a sickening crunch. I slammed him face first into the floor of the bus, silencing him instantly. The driver, the mustached man from the van, stared in disbelief. "Charge. All of you scramble him up," he yelled, his voice cracking. His grunts rushed forward like the mindless animals they were. The passengers screamed, some of them recognizing me, and crying out "Prison Lord," as the chaos erupted. I moved through the thugs with brutal efficiency, their pained cries a dull background noise. One by one I began clearing the trash from the bus, kicking the first brute clean through a window. I could hear him whimpering outside about his broken arm as if I cared. In seconds, the aisle was littered with the groaning, broken bodies of his entire crew. The mustached leader looked at the carnage, his face pale with terror. "Who are you?" he stammered. I didn't bother with an answer, simply grabbing his face in my hand. "Let go of me. How dare you grab my head?" he choked out, struggling like a trapped rat. "Oh dear," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm as I dragged him back to his own van. "My body is out of my control." The passengers stared out the window, completely bewildered by the scene. They muttered amongst themselves, speculating that I must be some kind of undercover agent sent to deal with an internal gang dispute. The van hurtled down the desolate highway, a pathetic steel coffin for the worms I'd trapped inside. At the wheel, the driver was already coming apart, whimpering about the pain and begging for a salvation that would never come. In the back, his supposed superior was beginning to grasp the futility of his situation, muttering that I must be under someone's control to possess such power. He tried to bargain, his voice shaking as he offered me anything I wanted, a desperate plea to be let go, like some common street animal. I remained perfectly still, my own calm a mirror to his unraveling psyche, and simply laid out my terms. He scrambled to deduce my identity, wondering aloud if I was some special agent of the state, a dragon sparrow sent to clean house. His mind raced, correctly calculating that telling me the truth would earn him a death sentence from his own masters, but he arrived at a fatally flawed conclusion, that his best option was to try and kill me. He lunged forward, a pathetic telegraphed attack that was doomed from the start. The van screamed to a halt right at the edge of a cliff, a suitably dramatic backdrop for his final foolish act. He shrieked as my crimson tendrils coiled around him, babbling that I'd broken a promise because he'd told me the information. I had to laugh at his ignorance, informing him that I hadn't been listening at all. I can simply read his memories directly, making his lies utterly transparent. He sputtered about the law, still convinced I was a government envoy with rules to follow, pathetically claiming I had no right to execute him. I let a small cruel smile touch my lips as I corrected his final misconception. I am not one of his master's tiger warriors, I am the unruly demon king. The van, now a metal sarcophagus, teetered on the edge of the abyss, a monument to his failure. I stepped out onto the gravel, the solid ground a welcome change. The fresh air felt cleansing after being trapped with such vermin. My power, suppressed for too long, began to bleed out around me in a tide of red energy. It swirled into a vortex of pure, unbridled demonic force, a shadow that consumed the light. From that darkness, I forged my new vessel, summoning it from the ether. A sleek, crimson machine took shape, a predator built for speed and silence. With a final thud, my ride was complete. I casually leaned against its frame, the mission far from over. "My female system is now activated," a voice echoed in my mind. I had already pulled everything I needed from the bald man's brain before I crushed it. Their next nest was exposed, though he was too low level to know anyone important. "Manhwa," I commanded my AI, "give me directions to Chen, and forge me an identity. A spoiled, arrogant young master from some merchant guild." "Yes, sir," she replied terrified instantly. Without a second thought, I drove my new bike straight off the cliff, taking the more direct route. The world blurred as I accelerated away from the wreckage of my last encounter. I became a streak of crimson lightning, tearing a scar across the barren landscape. Far away in the southeastern triangle, my prey was already reacting to the ripples I'd created. The recent chaos in Huadu was in their small minds a lifetime opportunity to destabilize the Great Xia. The pathetic leaders of this bloodthorn organization gathered to discuss their grand strategy. Their leader pontificated that inciting local conflicts was no longer enough. They needed to corrupt powerful figures from within the kingdom. They lamented how the state's war footing had made their usual infiltration tactics useless, seeing it as an obstacle rather than a sign of their own weakness. But then one of them spoke of a golden opportunity. They'd found a new pawn, a young Master Yi, a fabulously wealthy heir from the mainland. They salivated over the details. The youngest son of a financial titan, a billionaire with the resources to buy entire cities, a perfect fool for them to manipulate. My cover story was apparently flawless, painting me as a genuine tycoon, a beast among beasts. Their leader, showing a sliver of intelligence, considered that I might be a trap, but their greed was too great to ignore the bait. They'd already sent an agent to test my credentials, a woman whose fate was to end up sprawled on a bed of roses like a discarded toy. The report came back glowing. Their operative, a specialist in debauchery, had confirmed that my perversions were entirely authentic. Their logic was as twisted as they were. Only a true pervert can spot a fake, and my performance was apparently award-winning. Convinced they had found their key, they decided to meet this perverted young Master Yi themselves. Their destination was Chencheng, a border city now designated as our stage. These fools are a collection of traitors and ambitious climbers. Like Jeff, a turncoat from the North Barton Federation, they even have a woman who clawed her way up from some Chaebol family, now a core member of their ridiculous Bloodthorn organization. They gather in a gaudy hall, posturing before a stone idol, utterly unaware of the predator that now circles them. A subordinate reports to a shadowy master, informing him that the three leaders are on their way. And from behind a cracked demonic mask, the true power in this city gives his simple command, bring them to me when they arrive. It seems these Bloodthorn leaders are merely pawns in a much larger game. Perfect. It will make crushing them all the more entertaining. My driver confirmed the meeting point, some forgotten cathedral in a suburb of Chencheng. The woman beside me asked for my assessment, but the driver foolishly dismissed this place as a backward town, devoid of any real threats. I, however, could feel the entire city watching our car, 1,000 hungry eyes lurking in the shadows. His bad feeling was a pathetic understatement of the truth. From the moment we crossed the city line, I felt their collective gaze, every so-called pedestrian, a silent predator, waiting for a signal. Their heart rates were unnaturally placid, the cold stability of machines, not men, a fact my companions were only just beginning to grasp. The driver finally panics, slamming on the brakes as the illusion shatters around him. He screams for a withdrawal, tires screeching as he makes a desperate attempt to flee the closing trap. In the rearview mirror, I see their human facades flicker, their eyes now burning with a malevolent, predatory light. With the sun setting, the true masters of this city were preparing to emerge and feast. The street is now filled with them, their bodies contorting as they drop all pretense of being human. The woman babbles about her nerves, blaming a failed attempt to reach the Grand Master level for her clouded senses. She recalls a vision she had during that failure, a glimpse of her own destined death. In this premonition, she saw the corpses of her two companions lying beside her. The driver, ever the brute, grabs her by the collar, furious that she withheld such a critical piece of information. She tries to soothe his fragile ego with empty words about defying fate, insisting that today is not their day to die. Her reasoning is laughably simple. Her death scene was set in a dark, menacing forest. She points to the concrete wasteland around us, desperately clinging to the fact that there isn't a single tree in sight. The fool driving actually buys it, shouting that his fate is his own to command. How tiresome. It's time I took control of this pathetic display. My YH cells, now capable of independent thought, form a new body for my consciousness. I combine this vessel with the power of the sacred tree and the cells of the celestial emperor Mora. I give it a name worthy of its purpose, the one who has been utterly destroyed. As the moon watches, I bring their deepest fears to life. The dark forest descends. My power eclipses the moon, turning it into a blood-red sun that births my creation. A monstrous wave of shadow and root crashes down from the heavens. It swallows their speeding car whole, their pathetic escape becoming an instantaneous tomb. My creation, a beast of pure destruction, stares down at the wreckage with my eyes. They believe fate can be rewritten, and in a way, they are correct. But it is I standing atop my colossal servant, who holds the pen. The woman stares in disbelief at the monstrous forest that has erupted from the asphalt, the exact scene of her prophesied demise. She sees the crushed vehicle, one of her partners weakly reaching out for help from within the twisted metal. The other man, Jeff, is already dead, and the survivor is begging me to get him out. His pleas turn to curses as he realizes there is no escape. Their destiny was sealed the moment they entered my domain. A single tendril from my creation silences his final useless scream, crushing him without a second thought. She collapses to her knees, the chilling realization finally dawning on her. Fate is immutable when I am the one who wields it. My monstrous servant lowers me to the ground before her. She closes her eyes, awaiting the end, but they snap open as she catches a scent she finds utterly intoxicating. I hold out a single finger before her masked face, a perfect drop of my blood hanging from the tip. I told you, your fate is in my hands, I state coldly. Now I'm giving you a chance. Her eyes burned with a final useless flicker of defiance as my power began to rewrite her very being. A silent scream tore from her as her human form was violently stripped away in a torrent of dark energy. The chaotic energy began to coalesce, my own essence a blue flame flooding into the void she was becoming. I appeared within her consciousness, a ghost passing judgment. How greedy. I only intended to turn you into an ordinary bloodborne. Jagged black armor erupted from her flesh as her body was forcibly evolved. Her whimpers were meaningless, just the sound of raw material being shaped into a weapon. The end result was a creature of power and terror, no longer the woman she once was. I observed my handiwork with a cold, detached satisfaction. You actually adapted. Not bad at all. Now for my payment. I drew her blood, and with it, all the secrets of her former masters. Their leader was a coward, hiding in a metal shell at the bottom of the ocean. The organization was nothing more than petty rebels playing at war in the Southeast Triangle. I made a decision then and there. I had no interest in being their landlord. I would simply be their executioner. She knelt, swearing the only oath that now mattered. My lord, you are my only master. Loyalty sworn under duress is still loyalty. Very good. I created 15 seeds of my power, small spheres of concentrated blood. Her first task would be to erase her past. Take these and go wipe out all the Bloodthorn riders you've developed. The very elite she had cultivated would be the first to fall to her new power. She accepted without a shred of hesitation, her head bowed in servitude. I saw only obedience in her eyes before I turned my attention to the true target. She looked to the heavens, perhaps contemplating the monster she'd become, but I was already moving on. Over the next 2 weeks, the riots on the southern border simply vanished, replaced by an unnerving silence. The police were baffled, whispering tales of a mysterious martial artist cleaning the streets far more efficiently than they ever could. They didn't know their mysterious informant was also the cause of the peace. I left anonymous letters in their community contact box, leading them to the aftermath. The message was always concise, a simple directive to collect the body. With the land purged, I stood before the endless sea, the hiding place of the organization's head. My senses reached into the crushing depths, but their vessel was nowhere to be found. Hiding is the specialty of rats. It changes nothing, but their luck had just run out. I unleashed my ultimate technique, a shockwave of pure energy to force them from the shadows. The sea itself churned and roared as my power tore through it. My body shifted and reformed, becoming a creature of the abyss, an apex predator in their last sanctuary. The screams from inside their steel coffin were a faint, satisfying vibration against my hide. A panicked little soldier shrieked at his commander, confirming their primitive torpedoes had failed to even scratch me. I decided their 30-second warning was far too generous and simply appeared before them. The pressure of my arrival alone was enough to make their warship groan in protest. They fired another of their metal toothpicks, a gesture so futile it was almost insulting. I slammed into their hull, enjoying the sound of their bodies tumbling across the metal decks. In a final act of desperation, the commander ordered a full launch of all remaining projectiles. A pitiful fireworks display erupted against my armored form, barely warming the water around me. The explosions were little more than flashes of light against the darkness of the deep. Their best efforts felt like a child's tantrum. I watched the smoke and bubbles dissipate, a testament to their complete and utter failure. The shockwave itself was a minor inconvenience. The commander, consumed by the flames of his own incompetence, screamed in agony. His precious submarine, his butcher's knife, was now a sinking tomb. Yet the self-proclaimed grandmaster wasn't finished making a fool of himself. Emerging from the wreckage with a pathetic surge of power, he began to monologue about his grand ambitions, how I had ruined his family's legacy, as if I cared about the business of insects. He then revealed his final desperate gambit, a nuclear battery from the sub's reactor. He whined about how he couldn't tolerate being ruined by a passing-by monster. Consumed by rage, he screamed that the unstable battery was about to detonate. He ejected the device, a glowing offering of self-destruction, sending it directly towards me. Monster, he shrieked, his voice filled with a pathetic hope that this would be enough. I opened my maw and caught the insignificant little power source between my teeth. He actually began to laugh, mocking my supposed lack of intelligence for swallowing a bomb. He was convinced an internal explosion was the one thing that could harm me, the ultimate trump card against any superhuman. He even had the audacity to taunt me, begging for the explosion to tear me to pieces. Instead, I felt a pleasant warmth spread through me as I began to absorb its energy. My eyes glowed, savoring the taste of raw nuclear power. The look of utter disbelief on his face was priceless. His bravado shattered, replaced by the dawning horror of a man who has just fed his executioner. My form stabilized, stronger than before. One of his underlings, floating amidst the debris, could only stare as I consumed the very essence of their ultimate weapon. I let my voice echo directly into the commander's mind. A cold, simple promise. Your turn. He flinched, stunned that I could speak his language, that I could invade the sanctity of his thoughts. He tried to rally his courage, screaming that an S-rank grandmaster like him could still fight me. He postured, gathering his remaining energy for one last meaningless stand. I didn't even bother to move myself, instead dispatching a swarm of my children. They swarmed him instantly, a living tide of darkness that clung to his very soul. He cried out in shock, realizing his martial energy was being siphoned away by these cotton-like things. He was trapped, a battery being drained, to fuel my own power. His pleas to stop were nothing but noise. The light of his life force was pulled from him, a spectacular and fitting end for someone so arrogant. His final desperate scream was a question I had no intention of answering. For him there was no answer, no hope, only the silent crushing despair of the abyss. When it was over, the sea returned to a deceptive calm. I rose from the depths, my body coalescing into a new form, an island of jagged black rock. A cold resolve settled over me. They had given me the power to hunt them all down. My eyes glowed with cold purpose as I made my declaration to the empty ocean. Southeast Triangle area, you're next. Far away, at that very location in the Philippines, my prey went about their insignificant lives. One of their lookouts noticed something strange with the tide, a minor anomaly before the coming storm. His superior dismissed his concerns, more interested in plotting against the Xia Kingdom with their new American equipment. Another officer smirked, celebrating the news that Xia's top combat power was supposedly wiped out. He called it a huge tailwind, a perfect opportunity to invade, completely unaware he was celebrating his own demise. The two guards returned to their post, standing like statues waiting for the slaughter. Then they heard it, a low grinding rumble echoing across the water. From the horizon, my new island form surged forward, a moving mountain of vengeance. One of the soldiers finally processed the impossible, his voice cracking with terror. Does that island move? It's swimming towards us. The pathetic screams from the warships were a familiar sound, a prelude to their inevitable demise. Their fleeting hope was almost amusing. They actually thought these floating coffins could save them. The captain of one of the destroyers barked his orders with a confidence he clearly didn't earn, babbling about annihilation. I decided to grant his wish, just not in the way he expected. I gathered a small fraction of my energy, barely a spark, and named it for their primitive understanding, nuclear blackball. The warship vanished in a silent flash of azure light. My little sphere of energy struck the ocean's surface, a pebble tossed into a pond. The resulting ripple, however, was slightly more impressive. It rose from the depths, a towering wall of water that dwarfed their coastal defenses. The ants in uniform could only stare as their doom approached, screaming about a tsunami. In their naval port, chaos erupted as they finally received word of my arrival. A pathetic officer began shouting orders, demanding they activate their newly acquired American equipment to snipe me. They put so much faith in borrowed trinkets and allies, who would never arrive in time. Their commander, a man named Bao, deluded himself with visions of glory, claiming this battle would make his insignificant country famous. I suppose in a way he was right, they would be remembered as the first to fall. I slipped beneath the waves, the change in pressure a minor inconvenience, and watched their primitive sensors go blind. There were other nations in this region, other targets to be cleansed. I released a few of my children, my lovely little sea mines, to play with the fleet above. They were so eager to sow destruction. I have no time to waste on these scumbags. This needed to end quickly. From below, I saw their formation, a perfect circle of steel, trapping themselves with me. They had gathered every last one of their assets in one place, a gesture of profound stupidity I had to appreciate. I gave the signal, and my children went to work. The ocean floor erupted in light, tossing their precious ships into the air like toys. Explosions tore through their hulls as they were ripped apart from below. They shrieked in confusion, wondering how I bypassed their own minefields, never realizing the mines were mine all along. Their frantic commands to scatter were far too late. Their entire fleet was already dead. Only their command ship remained, a monument to their failure. The commander's face, once filled with foolish pride, was now a mask of pure terror. In a final useless gesture, he screamed for his men to attack. One of his bridge officers stared out the window, paralyzed by the sight of my true form rising from the sea. The rest of the fleet, what little remained, decided self-preservation was more important than their commander, and opened fire. Their cannons roared, a desperate final salvo against the inevitable. Their shells exploded against my hide, feeling like little more than raindrops. I let them see my eyes glowing in the smoke before I moved. Their last thought was that it was too late. Then my other self, the one they would come to know as Demora, unleashed her own power from the heavens. 3 minutes later, the Philippine fleet was nothing but wreckage and fire, and Demora was already making her way to shore. She trampled their capital, a necessary step in cleansing this corner of the world, leaving their government and military in absolute ruin. The news spread quickly, with so-called experts predicting Demora's next landfall in Indonesia. As expected, a local champion emerged, some self-proclaimed #1 expert from East Asia, arrogantly declaring he would never let an inferior Warcraft player set foot in his country. He postured atop a skyscraper, gathering his pitiful energy, a gnat trying to challenge a storm. He stood there, waiting for a Warcraft, entirely unprepared for the sheer scale of what was coming. I rose from the ocean before him, my shadow blanketing his entire city. 20 minutes later, his nation was paralyzed, and I moved on. My trajectory was set for Myanmar and South Korea. But in Myanmar, a particularly foul insect was attempting to flee his doomed hive. A local warlord, a creature who grew fat on the suffering of his own people, was taking to the skies in his private jet as Demora breached the border. He relaxed in his seat, callously remarking that the lives of his countrymen were a worthy sacrifice for his own survival. He was so certain of his escape until he noticed a peculiar smudge on his window. I let one of my smaller, more personable forms pay him a visit. His final terrified scream was a fitting end to a truly worthless life. My hunt for the North's inner circle required a subtle approach, so I hitched a ride on their private jet over Myanmar. The moment I decided to make my presence known, the cabin filled with the delightful squeals of terrified men. I formed a face in my gelatinous body, giving them a name to remember in their final moments. Zhu Shouyi. The fools finally realized I had simply seeped through the cracks in their flying metal coffin. Their bloated leader bellowed for his men to kill me, a pathetic attempt to assert control over a situation that had already consumed him. Their fear was a palpable energy, and I savored it with a wide, predatory grin. One of his bodyguards, a so-called boxing champion from some forgotten district, stepped forward, crackling with energy as if he were a genuine threat. He He dared to challenge me to withstand 3 of his punches, and I indulged him by letting the first pathetic strike connect. The blow was meaningless, and in return I pierced his gut with a single curious tendril. He could only gurgle in agony as I explored his insides, a fascinating network of soon-to-be useless organs. His companion, seeing his champion fall so easily, began posturing with some ridiculous technique he called the art of cuttings. Before he could even launch his attack, I erupted, showing him what true art looked like. My tendrils shot out, skewering the entire pathetic crew in a symphony of wet, tearing sounds. My 10-headed Yahello form is quite efficient at draining life essence and martial energy upon contact, with their consciousness absorbed into my own. I learned their lord's plan. This elite army was being deployed to the southeastern triangle. It was all so boring, like crushing insects underfoot. I craved a true battle against the strong. The thought of witnessing such a fight, even if I was caught in the aftershocks, was a thrill I hadn't felt in ages. The cleanup was simple. My true conquest was already underway far below in the southern country. The cities burned while their people begged for a savior that would never come. They scattered like ants as my true form descended upon their fragile civilization. They called me Demora, the very embodiment of death, a title I found suitably dramatic. For thousands of years, the survivors would tell tales of this dark behemoth, a legend etched into the ruins of their world. My presence alone scarred the land, a shadow of absolute power that would never fade. An old man, probably some local authority, looked upon my magnificence and called me an outrage, a monster. Word was already spreading amongst the powerful that I had conquered 3 countries in a single morning. In their desperation, they summoned their own champion, a man they called Pablo Adu, the Ice Demon King. This wizard had a reputation for collecting rare beasts, freezing them into ice sculptures for his personal gallery. He kept a morbid collection of frozen creatures, trophies of battles he considered difficult. His masters proposed that I would be his most impressive acquisition to date. The fool's ego was so immense that he actually considered the possibility. He accepted their mission, to lead me, the great Demora, towards the nation of Great Xia like some beast on a leash. He coldly reminded them of their promise, displaying a petty obsession with debts that was so very mortal. This ice wizard is a force of nature, not unlike the witches I've encountered on the western continent. Those women are born disasters, each one a vessel of immense power, destined to bring ruin upon reaching adulthood.